Welcome, folks. This is our second annual, our second 12-hour live stream, Bama-Palooza or Substack-A-Palooza. But after a year ago when we did it and it was so popular and went so viral, I decided that I would torture myself again. Luckily, I have Steve Schmidt here to start off. So just so folks know, this will be going 12 hours. We're going to talk about how the midterms are fucking happening. And how Donald Trump is not going to cheat, steal, lie. Basically, what he's done his entire life, his way to staying in office. And Steve Schmidt here has been a strong voice. He's been played by Woody Harrelson. I mean, we all, wish we had that, obviously. Okay, I got a little smile out of you, Steve, but not too much. But no, Steve, huge Republican consultant for John McCain. And Arnold Schwarzenegger and numerous other figures. I think George W. Bush, if I remember correctly, and broke away from the Republican Party as a never Trumper over the fact that Donald Trump's fucking nuts. And originally with the Lincoln Project, and now doing a number of other things. Welcome to the show, Steve.
Thanks. I like the video, and I like the music on the video.
Good, man. You can use that if you want.
I dug it. I liked it.
We're very Americana here is what's important.
You should play it again at some point over the 12 hours.
Should I do it right now? I may just do that.
I mean, you could, but it's a good video. I really like it.
But yeah. Well, I'm going to send you a copy, and maybe we can write a campaign ad together around.
Yes. I like it.
So what do I saw you. I got to meet you the first time. I think we had exchanged messages over that little Meghan McCain brouhaha.
Yeah.
But I get to meet you for the first time. The State of the Swamp. The message there was, full steam ahead. We're having the midterms. We're going to mock Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Those of us who understand politics, which sadly often is not that many people on the Democratic side, I hate to say, at least how to fight, when it comes to not just fighting, but mockery, psychological warfare in politics. And certainly Donald Trump is an easy target when it comes to that kind of thing. From your standpoint right now, we're winning these races huge. Iran's a disaster, as it could have been predicted. The Epstein files are going nowhere. So what do we do? How do we make sure that these sons of bitches don't send ICE around certain polling places or don't do various other things come November?
So I was talking pretty recently to a Democratic member of Congress, and she says, well, if we have elections, and the reality is we're going to have elections, that we can't countenance this at all. The idea that Donald Trump holds within his hands the power to decide whether we get a say over whether he and his faction continue to have power. We get a say, and we've had an uninterrupted say for 250 years through Great Depression, World War, Civil War. Had the election of 1864 gone the other way, the Civil War would have been lost. Yep. These elections have enormous consequences, and the election of 2024 had an enormous consequence. But here we are. We're barreling towards the midterm, and wherever you look, there's chaos. It's the price of his depravity and his degeneracy. This Epstein debacle, it is a moral sewer. We could talk about that, but
sure.
In the end, he promised prosperity and he delivered record high prices, and he promised peace, and he's delivered a war, and he has no idea how to get out of the war. He has no idea how to stop the war. He has no idea how to declare victory in the war, because he has stepped into a trap that there's no way out of.
Right.
And so he either has to escalate or he's got to withdraw. And all the Iranian regime has to do is hold on to power to be able to claim victory. And that's a bad result. And the reason we're going to have a bad result here is because Donald Trump doesn't think, He doesn't plan.
Yeah.
He doesn't care a whit about what comes next. And so the American people live with the consequences, and specifically the hundreds of soldiers that are wounded and the 11 killed already. Their lives were ended by the consequences.
For nothing, right? I mean, again,
For
as you
nothing.
just said, he doesn't. I mean, when I keep hearing people, it just frustrates me. They're like, he didn't plan for this war. Like, they're shocked. And I'm like, character will predict a lot about people. This man has never planned for anything. He's never been competent in anything. He lost money in casinos where people just hand you money. He's cruel about how he does things. I mean, these things are predictable. That's why algorithms work, right? He is who he is. And so, there's no thought in Iran. I mean, Strait of Hormuz, he had no Strait of the Horn, Strait of the, I'm sure when they tried to explain it to him, he had no clue what the hell it was. And yeah, Iran knows they've got us, quite frankly, because they know that we rely on cheap gas and they can harm us in numerous ways. So, there's no way to declare. So you think we just sort of hang out there? We've got these Marines, we put some boots on the ground. We're going to lose people. That's going to make it more unpopular. And don't get me wrong, we shouldn't lose one person. I don't want that. But realistically, if he puts these guys on the ground, everything that my understanding, about deserts surrounded by mountains, it's not great territory to fight in. And so just besides being morally wrong, besides blowing up schools, besides all the stupidity and no planning, we're also in a place where we could end up getting a lot of American soldiers killed. And
yeah,
inflation.
I mean, there's two things to talk about here. First is we really don't know what the facts are because we don't have any journalists deployed with U.S. forces, and the Pentagon press corps has been decimated. So you have Mike Lindell News, you're the My Pillow guy asking questions. But there was a fire aboard the USS Gerald Ford, and this is the largest of the aircraft carriers. It's the newest, it's the most sophisticated warship in world history, and it is returning to port in Greece because of a 30-hour fire that burned on. And there's some reporting, some speculation that the fire may have been set by a crew that has been at sea for 10 months.
Jeez.
And if you have a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier that's been disabled by its crew and has to leave an operational theater, that's a very, very big deal indeed. That would send a signal that something is breaking profoundly in the U.S. military.
Potential mutiny going on.
Okay. The second thing is that Lindsey Graham and others are talking about Karg Island in the Persian Gulf. And this is a facility. On this island are the facilities where about 90% of Iran's oil ships out of, and the threat has been the Marines will land on this island. And so couple ways for them to get there. They can helicopter assault, but that's not really what the Marines do. The Marines, and specifically these Marines, are trained for amphibious landings, and this amphibious landing would have to transit under fire through this very, very narrow strait between Oman and Iran, the Strait of Hormuz. And before all this began, a couple of us were doing a weekend show, Malcolm Nance, Ken Harbaugh, and myself, and I
Malcolm's coming up right after you, so that'll work out well.
We had the conversation, and when I asked Ken, I asked Malcolm, I said, have either of you two sailed in your naval careers through the Strait of Hormuz? And they both said yes. And I said, would you like to describe the Strait of Hormuz for everybody that's listening? And they said it's very, very narrow. You can see across both sides.
And there's sort of like hills on the side, right?
Like a lake.
Yeah.
Elevated position. And this is important to understand when you look at waterways, when you think about places in the world, Istanbul, the Bosphorus Straits, on one side Europe, the other side Asia. When you think about these choke points, the Strait of Gibraltar, Fortress Gibraltar, it's impregnable. The Golden Gate in San Francisco is that you had a north-south facing promontory, Fort Baker and the Presidio. You put guns up there, the waterway is impregnable. And so when you control the high ground above water in a narrow canyon, you control the
That's what you want in war. You've got the position. You've got the
air power doesn't change that. And so they killed Ali Laranjani, and you can kill all the Laranjanis and all the Ayatollahs in the end. We've killed 1,000 Iranians, but we've produced one Ayatollah Khomeini with another Ayatollah Khomeini, a younger, more extreme Ayatollah Khomeini, and apparently the Eric Trump of the Ayatollah Khomeini family. The Ayatollah who was killed, was against his son ever holding power or having any control because he's a nitwit. And now he's the supreme leader.
The one that you're sort of shocked because he's the dumbest one, and you're like, how is there one dumber than Don Jr., right? Yeah.
Right, exactly.
I think for people that I could sum it up simply if you saw, Revenge of the Sith, where Obi-Wan says, I have the high ground, Anakin. Anakin didn't trust that the high ground was going to take care of it, and you saw what happened to him. So little just reference there. But so obviously we're in real trouble, and we're looking at 92 million people. We're not looking at a country the size of Iraq or Afghanistan.
Big country.
Yep. I mean, so he has no options in the end. So he needed this to take everybody's mind off of the Epstein files. Is he going to need to now come up with something to take people's mind off of Iran, which takes people's mind off of the Epstein files? Like, is there something else that he's got to do to now get us not to look at the horrendous situation in Iran? Because again, people see it at home, whether they're not watching the news or not. I mean, the gas pumps. I'm in Cincinnati here. I think we got hit the hardest. I don't know why in the country. Like, it was insane how much the price went up. And for a lot of people, like that is a breaking point, not to mention other inflation affecting groceries. That word that Donald Trump made up, a new word that only he uses, groceries, right? That when do people say enough? As I said to you, I think before we came on the beginning, Stuart Rhodes, who stormed the Capitol for him, and is the head of the Oath Keepers, former Rand Paul staffer, was still seeking a pardon. He'd gotten a sentence commuted, and even though he's seeking a pardon, he still just has announced he's left MAGA. It's not America first. It's not whatever. You think more high-profile defections like this?
Well, I think it's splitting their coalition. The one thing that he unequivocally ran on was this virulent American nationalism, this America First ideology, which is isolationist. And he is surrounded by people who are interventionist. And you see it with the bloodthirsty cries of Lindsey Graham. And it's like the children's game. It's the round peg and the square hole. And you can bang that round peg over the square hole as many times as you want. It's not going to fit. And what it exposes
but can't you see Trump as a kid when he went in and he did those tests in kindergarten? He probably just kept sitting there trying to bang it in there for like 2 hours.
There's one movie I always think about with Trump. I think I'm a little bit older than you. But Jackie Gleason and Richard Pryor, The Toy.
Yeah, I saw that when I was a kid. Yes, it's a great movie.
And
probably not politically correct today, but we'll go with it.
Trump always it would not be politically correct today. We were just talking about this weekend. Some of the movies that would not be politically correct.
You should come back. We should have a conversation. We do that often about that. Some of these movies. But go ahead. Sorry.
But that's who he is. This petulant child. But what he delivered was war. And at the end of the day, it will forever be the case that it was Marco Rubio who explained at the beginning why we went to war. If as a matter of the historical record, if George Marshall, if Atchison, if someone had said at the beginning of the Korean War that we are at war because, that stands. And what Marco Rubio said was we're at war because the Israelis were about to attack, and our calculation was once that happened, it required us to do this. And so all of the response,
does that make any sense, by the way?
Well, it's to me, it makes sense if you're trying to discern the bad judgment. And
Gotcha.
and at the end of the day, there should be no question about who's the dog and who's the tail in that relationship. It's we tell them, not the other way around.
Right.
And the Israeli government will rue the day for a long time to come, because the line that Netanyahu and his government trespassed on, as someone who has been a longstanding friend of Israel, is that they have acted in a way interfering in American domestic politics, while advocating positions that are contrary to America's interests.
I would argue, honestly, it's contrary to Israel's interests. It seems to me like
of course.
Netanyahu was just trying to stay out of prison like Trump. It's like, if you wanted to create more anti-Semitism around the world, just blow it up. This is what you would do, it seems to me.
It's a disaster on many, many, many fronts.
Yep.
And so at any rate, that record stands. Why Rubio said it is that we're fighting, why we're at war. I think it's sloppy when people say that it was the Israelis who manipulated Trump into war. I think that really sells the Saudis short. They played a tremendous,
and they've been pushing that war for a long time now, too.
In pushing Trump to take action, as Jared Kushner is raising billions in Saudi money, carrying out the Saudi diplomacy as their.
But that's because he has all that experience managing money, right?
With all of his experience, and it is a pit, and in that pit you have the right-wing media, and you see the division in the right-wing media. They all love Trump. And that's what binds Mark Levin and Megyn Kelly and Hannity and all of these people. But Levin,
also a love for money and fame and basically careerist Nazis. But I agree.
This is, but Megyn Kelly is attacking Mark Levin for having a micro penis, and Trump is taken to defending Mark Levin, right on his Truth Social from Megyn Kelly bullying him.
So he's defending his penis. That's where we've gotten to.
And it's just incredible, right? Just how the filth of it all. And so at any rate, here we are, and we're about 200 days out from an election, and the American people have the ability to repudiate this.
And I kind of feel like in a big way we must, and not just, I don't even think winning back the House and the Senate is enough. You're somebody who's worked on a ton of races, a keen analyst. We're looking originally at North Carolina. We're looking at places. Sherrod Brown is doing really well here in Ohio, is ahead. And he came out 8 points ahead of Kamala. He only lost by 3 here in 24 because he's such a good candidate. So you've got that, a couple of those races we were talking about, but now suddenly, Texas is being, and I don't want to get into the excited about Texas and then let down again, but I think we have a legit shot there. Alaska with Mary Peltola getting in. I mean, now with Bodnar as an independent, we're going to be talking to John Tester today. That should be interesting. Running as an independent in Montana. I mean, Trump's numbers are, you see it, right? Like he's losing a lot of his own people. His numbers are in the crapper. There are states that wouldn't be in play, Iowa, right? That are in play. So, I mean, to me, I kind of feel like we need to come forward with Democrats need to come forward with a bold vision that unites people. I mean, I view this as an FDR potential style election. It could be a 1930 or a 34 even if we could do that. But the question is, our leadership doesn't seem to be able to message their way out of a box sometimes, and it's kind of a challenge. So I don't know if you have any ideas on that.
Well, I had Seth Moulton on the other day, and
he knows how to message.
And so Seth Moulton is a Marine combat veteran, 4 combat tours, a couple of Valor Awards. He's been in the Congress for 10 years, and he's challenging Ed Markey, the incumbent senator, in a primary. Markey is 80 years old.
Yep.
He's 80 years old. And Ed Markey's not a bad guy.
Right.
But he's a guy who doesn't know, obviously, when it's time to hang it up. And with all sincerity, especially after the debacle of 2024 and the problem that the Democratic Party has with a cohort of its politicians who just are forever politicians.
Right.
What great accomplishment.
Clyburn running again at 85
what Lincoln-esque achievement. What is it that you can point to that makes you the necessary man?
Right.
Right. To take it now to your 87 years old. And I think it's obscene. And it opens the gateway to a question of a meaningful victory. So I don't know what any of these labels mean anymore. I was a moderate Republican.
Right.
I grew up in New Jersey. My personal politics have always been right about on the 50-yard line.
Yep.
I am a pragmatic, centrist person. I am the right wing of the Democratic Party or the left wing of the Republican Party, however you want to see it. That was always Nicole Wallace and I.
Yeah.
In the room back in those days. But I don't know what any of those labels mean. What I know is that you have a group of federal officials, and you can obviously organize it by category. So we'll look at the Department of Homeland Security. Homan, Bovino, Lewandowski, Kristi Noem, Tricia McLaughlin, the aide who's running for Congress in Ohio. These people were lawless, and
right.
Americans are dead. And every decision, every email, every abuse, every corrupt act, every contract with every company that they intended to turn a warehouse into a concentration camp has to be known, has to be investigated, has to be prosecuted.
Do you think a Truth and Reconciliation Committee type thing?
I think that was appropriate for South Africa. I think that we need to see prosecutions.
Yeah.
And we need to see prosecutions, if not at the federal level, at the state level, with the cooperation of federal prosecutors. But these ICE agents who murdered American citizens will need to face justice.
The DAs and the state's attorney generals have been talking about that. They can prosecute.
We're going to need to have a season of disbarment amongst a lot of the nation's corrupt lawyers. But beyond that, more than anything else, but the Democratic Party has to stand for the taking back of power from the billionaire class,
yes,
from the corporations, from
big
the
monopolies.
powerful monopolists and returning it to the people, has to confront it. So it means breaking up the tech companies, taking away their privileges, taking away their legal immunities. It means breaking up these media companies. It means breaking up the big banks. It means confronting Elon Musk. And so I don't know what label apply to me, but if I'm advising the next president, I think what we need to do is to nationalize SpaceX.
Couldn't agree more with that. That's what
board,
NASA should be doing.
Fire the board, reconstitute a new board, and make it a public offering on the stock market, but have a company that functions as a contractor. The Palantirs of the world, the military
I was going to bring that up with you.
complex that Eisenhower warned about has come to full bloom in this administration.
Right. And then the media consolidation with Ellison too.
Absolutely. And you can look at the 3 warning speeches, right? You can look at the Morrow speech, Lights in a Box.
Yeah.
You look at George Washington's farewell speech. You can look at Eisenhower's farewell speech, and you can look at Reagan's farewell speech. And they're all on point to this moment.
Yep.
All
absolutely. All of them. I mean, that's the, how we return to that history. I was going to ask you, and because I know you delve into history as I do, and I think it's so important to get sort of the inspiration from there. And that's when you're saying, I'll just say quickly, I'm the same boat. Look, I used to be sort of I was a center left Democrat, whatever that meant, right? Liberal, or whatever the term was. But the current situation is, and I think we talked about this when we were at the State of the Swamp, we have a group of billionaire predators who are predators on little girls. They're predators on our economy through their private equity and stealing pensions. They're predators on our democracy, stealing your vote and gerrymandering. They're all around. They're just used to doing what they want with no accountability. So it's just frustrating when you see a tax proposed on billionaires. I think it was 5% or whatever. We need to have those kinds of policies because these billionaires, it was Louis Brandeis who said you can have great disparity of wealth or you can have a democracy. You can't have both. I mean, these billionaires aren't. It's not even like, oh yeah, the millionaires. It's just this group of billionaires. Everybody else, they're extracting from millionaires too. Like it's this group of parasites, and they're there. And then these monopolists who control industries that don't have to compete, don't have to pay workers because they know you need them. And I think Democratic Party that would run on that and make that the core economic message, and how ending those monopolies and that corruption and those billionaires is going to lead to this for you. It's how we're going to get. We'll make sure everyone has health care. It's how we're going to make sure everybody has family leave. It's how we're going to, whatever it is. I just think they're on the other side, and this fear of taking these guys on, be FDR, welcome their hatred, right?
100%. I mean, I am not a sophisticated business guy. And it's only within the last couple of years I understood something. And I didn't understand it fully until I watched a scripted series that I think was on Netflix, and it was about WeWork, and it was called We Crash.
Yeah.
And I've had a lot of billionaire clients, and I've worked for a lot of big CEOs in big companies, but I never really appreciated this because I had a business, and the business that I had was always that you try to make $1, and your goal is to spend less than that dollar in your expenses, and the balance of that is your profit, basically. But when I was watching We Crash, so you know how you become a billionaire? You got to figure out how to make $19 billion, right? You have to figure out how to make $19 billion in revenue while losing $21 billion. If you can figure out how to do that, then you're a billionaire.
It's all set. I mean, that guy was running such a a scheme. I can't think of his name, but
and so what this moment requires, I think, is to appreciate that if you're an ordinary person in this country, you are being taken advantage of by a rapacious class that has made their move fully. None of this is academic anymore. None of it is in the sense of, well, if they could, would they?
Right.
Well, they have. And when you see the totality of the conduct of the taking in this moment, that it is the equalizing power of government that the Democratic Party has to embrace here, and
Absolutely.
has to ask for power, has to ask the American people for power to clean up the ethics morass, clean up the insider trading, clean up the open air bazaar of corruption, clean up the Department of Justice. And this is why it's so important that it's just like a sports practice. You have to be able to get the team to do the simplest first thing together.
Right.
Doesn't matter what the team is. And what the team has to be able to do here, I think it's got to be able to look at the desecrated White House grounds and say that it doesn't matter what his fucking ballroom is. We're going to knock it down.
Yeah.
We're gonna restore this.
Maybe invite people with sledgehammers in for fun.
Exactly as it was. And we have every confidence that no president in the future will ever dare to knock it down again. And that's how you have to be.
I absolutely agree. We have to make it just very clear and that's why we want to do this today, about we are having the elections and what we can do, what people can do, what people can't do. No more relying on tradition and, what was just a wink, wink, nod, nod. We need to put these things in law. And I've added you, Malcolm Nance, by the way, to here. I thought you might want to say hi to Steve before Steve headed on out after giving us a great half hour of talk about Iran and how much. And again, I've worked for some billionaires and folks too. There are some good folks out there. I'm not trying to say this about all of them, but that predatory class that became billionaires because that's all they ever wanted was the power and the control. It's amazing how when you do a Venn diagram, they overlap with the Epstein people. They are those, the Ellisons and there's a reason Elon Musk is in there begging to go to the island. Peter Thiel is in there, these guys. So we need to stop them and stand up for regular folks and make it clear to people through a message. That's
a lot of wisdom. There's a lot of wisdom to the saying, good fences make good neighbors. And at the end of the day, I've never been a person who's out to confiscate Bill Ackman's money. Yeah. He's worth $10 billion. Good for him. Good for him. However, it doesn't really interest me in relation to his viewpoint on this, that, or the other. That this guy is the world expert in all things and has decided to use his money to impose his expertise on all of us through the corruption of our political system is what the problem is. And when you've been transgressed upon or trespassed upon, as the case is in this instance, and you're an ordinary person and politics has found you and you have to become engaged in it, your engagement in it is not for the purposes of trying to restore some status quo that's gone. It has to be able to build a future, right, that you can invest in. And the bottom line is this: it's not in the interest of the country to have thousands of people in the country worth $10 billion or $20 billion
Absolutely.
or 40 or 50 or $60 billion who all live as lords with their duchies ruling above and over the rest of us, not in this country. And so, Roosevelt talked about this inventive genius of mankind, that we got rid of the king and we got rid of the monarchy, but there are new people who aspire to build new kingdoms. And we've seen the people who aspire to build a new type of Trump kingdom, like that have come to power, and we're not going to stand for it. We're going to burn it down in this election.
There you go.
And we ought to burn him in effigy on his birthday on June 14th, which is the anniversary of the date that George Washington took command of the Continental Army. And before I go and say off to Malcolm, I say one last thing. You know, Malcolm and I were on a program like this a couple of weeks before the war started, and the first thing we talked about, like I mentioned earlier, was the Strait of Hormuz and how narrow it is.
It's amazing. You guys actually have foreign policy and strategic knowledge, which you want in people who, you know, go to war.
And if you want to engage in a regime change war with Iran, it starts with seizing control of the Strait of Hormuz. You can't control the country without controlling the strait. And you can't control the strait without putting boots onto the ground. And so here we are. And as the American people get a chance to render a verdict on how Trump's doing here in about 200 days, it's going to be brutal. And we are going to have an election, and his guys are going to be voted out of power from dog catcher to governor and U.S. senator up and down the ballot in all 50 states and places that blow people's minds.
Well, that's awesome. Let's do that. Steve Schmidt, where's the best place where people can find you? I know you're on YouTube, you're on Substack.
You can find me at the Warning and all of these places. But it's good to see you, Cliff. Good to see you, Malcolm.
I see you.
Take care.
Thank you for all of that, Steve. I really appreciate it. And Mr. Nance, how are you?
Wow, coming in after Steve Schmidt. I was listening so intently. I didn't even know you brought me on.
Well, I know I saw that. Steve Schmidt, it's me and Steve Schmidt, and we both kind of talk a lot. So now I'll bring you in, Malcolm. You're not bad at talking, and you understand this intelligence stuff about Iran.
I need my small pot of coffee. This is small. I've been pounding this down since 4, and I think I need 2 more of these.
Yeah, go for it. Well, I'm between two fisting between that and Diet Coke. So
this has been mass hysteria trying to deal with the information flowing out of this conflict and the insanity that is coming from the White House. I mean, I'm saying this as an intelligence professional.
It's my duty to pay the bills and make sure people know that up here in the corner, you'll see a nice little duck. That is the buy me a coffee. You can do that right through the little QR code there. It's a beautiful thing up in the left corner here. And this is my right, my left, the subscribe button. If you become a paid subscriber, this is how we get Steve Schmidt and Malcolm Nance and are able to spend the time and the funding and things to make this happen. So please subscribe, please buy Malcolm, buy a coffee, and then I'll buy Malcolm a coffee because he needs it. And now that I'm done with that, get back to what you're saying about these sons of bitches.
Yeah, well, we are in a very, very dark place, and I'm afraid to say it's going to get darker. As you know, on my Substack, every morning from 9 to 10, I do an intelligence assessment of the war. We're starting tomorrow, day 20 of this war. Myself and the Danish intelligence officer, Jacob Karsbo.
And I'll say quickly, Black Man Spy, one of the coolest named things of all time. So
yeah, actually, partial title of my memoir I'm also editing. I'm in my last edit before it goes to legal. So held up for 22 months by the Pentagon. 22 months to be reviewed. Pete Hegseth was like,
it's Hegseth. Hegseth reads really slowly when he's drunk. So you do have to keep that.
So, yeah, but Cliff, it's very nasty out here with this war. The United States is at war. No questions asked. This is not a special military operation. Right. This isn't a 3-day campaign. And it's going to take off in the next 10 days when we get the Marines into that theater. And I think what you're going to see is the mobilization of the 82nd Airborne in the United States, put them on alert for para jumps, and then an increase in special operations forces. And I think Trump is going to invade Iran. I'm sorry?
we're going to lose people on the ground. I mean, it's inevitable.
Right. And well, that's coming. Unless cooler heads prevail here, he fully intends. Now, you hear all this talk about Karg Island. That's not where he's going to go with these Marines. You can't get to Karg Island unless you get through the Strait of Hormuz. And you have to go by at least 8 different islands to get there, to get out of that alive.
You know what I think of? And quite honestly, you can tell me if I'm nuts, but like what I think of when I think of the Strait of Hormuz and trying to navigate through there, I think of Apocalypse Now. And, them trying to get their boat through, and there's just from the mountainsides, from the forest, like they're just being attacked from all sides, going deeper into the circles of hell, basically.
Yeah. If you think about the scene of the Battle of the No Long Bridge, right? The No Long Bridge, where the boat has to go under the bridge, and they're firing and fighting in every direction, and they're being bombarded down upon from the hills.
Yep.
That is the Strait of Hormuz. As you're entering, everything to your right with a 3,000 high cliff face is Iran. All of it. And it literally looks down at you. Kids with slingshots could damage your ship out there. You only have 25 miles across.
Right.
It's shallow on one side and it's rocky against these cliff faces on the other side. You have to stay inside what's called the traffic separation scheme. If you don't, you go aground. Once you're in the TSS, it's about 12 miles. You are in a 1 mile channel and that goes in, and the other side is a 1 mile wide channel that goes out. But you are now in range of everything: slingshots, BB guns, anti-ship missiles, suicide boats, everything possible. It can hit you there. And here's the best part: they don't have to do any of that.
You know, like
they don't have to do any of that. All they have to do is say that they minded, and just maybe drop one. Maybe I joke on my show. Maybe put out.
But you're right. If you put one out there, that's enough to sort of like, all right, it's out there. You know, I mean, it's the thing. They have such an advantage over us because clearly we've been threatening this, and they've been planning for this for years.
47 years.
And they understood. You know, they understand us better than we understand them. They know that cheap gas is a way of life in this country.
And you know, here's the crazy part. The Marines are geographically, let's give you an analogy. The Marines are technically off Malibu right now, right? No, not even. San Diego right now. And they are intending to invade Alameda Island in San Francisco Bay. And if you all remember that little passage that you have to get through between Sausalito and downtown San Francisco under the Golden Gate Bridge, it's just that steep on both sides. The problem
was talking about that too. Yep.
You know, the geography is against us here. And a small force could do that. Now, this has happened before. It was called, what was the name? Oh, yeah, Gallipoli. Right? The British had to go through a narrow channel.
Yeah, in a piece I wrote, I made that comparison. I'm like, go ahead. You just go ahead.
But it's a narrow channel that's easily mined. And the best part is the Turks, they let the British run minesweepers right up the middle. And what they did was they placed the mines on the sides so that the battleships that were following them would stay off to the side in case mines floated up from the rear. And then 3 ships in a row hit mines and sank and killed 1,000 men before they ever landed a troop. This is mind-boggling. The lack of planning is insane. It's insane. They didn't think about this. They thought they were going to bomb, Iran was going to collapse, and they would be in charge within a week. Now they're like, oh, yeah, we need to bring Marines from the Philippines and sail them for 14 days up to the Persian Gulf. And let's see what happens when they get there.
Well, and again, you know, in terms of rules of warfare and such, we're busy sinking frigates off of Sri Lanka 2,000 miles away that were just at like ceremonies to celebrate international peace or whatever it was, killing 130 Iranians, you know, and where they're no imminent threat to us. They're nowhere near Iran. They're nowhere near the United States. I don't think they're going to have a lot of respect for the rules of warfare when it comes to us. I don't know.
Well, I mean, well, what rules? I mean, at this point, Pete Hegseth is literally out there saying, no quarter, no mercy. That means kill prisoners. No one shall survive a contact with you.
And
there are people.
Look, he's done that, right? So it's not even just talk with the Venezuelan, folks on boats, blow them up and go back for a second time with this frigate. So people get it that we better shoot first if it's the U.S. because they're going to kill us.
State-sponsored murder, which is why I think that the Iranians are planning. They don't have to defend the Gulf so that no ship gets through from the U.S. Navy. They just have to make sure that there is enough of a combat spectacle in that Gulf, which, by the way, you can drive, okay, up to the Musandam Peninsula from Abu Dhabi and Dubai and get right on the water and looking right out over there. And I would have a camera out there, which, by the way, the UAE will arrest you now if you see anything. But I would have a permanent ship cam up there watching U.S. warships to see what would happen as they try to run this strait. And suicide boats, everything that can happen out there. So, why Donald Trump is doing this now, he feels that, he thinks in baby steps, right? Little baby shoe size thoughts.
He doesn't put together complex thoughts where one thing follows another and there's causal relationships, and it's all too complex for him.
The man is having imaginary presidents talk to him and give him double thumbs up on these things. And my problem is, all 4 live presidents have denied it. So maybe he's talking to dead presidents. Maybe it was Lincoln that came to him and said, good job, go do this war. This man is demented. I think it was
more likely Warren Harding or Andrew Johnson, if we're going to be honest. The president was coming to talk to him.
Johnson loved the Ku Klux Klan. Maybe even Woodrow Wilson. Maybe he tells him to replay Birth of the Nation in the White House.
Woodrow Wilson. I mean, I'm glad, by the way, just a side note, that history is doing a reevaluation there, because as a foreign policy guy, I get it that his foreign policy, initially, although he was a jackass and wouldn't, wouldn't sort of agree, wouldn't get along with Cabot Lodge, so they didn't get into the League of Nations. That whole story. But at least he had the idea initially, and other, progressive income tax and all sorts of ideas. But my God, he's such a fucking racist.
Oh my God, he was a horrible racist.
And we just ignored that for years to look at the achievements. And I'm sorry, but that's a part of the record.
Is Princeton's School of Foreign Policy still the Woodrow Wilson School?
I think they changed it.
Did they?
I think so, yeah.
Well, I would have changed it. You should have just changed it to the Dwight Eisenhower. But I think you had to be a graduate of Princeton to get something named after you. But that being said, the United States is in a very dangerous way right now. And we are continuing combat. And many Americans, including Trump supporters, think, success is the fact that you have the ability to drop bombs. And that beating a country is based on how many bombs you drop. And if that's the case, then, those losers, the Vietnamese people and the Taliban, 2 nations that beat us while we had full air dominance, right?
Yeah, isn't it amazing that after everything we did, after all that, sometimes you're going to have to have a discussion on what the right strategic plan and move would have been in Afghanistan. I have my own ideas that basically are special forces for 6 months or something of that nature. But maybe, obviously you know much more than I do. I just know that 17 years or whatever, and then we leave and the Taliban is back in control, is sort of like, okay, glad we did all of that. We
gave the Iranians an upgrade. We killed the 89-year-old guy and replaced him with a 56-year-old guy who is smarter, faster, more adaptive, combat commander in the Iran-Iraq war. We gave them an upgrade in leadership.
True. We're still stuck with Donald Trump, who's like 112 and has the dementia of like a 160-year-old, and they got rid of their old guy.
Very true. Well, unfortunately for all of us, we're going to suffer through this. And, we really, really need to be prepared for what's coming next. Iran's waging
That's what I want to hear from you, because you always have big predictions, and they're generally based, not generally, they're always based on not just your background and history and what you know, but you're seeing data points and other things. Right. So what are you seeing right now that tells you It
Well,
has to either end somehow or go on somehow. So what
I,
happens?
I thought about 5 days ago the pressure was on for the Gulf states and that they would be really starting to think, hey, we've got to put an end to this. We've got to pressure the United States. I've been getting reports that are coming out of the foreign policy community, the diplomatic community, that Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and Qatar, they want the United States to keep attacking until Iran has no capacity to hurt them again. That's never going to happen. And only thing that's going to do is now that ties them to whoever dies from this point onward.
Right.
Iran is going to punish them for a very long time to come. And they have the capability to do it. They have the manpower to do it. They could successfully invade Saudi Arabia. They could. They have enough manpower right now.
That's
You
what
don't
they've been
have to
scared
have,
about.
yeah, but you don't have to have tanks to do this. You could do it in Hiluxes, Toyota pickup trucks, right? And you could go to Iraq, flip the government of Iraq because they're all Shia Muslims. 85% of the population in Iraq is Shia Muslim.
Which is right. Which is, it went from being, I mean, he wasn't religious at all, but nominally Sunni, and he would play off against the Shia for populist reasons, which is Saddam Hussein. Right. But it was always majority Shia, and now you've got that's who you have in control, who are obviously have at least sympathies with Iran, many of them. So we've created this, and I also think to myself, Syria there and Iran. I'm sorry, Syria and Iraq, which maybe has some stability, but still is a lot of chaos. On the other side of Iran, you've got Afghanistan with a ton of chaos, and Pakistan next to them, and they have that nuclear bomb thing. I get it. Some are Sunni, some are Shiite. I'm not saying, but Hezbollah and Hamas is the same thing. Some are Sunni, some are Shiite. Sometimes they'll work. Sometimes the common enemy of us or Israel brings them together. So if we create that kind of chaos and we add it into Iran too, who's to say that nuclear weapons don't make their way through, right?
Well,
I mean, I don't, you tell me if I'm being crazy, but it seems the more instability you have around there where terrorists and militias and others can travel, that doesn't seem like a good idea, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. You know what? If I were Iran and I had to really, we not surrender their nuclear program, but buff it up, I would just put $1 trillion on the table, right? 10 years of earnings to North Korea. And I would say we need 10 bombs. Get them over here, get them. We'll fly them on one flight clandestinely, and they land out in the Baluch Desert, and then suddenly you're a nuclear power.
Again, right? That's the thing, right? Why? I mean, they and others have the ability to do this and have the relationships, and that's kind of my whole thing with this, which is. Tell me if I'm wrong here, but my suspicion when we keep talking about it, a nuclear Iran can't happen, blah, blah, blah. It's gonna happen at some point.
Could happen.
It's just a matter of when. And so if we don't learn to deal with that fact, we're all like, oh yeah, we can prevent Pakistan and India. That worked out great. I mean, I think there was a point we thought we could prevent China and Russia too. Look, they've got I have no doubt in my mind, I don't know when it's gonna be, Iran is gonna get its hands on a nuclear bomb. So the question to me becomes, how do we handle things to make them the safest possible in the meantime, both diplomatically and militarily? And this isn't it. That's all I know. I'm not saying there's a perfect answer, but this isn't it.
Well, whatever we're going to do, we better, and I actually quoted this in Congress once in the immortal words of, Corporal Vasquez from Aliens. Whatever you're going to do, you better do it fast. I mean, we are stuck in a situation here where the global economy is now at risk. I don't know if you know it, but the global food economy is at risk. Urea nitrate from Iran and the United Arab Emirates, which is a byproduct of natural gas, nitrogen, is critical to the global corn crop, and it has to be delivered by April, or everyone will switch from corn to soybean in the United States. And we know no one's buying soybean from the
Yeah, or if
United
they're
States.
buying it from China now, they don't want they,
Yep. But
screw us.
corn
Like,
is the number one product we feed to our livestock. We may actually eliminate the U.S. beef industry with this war.
all right, now you're getting me pissed. So you're saying I'm not going to be able to get a good steak somewhere?
No, I'm not joking. Beef, many foods, and it's not just us. It's the entire global food economy. It's based 33% of the materials we need for the global fertilizer. And no, 58% of the fertilizer in this world, the nitrogen comes from the Gulf. It's all stopped, all stopped.
I mean, again, this is where it's a problem because Trump's a moron, but also surrounded himself by people who are just as stupid, just as corrupt, just as as idiotic and evil and incompetent. And I mean, incompetence, I guess, would be the big thing here. So it's sort
Yeah.
of, you don't think of these. They wouldn't think of these things. They didn't even, as you said, they didn't even think of a plan. Hey, we just bomb, and then what? It just sort of settles itself once you bomb. Like
Yeah.
it all just takes care of itself.
Yeah.
So, is there anything else you're looking at right now? Other regions? You going back to Greenland anytime
No.
soon?
Well, I won't be going back. I think I may have solved the Greenland problem myself. I think there are 4 people that I think have had in the media. I don't want to hurt myself patting myself on the back.
Break your arm, pat yourself on the back.
Orla Yolson, the most influential Greenlander in social media. He's got almost as many people as the Prime Minister of Greenland on Substack and Facebook. Over 100,000 in a country of 57,000. And
Streisand effect, baby. Streisand effect.
Yeah, Jacob Carlsbo, who is the Danish intelligence officer who's constantly on TV. Rasmus Jarlov, who's a member of parliament in Greenland, who has been hammering against Trump. Not Greenland, Denmark. And then I had a little bit of
I've seen that member of parliament like just tearing into him. Yeah.
Yeah, but the guy who does the most interviews is Orla Yolson and Jacob Carlsbo, who was a former Danish intelligence officer. And then I did my bit by dropping in every time that they kept saying they were going to do it, and then explaining to the Danish and Greenlandic television that U.S. intelligence works this way, that way. And this is just not viable. And I'm very well known now. I mean, walk on the street. But the town's, 12 people. So,
well, I just know that every one of them slammed the door in J.D. Vance's face. So I know I like them.
Greenland's off the table. Now they're talking about Cuba. But none of this is going to happen. It's not going to happen so long as the war in the Gulf goes on. And you're going to see a lot more damage to your wallet and your economy and your life that when this oil starts to really bite. And they think that they can end this in 2 to 3 weeks. And as Trump said in that ridiculous interview yesterday, hey, we've already won. What they're doing attacking us is unfair.
Did he also complain about not winning an Oscar or no?
He complained about the Nobel Prize.
Yeah,
that was a week
he gets
ago.
Upset every year when
that was a week ago that the Norwegians should have given him a Nobel Prize. I'm sure he'll be on Melania next week about the Oscars, but just absolutely madness. We have, lions led by donkeys, and and no, that's a British phrase from World War I. But there is another component to this.
Lloyd
the United
George,
States
or is
government,
it lower down in the ranks?
Yeah. If you want to know what's actually happening in the United States government with this war, Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump, just imagine that they are 2 drunk monkeys, all right, that have been handed AK-47s and are dancing and spinning and shooting drunk.
I like how you add the drunk part because I keep calling them monkeys with machine guns, but you're right.
Drunk monkeys with machine guns, right? Just this is where we are. Wow.
Well, as usual, you've been both informative and entertaining, which is why I love talking to you, Malcolm. So Black Man Spy, because that used to be the name of the YouTube, but now it's the YouTube and the Substack, right?
Black Man Spy is the YouTube channel, and my 99% of what I'm doing is on Substack. Hey, and if you're on Substack, subscribe to me. I have 95,000 followers. I'm trying to get to 100,000. As you
How
know,
would you
that
not
changes
do
the
that?
algorithm.
Subscribe to this man and get this man over 100,000. He deserves it for what he's doing.
So it's malcolmnance.substack.com. And every morning at 10 a.m., we do the U.S.-Iran warcast, where we analyze for an hour everything so that you should never watch another show for the rest of the day. Do not doom scroll. Just watch us for an hour.
Tom
get
and
the
Jerry,
information,
maybe,
and
you can just go chill, and watch some good old-fashioned TV.
yeah, go do something else. Do not follow this war with great detail.
Well, I
We'll
see
do it for
Chris
you.
Matthews and David Schuster waiting for us to come up. So
Chris Matthews, he's one of my favorites.
Well, then you can say hello to him. Let's add him to the stage.
Oh, where is he? Chris Matthews. I haven't seen you in forever.
Well, then watch me in the morning. I'm on Morning Joe a lot.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay.
Well, you don't know.
Well,
you don't watch it. That's why. You don't know.
Here's the kicker.
You don't know it because you don't watch it.
I just finished my memoir, and in it, I have a section where I say you and Brian Williams were my two favorite people at MSNBC. So you will now be memorialized in a book that will be on Remain.
Hey, don't forget David Schuster.
Oh, yeah, there's Dave. I'll throw you in there, Dave.
Okay.
I'm sure I can get you in the
That's
epilogue.
That's all right.
You can
Mine-
just make
Chris
me one of your
Matthews is my
favorites.
favorite person.
Would you say, David?
I say Chris Matthews was my favorite person in MSNBC, and Brian Williams is up there. So Malcolm, I'm right there with you.
Oh, man, just amazing. I love being on with you guys.
I love Chris because, like you, Malcolm, he's a Philly guy. And
Yeah.
I did my college years in Philly. So I have to, I have to appreciate that. But, hey, Malcolm,
All right.
thank you for being
Thanks,
here.
guys.
Awesome. We really appreciate it.
Hey, Malcolm,
All
where'd
right.
you grow up in Philly?
What's that?
Where'd you grow up in Philly?
I'm from Winfield, next to St. Joe's.
St. Joe's. You have to talk like a Philly guy. St. Joe's.
Yeah.
My boyfriend goes to Villanova.
No, I'm not a main line guy. We're from the bottom of the main
Oh,
line.
come on. You're from Glad. You know you grew up in Gladwin.
We're the poor black kids that grew up in the Jewish neighborhood.
You were in Gladwin, weren't you?
No.
I'm kidding. I'm just
Winfield, near St. Barbara's. Anyway, you guys take care. Chris, love to see you. I'll watch you on Morning Joe.
Thank you.
Take
Thank
care.
you, Malcolm.
Thanks for being
All
here,
right.
buddy.
Bye, guys.
Bye. I know, Chris, you appreciate the Philly stuff, and that's why I have to bring it up because Jim's was my place, eating cheesesteaks when I was, I don't know. There was a time I was at Penn, and proud of it, but they're destroying us. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and now Mark DeRosa, who loses to Venezuela, the coach of the team. He played baseball at Penn. I mean, we can't catch a break.
I know. Do you think we're going to be better off with the people from Venezuela now that they won the game? Is that going to give them a psychological up? I would think it helps us with that. Latin American team beats a U.S. team. I think that's probably good PR.
I actually do. I agree. I think that'll make people there happier to a certain degree, and I think it'll embarrass Trump because he likes to claim credit for every win, and then people are like, "Well, why did you lose to Venezuela?" I mean, I would rub that in if I were,
Yeah,
if
I'm
I were
waiting
Vance.
for Vance. I'm waiting for Harper and those players to play well in the playoffs. Excuse me.
Well, that's the thing is that in the United States, Chris, Americans care about the playoffs and the World Series. We don't care about some World Baseball Classic. So if it means more to the Venezuelans, great. I'm glad they won.
Hit a home run in the ninth when we're playing the Dodgers, something like
Yes.
that.
Can you guys beat the Dodgers, please? I grew up in New York. I'm a Yankees fan, and I hate the Dodgers. And I was pulling so hard for Philly. I mean, again, as you said, you had Castellanos, Bryce Harper. I mean, that lineup. What's his face? Who
Well,
mashes
Schwarber starts it off. I always wonder why you hit a home run. Why do you put a home run hitter in the Richie Ashburn spot? I mean, why start the guy? You're never going to have
the on base percentage theory now because he walks so much.
Oh, I see. You'd want to have a couple people on when he hits that homer.
I agree.
Hey, Cliff.
But David, you want to ask Chris?
I want to ask Chris a question, but I want to set it up this way because here we are a nation at war. And one of the great stories that I was part of at MSNBC was Chris Matthews ahead of the curve in terms of questioning the intelligence that led us to the Iraq war. And that Chris used to use the analogy of an alley-oop. There was Dick Cheney and Condoleezza Rice and George W. Bush. And it was set up for them, and all they had to do was slam it in and say that Iraq had weapons of WMD.
The way it worked was Scooter Libby on assignment meets with Judy Miller of the New York Times and gets a story I hate this term, planted, because
Yes.
I guess some people can plant stories.
Was that the aluminum tubes story?
Yes. So aluminum tubes. So it's in the New York Times on Sunday. Great placement. I think A1. So Cheney, and his name is pronounced Cheney. I'm sorry. Check.
That's what I remember. You always made a big deal of that in the show.
Ask his wife, ask his daughter. It's Cheney. He doesn't care, Cliff, that you mispronounce it. That's how arrogant he is.
I will call him Cheney from now on. I promise.
Cheney. So Cheney shows up on Tim Russerd's show. And Tim was very respectful of authority. And I hate the whole thing. It's a good thing, but for people, not for me. More respectful of authority than I would be. So he asked him about it. And in his avuncular way, and that's how Cheney talked, like he was Leon Panetta. The press always fell for Cheney because he talked like Leon Panetta, a regular guy who seemed honest with you. He seemed honest. He wasn't. He said, well, as we know, Tim, as we read in the New York Times today. What? You placed that freaking article. You put it in there so that you could do the alley-oop play. And the alley-oop play in NBA is you're right near the basket, you're 7 feet tall, and the guy throws the ball pretty near the basket, and you put it in. That's called the alley-oop play.
Yeah.
And that's all that Cheney had to do because Scooter set it up. The whole thing was set up. We got into that war. You know, I've never understood entirely why what took us into war. I know all the neocon op-ed writers were all for the war. But, you know, I don't think Net Line said anything. But there was so much push for that war. And it was like the country western music drove me crazy. You know, remember how you felt? Well, I remember how I felt. I wasn't angry at Iraq. I was angry at the guys who blew up the World Trade Center. I mean, I wasn't
who were like Saudi for the most part.
So given that backdrop,
they were packed onto that airplane so fast after that thing happened. You know, and I got that. How can we be so culturally stupid as to fall for this number here? And
okay, so given that, Chris, what do you make of the Iran war, how we got into it, how it's going, the lack of planning, the lack of anticipation by Trump that the Strait of Hormuz might be blocked? What do you make of it?
Well, you know, I read the New York Times. I don't trust it culturally because I think it sends the Democrats in the wrong direction culturally. All this sexual stuff, gender stuff, too much emphasis on that, not on the economy. But they've been saying that there was a 3-hour meeting with Netanyahu. Whether Ron Dermer was in the room or not, I don't know who was the Trump influencer. But in that hour, Netanyahu convinced Trump to go for it, to shoot the moon. That's my phrase for this war. Shoot the moon. You're probably not going to win, but what the hell? Shoot the moon. Go for it. And take us into war. We'll probably lose. Logically, wars don't end. One thing we know for sure, wars don't end.
Well, that's the thing, right?
It's not a bite-sized war. It's not a bite-sized war. It's not going in and grabbing a guy from Latin America and taking him, putting
92 million people in a big country.
It wasn't an operation that a big country should have pulled. We shouldn't have gone to war with that country. There is a problem, though, and I don't have the answer. How do you stop a country that is mad dog to get a nuclear weapon? And the clerics, by the way, the clerics are leading a war. So you can't really argue with the clerics. Why do they want to do this? Well, they've wanted to do it since 79, maybe since 53, when we overthrew their democratic government with Mossadegh. But they have determined to be the number one country in the Middle East. Israel is the number one country militarily. They've got the nuclear weapon. And I understand exactly why they're afraid of having to live under the sword of Damocles, that anytime some crazy cleric or religious cleric in Iran says, push the button. In Tel Aviv, with all the congestion and all the modern people living in Tel Aviv, all the modern people, not the ones living in Jerusalem, all the people modern who want to be good leaders, who would like to just be a regular country. That's all they want. Can we just be one of the countries in the Middle East? That's all they want. You know, they don't need to be aggressive. Just that's all we want. Just leave us alone. And Iranians have done everything they can to go after Israel, from Hamas to Hezbollah, the Houthis. They constantly say, we want to kill you.
Right.
Israel, obviously, Netanyahu speaking for Israel, and he is right now, even the opposition.
Even Hamas 10-7, right? They backed. I guess my big problem is I think Iran, we're talking to Steve Schmidt earlier and others. Sadly, I think they're going to get the bomb because I don't think it's possible to stop it. It's more preparing for how we handle it. I kind of feel like.
Would you like to be president when they get it?
No, I'm not saying that that's what I want. I just know that there are inevitabilities sometimes.
I think you're right. I think they want to do it. And how many scientists do you have to kill to stop it?
Right.
Because it's in the mind. They are halfway there, I guess, now. It's a horrible conundrum. It is a real conundrum, and I don't have the answer. And in the short term, he did it last year in June. He blew it up. He obliterated everything, and then he said he didn't obliterate it. Well, who told him he didn't obliterate that? By the way, was that Netanyahu? Was that?
He changes his stories a lot with that stuff.
Who's in there? Who's in that chat room that says, "No, we didn't do it. Let's do it again"? But I think Israel's going to carry on this fight with Hezbollah. I think it's just going to go on. And,
That's the thing.
Iranians have enough.
We do too. Yeah.
Clip what
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I think the problem with it, there's 3 people in this war right now, and the other 2 may want to keep going.
Yeah. I think that's right. What do you, David? Why don't you jump in? What are your thoughts?
Look, from my friends and relatives and contacts in Israel, there is a very different feel to the war in Israel than certainly to the United States, and a very different feel about this war than Gaza. A lot of Israelis were horrified by what the Israeli military did in Gaza and felt like they had no other choice. In this one, the sort of Israeli sort of patriotism is back. People are very excited by the success that the Israeli military has had, that they can fly untethered over the skies of Tehran, and that they can go after and finally eliminate, all this military equipment that has been pointed at Israel for so long. So Israel's very gung-ho, and there are a lot of Netanyahu critics in Israel who are saying, we hate Netanyahu for everything else, but on this he's right, and we finally have to do it. I think the Chris, what you were getting at in terms of the conundrum that faces Donald Trump and faces Israel, I just wish that had been better explained to the American people, and that Congress had given an opportunity with hearings and to say, okay, look, here's the conundrum we face. Iran has these missile capabilities. It's getting out of control. They have nuclear ambitions. We have to do something. And it may be the case that the American people are going to have to pay more for gasoline, and we're going to have an economic oil shock. That's the cost that we have to pay.
Right, you prepare people for what's coming.
Prepare people. The lack of preparation and just sort of sneaking into it, that's where I have an issue.
And there's another corollary here, which is I'm a Europeanist. I am. I think we're a European power in a sense. I love NATO. NATO got us through all the fights over West Berlin. We won the Cold War. We were the good guys. And Russia, under Stalin and all that came afterwards, even Khrushchev, who was a mixed bag morally, I think.
Right.
We were the good guys. So why doesn't Trump have that gut that we all share? I'm 80 now. I got to tell you, if I grew up in the 50s, that's what you believed in. We're the good guys. Russians are the bad guys. How does he not have that? You never see from him.
Chris, you believe in, and you made that clear often on your show that you believed in the United States, that your service in Congress is important. David has made that, he talked about that as a cable host. I talk about that. What'd you say?
I wasn't in Congress. Oh, working for Congress. Yeah.
Working in Congress. There's a certain guy, famous guy who used to, go out with Reagan and they're opposite parties everybody always talks about. And you wrote stuff for him, I believe.
Yes, I wrote for Neil. And I have to tell you, there was when he went over to meet with Gorbachev, it was the first sign, we got this from Maggie Thatcher, of Russia's actually electing a leader that was not a Molotov robot.
Yeah.
First time we had a human being we could actually talk to. And in fact, Tip, in his interesting way, came back and said, what do you think of Gorbachev? And he said, he reminded me of a New York lawyer. Talking. It wasn't exactly ethnic, but it was kind of funny, a New York lawyer. And I said, okay, in other words, he's a smart guy you can talk to. He's a human being like us. And I think that was a big deal. And Tip told his whole delegation, we're going over to meet Gorbachev before Reagan met him. And we're going to tell him 2 things. One, we only have one president. Don't come sneak into the Congress and try to work around this guy. And number 2, this guy really wants to get rid of nuclear weapons.
Right.
And there's been a lot to a lot of people that he couldn't get it done because nobody wanted to make that deal, but on Star Wars and all that stuff. But I think he was a national a patriot, Tip. And there's a wonderful story, by the way.
Hey, Chris, I just want to say quickly, because I didn't finish the thought, and that's my fault before. You were asking about Trump. And I just think it's not about the age he was born in. It's about his own I would call them psychological difficulties, of which there are many. But the narcissism and all that means it's always about him. You may remember when he went to Russia, in the 80s, he came back and he wrote these articles attacking Reagan, which made them very happy, and put him in the New York Times. And I think, again, I don't know if they've got pictures a la Epstein. I don't know if there's other stuff. I don't know what they have. But the point is, this guy has never been loyal to the United States. He's loyal to himself. And that's what differs him. That's why he would be willing to do all of this.
I don't understand it either. It's in the conundrum. I think the press made the mistake in the first Trump term to think that we had it. We had a lot of dots, but nothing connecting them. Everything said to me, I kept saying things on the air like, every time you go to a meeting, there's Russians there. I've been to Republican conventions. I've never met any Russians. What are they all doing? Why are they all around us? Why is there all? What's this up? What's going on here? And I can't quite figure him out about Russia. And the story that went around forever about two women at a hotel, and that was, I guess, disparaged. But something out there seems to be waving a wand in his direction. Don't come out against us.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, they've always had something, many things, and they apparently
even now. I mean, what blows my mind that there's the Trump solution to the oil crisis is to lift the sanctions on Russian oil, which is going to produce billions and billions of dollars that Putin can then spend on the war in Ukraine. And by the way, most economists say that's really not going to affect the price of oil anyway.
Why isn't he rooting for Zelensky? Why is he trashing him when he comes to the Oval Office? I mean, most people associate Zelensky with Winston Churchill, with a guy with a representative, a country coming face to face with Germany and Hitler, and this guy seems like that to me. He seems like he's taken a country which has never proven itself militarily, but has proven itself militarily. The people are standing up to the Russians. They're fighting a man to man. They're outnumbered in every way.
Yeah,
and they keep fighting for their existence. And Trump doesn't feel for them. He doesn't. No. And most Americans felt for the Hungarians in '56. We rooted for them. We couldn't do anything to help them, but we were sure as hell rooted for them. And all the Hungarians that came here were well received, I believe, because they were the good guys.
Yeah. Well, I think most of us are rooting and have been for Ukraine. It's just, again, he's compromised in whatever way, which someday we'll know. And whatever Putin wants,
he's paying for one war with another. He says, we're going to give up the sanctions, and we're going to let them sell all the oil they want with the West, and I'm going to do that so I can win in the Middle East.
Right. He's making trades of that sort. You can tell because he's already attacked two allies of Russia, and if he attacked Cuba, that would be a third one.
Yeah, I've been thinking about my career on television, which was different than the work I did for TIP and writing speeches for Jimmy Carter and working on the San Francisco Examiner all those years, writing a reasonably moderate sort of center-left column, mostly center.
And helping teach David Schuster, of course, how to be such a
That's right.
Anchor. Yeah.
But I think on television, I'm a tumler. It's a Yiddish term for the guy up in the mountains. Up in the mountains, and you go up there on a rainy day, and the women are all upset because there's bad weather, and the kids aren't outside, and they're inside, and they're driving them crazy. And so you got to go up there and shake them up, tell them, Joe, you got to be funny, and you got to cause trouble, and you got to be a tumler, which is how do I get to you? How do I get this crowd razzed up? How do I razz them up? And that's what I've done on television. It's dangerous as hell to do it, very dangerous, because you go right up to the edge of normality and sanity, but it's fun. It's what I did. It's hardball.
It's what I try to do. I don't know if I do it successfully, but I have a lot of fun trying.
But when in doubt, do you leave it out or do you bring it in? When in doubt, and it's in your head, you say, I just thought of a great, I'm Bob Dole here now. And I'm just thinking of a great line, a real zinger. And I go, oh my, some people won't like this. Do you do it or don't you?
I would say 4 out of 5 times I do it. I do most of the time.
I think Larry King used to not do it. He said he used to think of what he should say or could say, and he'd say, I better not say that.
Well, and I think this is a little bit different than cable anyhow, right? In terms of, the regulatory structure is different, but also independent media is a little more freewheeling. I don't know. I just tend to do it more. Maybe it's David's influence. I'm not sure.
There's also
leave it out. Where are you on the leave it out, David?
I'd say put it in, but I'm also, to your point, Chris, I'm sort of oftentimes amazed and amused by also the business side of television, that none of us are really 100% pure all the time. And I remember, back in the day at Hardball, and every couple of months we'd say, okay, let's goose the ratings. How can we do that? And Court Harston would say, well, let's put on Britney Spears. Well, we couldn't put on Britney Spears, but we could do a segment about whether Britney Spears was a good influence over young women, and that would give us the excuse to run, the video of Britney Spears with the snake around her neck dancing around, and our ratings would skyrocket, and that would pay for our politics coverage for another few weeks.
I know. We can never. When I was over in Vietnam, doing something over there with myself, I was over there visiting a friend. But Jack Kennedy Jr., John F. Kennedy Jr. died, and it was a very sad day. So I go on television. And I get a really good rating because he'd just been killed in an airplane crash. Mm-hmm. And everybody was rooting for him. He's the nicest guy. I knew the guy's the nicest guy in the world. He was not like this thing on television. He was a nice guy. He wasn't that troubled. And
so he wasn't RFK Jr., you're saying?
Yeah. Definitely.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Definitely. I'll tell you.
That was one of the things that popped in my head. I decided to say.
Oh, it's like I called up RFK Jr. when I wrote my book on his dad. And I just want to tell you, I hadn't seen him in years. I said, yeah, there it is. There it is, my book.
There it is. Look, everybody. There's his book.
I just wrote a book about your dad. It's very positive. I never mentioned you. Thank you. And I hung up. But I was being nice. I just wanted to bring him up to date. No, John Kennedy. So my boss at the time, Phil Griffin, says, look, can you come back? Can you come back quick? We'll put you on again. And I go, why? We'll get the same high ratings. You don't get the same high ratings the second time. It doesn't. You can't replicate television. When you try to do it over and you think it's easy, oh, this will be a sure shot. It doesn't work the second time. Just, television is fickle, and people are interested when they're interested. When they're interested, and they have a right to decide. You're not on or you're on. Anyway,
well, I think you can also. I mean, what David was saying there is, look, if you're trying to do good work, you also have to pay the bills. So there are going to be times where, you have to skirt it a little bit and be a little bit more provocative and put stuff on that you don't want to or whatever. But that's what makes it so you can do the rest of the stuff, right?
For the record, Cliff Schechter, I always wanted Britney Spears to be on Hardball and on MSNBC.
Or maybe she was just on every day and I didn't see. So that's what it was.
You sound like James Mason in The Verdict. This old-time money-making lawyer in Boston. He said, you do what you're doing right now, getting Paul Newman's client in trouble, screwing this client, this person got really hurt by doctors in the hospital. You do that so that you can do this goodwill thing you do, this pro bono thing. And it's like that avuncular way of saying, well, we do that so that we can do the other good stuff.
Right.
And here's your check.
I like the reference to that movie, though. That was a classic. Yeah. So
what a lot of people don't know is Chris Matthews is a movie buff. He knows more about movies and cinema than most people realize.
So the one
Bill McRae last night and Barbara Stanwyck in the Pacific Union or whatever it was about the building of the Intercontinental Railroad. Interesting movie.
It's good.
Yeah.
And at the end of the movie, I'm thinking about movies that led us into World War II, which were good movies. At the end of the movie, the bad guy who's been trying to corrupt the railroad system, get everybody drunk and playing cards and ruining the people building the Irish, basically building the railroad. He's still at large at the end. And Joe McRae says to Barbara Stanwyck at the end, we still have to face him. And the movie ends. I've never seen a movie end with a bad guy at large coming out to get you. I think it was a way of saying we've got Hitler after the war has just began in 1939. This guy's still there. It's still a dangerous world. And it says it's your deal. And the other guy says, one of the other good characters who dies says, it's your deal now. You have to make the decision. It was really a provocative statement. If we had to make a decision, before Pearl Harbor, we had to make a decision about what to do. It was really
well. Let me ask you this: which movies that you have seen that have portrayed Washington do you think have done it the most accurately? You can be biased if you were in a couple of them as a newscaster and say it was those.
I get my checks. I love those checks. I'm
trying to remember what were you in Dave?
Yeah, I was in Dave.
That's what I thought.
I was not in Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith with Jimmy.
That's a little further back.
The real 1939, which is the key year. Jimmy Stewart was not the real main character in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. The real character was Claude Rains.
Right.
Claude Rains was the silver fox. The old senator had been around for years, corrupted, was brought in by the political machine, was basically on the payroll. This guy, from the very beginning of the movie, starts to watch Jimmy Stewart. He's the son of the guy who was my partner, who ended up being shot by the railroads, the bad guys. And he's watching his career and watching his guts. And by the end of the movie, he wants to shoot himself because not the public, he changes. He says, this guy's the good guy and I'm the bad guy. How did this happen to me? And it's a wonderful movie about a change of character. The protagonist in a story is the guy who changes, who goes through a change. And that's Claude Rains, who was also in Lawrence of Arabia and Notorious.
Other things,
The movie that's any good for the next 40 years, but a lifelong alcoholic too. I read that about him. His whole life he was a boozer, but he still could perform. Amazing guy, Claude Rains.
I'm trying to think of, what did you think of something like The Candidate? Did it predict our future?
That was really good, and I think the guy who wrote it was a G. McCarthy guy, and he had been in campaigns. I think it's so good. I think that's
I do too. I felt like in the same way, which one? Network predicted a future in certain ways in TV.
MSNBC. Oh yeah, definitely. It was. What do you think, David? I mean, it was about the pork. Remember the show called Pork about big government spending, and it shows about crazy. Am I crazy? Kind of stuff. All that's been predictive.
Yeah, I think Network was, years ahead of its time. I think if anybody wants to really understand what's happened to media and politics and culture, watch Network. But in terms of what reflects Washington accurately, I also think Primary Colors is up there.
Oh,
John Travolta as the Bill Clinton character and the aides who sort of sell their souls, and I don't know.
Yeah, I think the African American guy with his daughter. Remember that little portion of the story. You realize what Bill Clinton was capable of doing, and at least the character was capable of doing. Yeah, I think it was a really good movie too. And
before we let you go, we got a couple more minutes, Chris. I'll throw out two questions. Where do you think we're headed in terms of Trump, in general? You can choose to answer that any way you like, and any other projects you're working on.
Well, I'll tell you, the project I think we're all working on is the Congress election, the midterms in November. And I'm hopeful the Democrats will pick up 3 seats in Pennsylvania that started rolling. Early in the night, we'll be getting those results in. They'll be grabbing back 3 seats they lost. That's in Scranton, Lehigh Valley, and in Harrisburg. I think that the Democrats will pick up 30 seats. That's my bet.
Yep.
I think that's somewhere in the mix of good years for the opposition party. I think that Trump's going to have a problem with affordability. It's a bipartisan issue. It hurts who's ever in. I think the Senate, I like her. I like Susan Collins, but I think her time is up in Maine. I think that eventually the state realizes that you're not representing them, and you're out here. I think that Sherrod Brown is one of my heroes, and I'd like him to come back. But
I think he's going to win. Living here in Ohio, the numbers are
getting redder, and
but the numbers are good for him. He outperforms the Democratic Party here by a decent amount because he's so good.
Good. I hope he wins. I think in North Carolina, I think that looks good with the former governor.
Cooper.
I think you never know about Alaska, but it's been pretty consistently Republican. I am not one of those people that fall for Texas all the time. I know everybody gets their heart broken. I don't know why. Look, the Republicans don't think about winning New York or California. Why don't you give up on certain states? Like Texas is Texas. The fact that Ted Cruz can still get elected no matter what, you ought to tell you something. After being accused of saying your father tried to kill Kennedy, no matter what Trump says to him, he's still a lapdog. And I shouldn't say a lapdog. He's of his own right. He has popularity down there. So Rico, I don't know. I know Trump's not picking sides. If Paxton runs, I still think Paxton can win. I think it's a very dangerous thing to spend a lot of money on. Let the Republicans spend the money down there.
Well, Chris, right after you here in a second, we're going to have John Tester and Maritza Georgiou joining us. And John Tester, who outperformed the Democratic Party by, I think, 13 points.
Well, he's great.
You know, and still it was so tough to win up in Montana. So he may have some ideas on this for Democrats too, I hope.
Well, Mike Mansfield represented Montana. We've had some pretty good heroes from that state. You know, Carol O'Connor went to school up there. I mean, it's a state that is potential. But I think Texas is just unbelievable what it is. It just is Texas.
Yeah, we just never seem to. Well, Chris, are there where should everybody find you?
I think on Substack, and I think I'm very happy to be on Substack. This goes back to that original book, Hardball. Very happy.
Oh, no, Hardball. I had to read that when I was assigned that in school. And actually, hang a lantern on your problem is still one of those things I quote.
Bobby Kennedy's line. If you have an affliction or something wrong in your life, bring it up first. So the other guy can't jump on you with it. And Schuster's one of my buds, and I think he's great. And I think he keeps coming at it on this network.
Keep trying.
And so I'm doing that, and I'm teaching in Vietnam every year. I just came back from there.
Oh, cool.
I do it every year. And I went to Australia, which I had never been before. I loved Australia.
Oh, beautiful.
Sydney was a killer. Yeah. So I'll do some other things. I got to come up with, if you can give me a hero, Cliff or David, give me a hero. Bobby Kennedy, Jack Kennedy. I've always been able to write about heroes. I need another hero. I don't understand why journalists are not
Michael
heroes.
Collins?
Well, see, Michael Collins would definitely be height of my list. In fact,
see, I know as an Irish American, you got,
Irish. Let me just say it. That movie should have started with him being driven by a police car on the way to being the Irish guys on the Easter Rising. When they were they should have started off with them driving by, taking them to be hanged, the guys in the Easter Rising, with all the people saluting for the street corner.
It's true. That was actually, that was a great movie.
Real, and I do think that Collins was a genius. What he did was he waited for Bloody Sunday, the first Bloody Sunday, and he had all these agents, all the Cairo gang. They were all infiltrated Ireland, and they were all killing people. And on one morning they got up, their girlfriends alerted the other people, told about the girlfriends. So he's with his girlfriend in this place or that place. They all woke up and told, say your prayers, because you're all going to die today. And London got the word that all of our agents in one swoop were killed on a Sunday morning. And that's when Michael Collins won the war.
Well, there you
That's how
go.
rough you have to play with Britain. That's how tough it was.
Well,
Hey,
Chris,
Chris.
I don't want to keep, we've got former senators and folks waiting, so we got to let them on. There's your book.
Thank you.
Chris, great to see you. Great to be on with you as always. We'll do it
All
again
right.
soon.
Yep. Always great to be with you, Chris. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tumblr.
All right. Take care.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye. Thanks, Chris. All right, David, I don't know if we can fit everybody, so we may have to.
I'm going to say goodbye too, because I got to run off and do some stuff. But how are you holding up? You got another 10 hours, right? You're good.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing. It's easy. If I'm passed out in the desk here with a bottle of tequila in 2 hours, you'll come rescue me.
Okay. Well, have fun. We'll catch up with you later today, Cliff. Have fun.
All right. Thanks, David.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. And now let's see. We get to invite in Maritza. When I say Georgiou, am I pronouncing your last name right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in America, my siblings in Greece tell me I pronounce it wrong all the time, but here I say Giorgio. Yeah.
Okay, well, you can just ignore them.
I know, I do.
We got Ellie Leonard. Her name is easy to pronounce.
Yeah. Hi, Marita.
Hi, friend.
And then the esteemed former senator of Montana, John Tester, who I have been a big fan of for years. And I told you that when I saw you at the State of the Swamp, because you had me at the two fingers, quite frankly. No, but also, I brought you up earlier, and I think I want to hear from both you guys, and Ellie being a Montanan originally, because I bring up Sherrod Brown here, and I bring up you. You guys are always my cases of those who are regular folks and know how to connect with regular folks. And so both of you so far outperformed the national party, you just couldn't overcome how much the National Party lost by. So how do we get the National Party? I think it's going to happen this election, I hope. But how do we get it closer so that, when you overperform by 13 points, you actually win?
Well, I think it is going to happen this election, but it can happen with a message that, we're going to do better than those guys, which is a true message. But the truth is that Democrats have to talk about kitchen table issues. You talked about it with Chris. Issues of affordability is huge. Issues of healthcare is huge. Look, this Iran debacle at $1 billion or $2 billion a day is huge, plus the lives that are being lost. And then the question you asked yourself, do you feel safer today than you did 2 weeks ago here in the United States of America? I mean, the bottom line is the issues are out there. Democrats need to grab those issues. They need to talk about those issues with their constituents. And if they do, I'm going to tell you, I think it's going to be 1932 all over again for Democrats. I think they are going to mop this House, and I think they're going to get a majority in the Senate. Why? Because these folks got to go back, people in Congress that are running, the incumbents, and they got to justify these votes that represent Washington, D.C. and not their home state.
Right.
And I think that's a killer.
Yep. That's exactly right. I think, you make me feel maybe I'm smarter because I keep saying that. I've been using the midterm ones, but I say either 1930 or 34, that this has to be an FDR style just sweep of all this garbage out. What do you think, Maritza?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that, and everybody I talk to who studies elections, they're saying we have no idea how big this is going to be. But I also think that having been a political journalist and sitting in an anchor desk on many election nights, I don't like to rely on that too much or put bets on that too much because, as we know, we've been burned before by what we thought might happen and then something completely different happens. So I think, though, the senator and I have talked about this at length, but it's really all about messaging. There was this great clip yesterday from MS Now, and John Allen, our friend, he was out and he was interviewing people, and he interviewed this woman at a gas pump. And I'm sure you guys have seen this. It's all over my Instagram. And he said, if you have a message for...
Oh, the one in Pennsylvania?
I think, yeah. And
oh my God, that was hilarious. Go ahead.
It was like, you, I don't remember what she did. Well, you suck. And she said, I voted for you 3 times and I was stupid. And I mean, that was incredible. And I don't think that's an isolated incident. I think people are feeling this, and we're seeing the fractures within the Republican Party. But I think the key is, and this is something that goes for Montana, this is something that goes nationwide, the Democrats can't fall for the same trap, and they need to unite if they want this to be a successful midterm election.
Yes.
Because
we need to nationalize. I keep saying that too. The message to me should be, with a few monopolies out there and a few billionaires literally are playing the jobs of playing the roles of James Bond villains. Almost, I mean, could you look more evil than Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and Ellison? And it's them against the rest of us, it feels like. But I want to kick it to Ellie and let her ask Montana Western smart specific questions. So you go ahead, Ellie.
Right. Well, Senator, I wanted you to know I'm wearing my Fort Benton summer celebration sweatshirt today just for you. We're from the closest areas in Montana, but I think that really reflects the importance of politics in a place like Montana, or a place that's a farming state, and how important it is to have people who represent you. So, for example, we went to State of the Swamp a few weeks ago, ended up hanging out with Maritza and the senator and former Governor Steve Bullock. And, I've never hung out with you guys before, but then,
I heard Bullock had a few drinks or something. I'm not sure. It didn't come from me.
I won't go into that. Anyway, but like John Tester's like, oh yeah, I know your uncle. Oh yeah, I know your other uncle. I know your grandpa's car dealership. And then Steve Bullock's like, oh, I know your cousin. Oh, I helped your cousins get a scholarship. And it's just that idea of being a part of like a kind of a family community. And I get that that's not the same in every state. I now live in New Jersey. I'm not going to know everybody's uncle in New Jersey. It's a different environment, but it is so important to have politicians who represent where they live, like even down to the missing fingers, Senator. Like that is such a reflection of, like, you know, how they cancel school for opening weekend.
It is.
for
We
high school.
joke
Like,
about it, but that is.
that is such a reflection of, like, the people of Montana and meat grinding and all the things that we grew up with that were important and part of the culture. And so I just think that the idea of bringing people into the state to represent the people of the state doesn't work, and it really matters what you are doing and what the next generation of politicians out of Montana are doing and representing the people there.
Well, thanks, Ellie. I will tell you,
Yeah.
Montana is like a small town with very long
Mhm.
streets, and you're right. The degrees of separation are very, very close. And I do think it's a state that where there's, working people, agriculture is the number one industry, and people appreciate hard work in the state. And they also appreciate the policymakers, the politicians that come back and meet folks eyeball to eyeball and have town hall meetings and talk about issues that are important to them. Unfortunately, the delegation we have right now isn't doing any of those things, and I think they will pay a price. Well, look, one of them is, well, two of them aren't going to run again, but the other House member is. He may be safe, he may be not. I don't think there's any safe seats this election cycle, quite frankly. But the bottom line is,
Can I ask you quickly, Senator? Like,
yeah.
do you think that those two looked at how bad the numbers are? Because I will say this. We've got later Mike Madrid coming up. I know there's not a big, or I may be wrong, I don't think there's a big Latino population, but he looks at Latino numbers. I've been looking at overall numbers and used to do polling, and I've never seen numbers like this before in my professional life, how bad Republican numbers are. Do you think they looked at that and they got scared?
I think it's twofold. I think they looked at that and it got their attention, and then they got to thinking about what they were going to have to do on the campaign trail, and they were going to have to face their constituents, and they were going to have to answer questions around things like tariffs that have decimated rural America and decimated our agricultural community, and they'd have to ask questions about the war in Iran and what's going on there, where we're seeing energy prices go through the roof. And I don't think they wanted to deal with it anymore. And I think that's why they got out. Now, I don't know. I haven't talked to them. I don't know for sure. But the fact is that you're right. The numbers are bad. There's not a lot of people that are happy. A lot of them are like that lady in Pennsylvania that Maritza talked about, that John Allen interviewed. But the bottom line is this. The economy is not working for working families and small businesses or family farm and ranch agriculture. And that is the state of Montana.
Can I just jump in, though, and talk about how remarkable it is? I mean, Senator Tester and I have talked about this at length. We don't know what the backroom conversations looked like around that. But for a senior senator in Montana to withdraw from the race a year after he became the senior senator, he's only 12 years in, which isn't that long when you're in the Senate. And that is remarkable to walk away from that. That is remarkable in a place like the United States Senate, where you walk down the halls and the power and the control and it's just palpable. You can feel it, and it's what people run to do. And so I think it's a remarkable commentary on where we are that Steve Daines said, I'm not going to do this again.
And last minute, like incredibly last minute.
And then with Zinke, Representative Zinke cited some health stuff. He needs some surgeries. And I don't doubt that. But, this is a guy who was Interior Secretary and wanted to get back in, ran again for U.S. House, probably the lowest ranked seat in the House. So that's how much he wanted back in. So I think it speaks to this moment we're in.
I feel like also, and again, it's the numbers overall, but not to bring Ellie Leonard into this, but I feel like for people that look at the Epstein files, for example, I have to believe that potential criminal liability for enabling this guy, depending upon what what you've seen, and all of that, and there I don't know what committees he's on, the senator, so I don't know, but there may be a point where some of them just say, either morally, which they haven't shown a lot of that before, so I don't know that I believe that, or just personally, like, I don't want to be close to this when pardon the expression, the shit hits the fan, I don't know. Just a thought. If anybody wants to offer something, or we can
I
talk
would-
about the big, beautiful blue skies in Montana. It's whatever you guys want.
They're true. It's true. It's all true.
So
No, I would believe. Go ahead, Senator.
no, I would love to hear Ellie's perspective on this because she's been digging deep on these issues in the Epstein file for a while. She probably knows far more than I do and most people. So I'd love to hear that because I think you make a good point, Cliff. I think it's a solid point.
Thank you.
Well, what I was just gonna say is, when Epstein was real estate hopping, I was suspect. I thought, why wouldn't he have picked Montana when he wants this land and he wants to be left alone? So I started digging to see if he did have land out there or if he had ever tried. And he did try. He went and he looked at Montana and then he decided to go south to New Mexico. And I just think, right. And I just think that that was a huge boon for Montana because of that. Nobody that I can see in Montana politics was ever involved in the Epstein scandal in any way. And so, also because of that and how heavily people are involved in politics in that scandal, I would assume that people want to step out of that story because it's not going away.
Yeah, it's a story that will not go away. Not go away.
No.
Even as
And by the way,
Iran.
and it shouldn't go away until all the facts are out and there's some remedy for the victims.
Yep.
Correct.
Absolutely. I mean, again, Ellie's got the record on this in terms of the understanding of all of it better, but the sickening nature of how many of these trying to stop myself from saying certain words, but
Right.
I mean, again, I don't have girls, but I've got 2 boys, and I don't care. I have kids, and just it is a political issue, but how it is a political issue is insane to me, because it's fucking, I'm sorry, repulsive, and it makes me so angry that these people are still walking around. They walk between the raindrops. Nothing gets them, and again, I do think this should be a big part of what Democrats should be talking about because, look, there are a few on the Democratic side. Bill Richardson, sadly, because I was a fan of his back then, but now, I don't care. I'm sorry. There are things that really far outweigh everything else. And Bill Gates and what he did with malaria and, these kinds of things. But for the most part, it's these authoritarian Republicans because there's a personality trait there of dominance and power. And it's that same one. It's the same predator type billionaires that want to take over family farms and screw people out and own their farms, take over companies and steal people's pensions and take the voting rights away from us because, as Peter Thiel has said, it's inconvenient letting us vote. That democracy is bad for capitalism, and he knows which one he likes more. That kind of stuff. I mean, this is who they are. It's a mindset. They are these billionaire predators, and this should not be a hard message, I think, to sell, to talk to regular farmers, to cattle ranchers, to folks working in factories, to talk to people all over the place and say, is this what you want? I mean, we do have a couple regular folks running. The one Osborne running in Nebraska, who's also kind of it seems like a pretty, regular dude. And I don't know I know the name Bodnar. You could tell me. It's an independent. I know you guys are laughing, so I'm sure there may be even an inside joke here. Did you endorse him? Am I correct in that, John?
No, I haven't yet. There's been a lot of information that's come out. It's Bodnar. It's Bodnar, not Bodnar, but that's okay.
I apologize.
No, you don't need to apologize. Look, this guy's got a resume that's second to none. I'll just tell you that, point blank, period. He's a Montanan, Green Beret, Rhodes Scholar, worked in the private sector and has worked in the public sector. He's got a great family. So, I mean, the bottom line is that he's certainly would do a good job representing Montana if he got in. But no, I haven't endorsed yet. We're going to wait and see how he's working, and if he's getting out there and busting his butt, then we may do that later on down the line. But I just want to bring up one thing you said because I think it's really important. Did Peter Thiel actually say that democracy is bad for capitalism?
Yes,
because
it is. If I can find the article, I'll put it in the chat here. It's a quote.
If he did, he needs to go to take his fucking business to mainland China and see how that works out for him.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, just to have a conversation. Here it is. True democracy is incompatible with capitalism. Quote, democracy is bad for capital. But capitalism, excuse me. I'll get you like an article. But yeah, he made it very clear that if he has to choose between the two, it's capitalism, and it's not even a choice. Like democracy has harmed capitalism to him.
Yeah, so he's going to take away my freedom, my privacy, because it's bad for his business. Look, there's a lot of dictators around this world. Move your company where there's a dictator. That'd be the best thing you could possibly do. And then when the dictator takes away his company, he can come back and bitch about democracy.
Right. I like where you're headed with this. See, you have passion. This is why
we like a spicy John Tester.
Yeah, we do.
If you don't like the F word, don't invite John Tester on.
You're right.
I know for a fact that he dumps a lot of money into these elections, and he buys a lot of senators, and he buys a lot of House members, and he buys their vote, which is exactly what's wrong with democracy. This is exactly why we got to do something with campaign finance in this country to get it back in the hands of the people, of the working folks, of the small businesses, because quite frankly, it's assholes like him that are destroying this country.
I mean, I couldn't agree more, right? These people that it's what I was talking about with Trump earlier with Chris Matthews. It's that there's no loyalty to the country at all. It's all personal interests. And I mean, if you're a billionaire, when is it hoarding? When is it sort of disgusting that there are people, I'm a capitalist, but I'm not a monopolist, and I'm not like at what point is it where you have so much and people are starving, people are, kids starving, they don't have all that, and you're like, you don't give a shit, you just want to pile up more money. Like there's got to be.
It's well before you make $1 billion. So.
Well, it is obviously.
Thing, whether we're talking about Epstein, whether we're talking about Iran, whether we're talking about losing subsidies for healthcare, nobody in the administration is ever talking about the people who are affected. They're not expressing remorse for the victims and the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. They're not expressing remorse for the scores of school children we killed in Iran. They're not expressing remorse for people losing their health care. They're just defending.
Predators. That's why I call them that in every way.
That's the thing here. Like, yeah, humans are terrible. Like, humans are terrible. John Tester and I talk about that all the time. Humans are the worst.
Humans are, but there's some very specific humans right now I feel like are far worse than the rest.
That things happen, yes, but if you can't see the humanity in people, if you can't express remorse for these things, I mean, that's the really difference. America has done really terrible things throughout its history. But to do this stuff and just say, well, that's war.
But if you notice, though, that's part of what they've gotten rid of. They don't want us apologizing because so it's like, Trail of Tears, what's that? They're trying to get rid of teaching these things now. They don't want the Tuskegee experiments, huh? We don't know. I mean, that's what they're doing. By the way, I'll quickly, and any of you respond, but just so you see it in the chat here, I'm putting, if it works, my thing's acting weird. There is Peter Thiel's quote about the inconvenience of democracy when it comes to,
I just wanted to say really quick, sorry, John, did you want to go?
No, I was just going to say, how many $1 billion does this dude make? And he's bitching. He doesn't have enough money.
I mean, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Honestly, what is wrong with them?
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's important that we're talking about the Epstein story. Obviously, we need to find justice for the victims, but we also have to remember that the reason we're probably talking about it is because it involves wealth, because it involves fame, because it involves whiteness, it involves important people. Like, if you look at a state like Montana, they have the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Project, where hundreds and thousands of Indigenous women go missing every day in these rural states, and nobody knows their name. Nobody's ever heard of them. They get no news coverage. They just disappear. They don't even get an investigation. And that's an important thing. Like, we look at the Gabby Petito case and how in searching for Gabby Petito, they found all these Indigenous women who had disappeared. Like, that's an important thing to remember is the people who will never get any kind of news coverage for having gone missing, having been abused by wealthy people, but just not the right wealthy people. And so I think that's something to bear in mind when we talk about this story is this story isn't just the Epstein story. Like, this stuff happens all the time, but there's a reason why we see some stories and why we don't see some stories, and where we need to pay attention and where we could put our funds, that actually make a difference.
There's so much work being done too in Montana and across the West for the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Children Project. And it is very important to look into because it is a serious crisis here.
Like
that. I mean, I'm glad to hear that they're doing that, because again, in this case, but even the Epstein thing, it's sort of like we have different classifications, and sadly, Native American, most minority groups, nobody cares. You're just way down here. Even little white girls,
Epstein
even
only
white girls who weren't wealthy, still compared to the wealthy white guys. John Tester has become a black screen.
He'll be back.
I know.
This is like par for the course. If you if he's not, there he is. Yeah,
we got him back.
Get him on a tractor.
So
it's a funny thing about these iPhones. If somebody tries to call me, it blocks me out. I don't know. Maritza, would you quit calling?
You gotta put yourself on do not disturb.
My bad. It was a butt dial. Yeah.
I blame Tim Apple for that. And we weren't giving $25 million tributes to like Trump, like Trump's Ming the Merciful or something. Maybe you could actually, if anybody got that reference, and is as old as me, then maybe instead he could actually do something better and make a better phone. Just fine.
I wanted to say something really quick. Oh, go ahead.
We could teach John Tester how to put his phone on Do Not Disturb.
Yes, we could do that. We could do that. I spend half my day talking to my dad about his iPhone, so we could do that.
What were you going to say, Ellie?
I was just going to say,
I don't think it's possible. Just telling you, I don't think it's possible.
I was just going to say, Maritza's going down to Arizona to look at some of these warehouses where they are starting to build detention centers. And that is a vitally important conversation that very often does go away in the midst of the Epstein files and Iran and all these other things, is people forget like that passion and power behind what's happening to immigrant families across this nation. And again, like the little boy in the blue hat, that is happening every single day. And it's really easy to forget about that if we're not seeing it. And so I just wanted to know if you could talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah.
Can I ask just quickly, Maritza, before you say, are you doing that for Scripps?
No, I'm actually partnering up, and we'll be posting it on our Grounded podcast Substack.
Oh, great.
We coordinate, but I'm partnering up with the Save America movement again, with Steve Schmidt and their group. And then also Defiance is part of this too.
So everybody we're having on to Steve Schmidt is beginning. Miles Taylor's coming up, I think, next or soon.
So I'll be on with Miles and Steve later this afternoon. I mean, I don't want to take viewers away from the Substack-A-Palooza.
It's okay.
But we'll be talking about this.
By then I'll probably have passed out and I'll be on the floor. So don't worry.
This is a crazy endeavor. I'll just say that. But the deal is we're going to go down. We went to Social Circle, Georgia. Gosh, was it last month? It was the day before, the weekend before State of the Swamp. And, that warehouse there that the feds purchased for $100 million more than it sold for, just like a few years before, more than it was valued at. And just really looking in the windows and talking to people down there and how it's just like not a feasible plan, much less what they want to put in here. They want to put 10,000 people in there, and they thought they could get it built out in 60 days. Well, we went down and did reporting on that, and other people did reporting on that. And just this week, the city manager of Social Circle, Georgia, said, we're not going to put water to that facility. We're turning the water off. We're cutting the connection. We're locking the box because, we don't have information and we're not getting information. And so that's an incredible act, right? That's an incredible act of defiance and pushback that is trying to hold this government that's railroading projects and railroading people and pushing things ahead no matter who gets in their way. And that was an incredible act to stop them. We're going to go down to Arizona and kind of look at the efforts there too. There are lots of religious groups. There are 2 proposed facilities there. One's a warehouse and one's an existing prison. But basically just talking to people, because as John and I talk about on our show, the whole point, Steve Bannon laid this out, it's flood the zone strategy, and they're throwing everything at us, and it's impossible to keep up. But we have to keep up, and we need to like find our lanes. Like Ellie, you're doing such incredible work with the Epstein stuff.
Thank you.
We need to find our lanes and really shed light where we can, because if we're not talking about this and we're not getting people talking about this, that's when stuff does happen in the dead of night, and that's when stuff does go through. So John and I did a recap last time when I was in Georgia, and I'm sure we'll do the same this time when I'm in Arizona. He loves when I bother him. Like John loves when I bother him.
Look, I just want to point out one thing that Maritza said. Maritza, this isn't critical of you, but you passed over the fact that they paid $100 million more than this place sold for, this warehouse sold for 2 years earlier. That's years of my tax dollars, by the way. That's DHS. And if you remember how this administration started with that great South African Elon Musk going in with Doge and cutting out waste, fraud, and abuse.
Right.
And now look what we've got. We got warehouses that are selling for way, way, way to hell more than they were worth. We got a Secretary of War, Secretary of Defense buying $100,000 Steinway pianos and lobster tails and shrimp and steak. You want to talk
the
about
Japanese
waste,
flute
fraud,
was a
abuse.
nice touch, I thought.
What's that now?
I thought the Japanese flute was a very nice touch.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
26,000 or whatever.
Yeah, it's so much crap. If you want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, look what these guys are doing. They're wasting so damn much money. Our national debt's going through the roof. They're supposed to be conservative, and they're not. And, you know, it's why Democrats are going to do well this election cycle.
Absolutely agree. I just hope that we, again, if we come together and have a national message about who we are and who they are, hopefully one that leads with economic populism and points out the billionaires and the monopolists and what they're doing to us every day, I think it could be a truly enormous election where we do win Senate seats in Alaska and Montana and even Nebraska and places like that. I absolutely think that's possible, but we have to do our part. So
yeah, and I'm gonna say, we had an explosive political news week a few weeks ago in Montana.
Yeah.
I think it just shows like we don't know what's coming next, and anything can happen this cycle. Don't count any state out right now. Do the work. Go talk to people. Talk to people who even they say I don't want to get involved. Like those are the people we need to be talking to, because that's where we're going to move the needle and make a difference and open people's eyes as to, do you know what they're doing in this warehouse? I do have a really funny cell phone notification story about John Tester, if I could.
Absolutely. We can get that in before we
okay. No, you have to get
Cliff, you need to cut us off right now, don't you?
I mean, sorry, everybody. Wait. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we launched our podcast, we both got fired the same week. I got laid off. John Tester didn't win his reelection. We said, okay, let's start a podcast. So we did, and we joined all these channels, and Substack was one of them, but we really didn't make any traction. We didn't go live yet. And so our very first live was with Heather Cox Richardson, and we didn't know what to expect. Right? Like it was incredible. And of course we know she's incredible, but we had never been on a live Substack really. And so we thought, okay, like let's do this. And so we're going through and it's just like ding, 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 ding of all the notifications. And it was just incredible. And we had like tens of thousands of people watching. We get off and I just felt like so good. And John calls me and he goes, well, we can never do that again because my phone, we can never do that again. My phone wouldn't quit. And I was like, we're going to fix the notification settings and we're absolutely doing that again.
We can't have her on again because of the phone settings. Yeah.
I'm the same way.
I got her. I tried to reach out to her this time. She joined us for the first one a year ago. And it is quite an experience after that. But I will tell you both now that I sometimes I start getting these Gmail and whatever, bing, bing, bing with new subscribers. And I'm like, oh, Ellie must be doing her show again because she does a show on her network. Is that's nobody has quite the Heather Cox Richardson, but I'm telling you, like subscriber for subscriber, if you count how many Ellie has, every one of them is like tuning in. Seriously.
Well, and because here's why, because they're both real, they're authentic. They're providing incredible information. They're doing it for the right reasons. Like that's a really easy to understand. Oh, we have a black hole with John Tester again. Someone's calling. Not me. I'm not calling him, guys.
It's Heather Cox Richardson.
Yeah, yeah. Heather's like, John. No, I think it's really easy to understand why we crave authenticity. In a world where there's so much bullshit, we crave authenticity, and it's not something you can try to do. You either are or you aren't, and that's what Ellie Leonard is, and that's what Heather Cox Richardson is, and that's what John Tester is. And when he called me about all of the when he called me about all the notifications, I left out a few F words, but you get
No, I think, I mean, again, whether it's our media right now or politics, I mean, they're both related in both of them. I have a feeling that's probably why your guys' podcast is doing well, and why it will keep and probably do even better, because you both are down to earth, like you're real people. And, you know, I hope we've assembled some of that here at Blue Ant Media. We have tried to, you know, like I remember the first time David Schuster was on earlier, the first time I met him, I was like starstruck. That's the guy I saw on MSNBC and all that. And he was just as regular. I mean, he just was as regular a guy as could be, you know, and
we all are humans, and we need to be human, and
we can act like humans. Yes. Yeah. That's right. Somebody put in here, thank you, note, that Jeff Ammond of Pearl Jam supports John Tester. So I'm going to have to, when he comes, if he ever comes back again, I need to hit him up for that connection, because
he'll come back. So Jeff Ament, I know you got to go, but Jeff Ament, founding member and bassist of Pearl Jam, he and John Tester are from the same small town of Big Sandy, Montana.
Yeah.
How this town produced.
How did I not know that?
And so Jeff is amazing. Go check out our episode with him. I learned so much, and he broke some news in that too about the Secret Service. But Jeff has been a huge supporter. He's a wonderful guy, and Pearl Jam in general. They let us use their music for our show without it's just they're. Are
you serious? That is so cool.
They're so generous.
That really is. Well, listen, I would like to thank. I see we've got Julie Roginski waiting, so we're going to go to Julie next. In fact, Julie, if you want to say hi to everybody, we can.
Hey, hi. Good to see you.
I guess we have lost John for now. He may be with that meat grinder he still has that. He's telling us that story that he still has the meat grinder.
So he's missing these 3 fingers on his left hand from when he was a child on the family farm, and his hand went into a meat grinder. I think he was 8 or 9, and he still uses the same meat grinder because he explained it. Yeah,
it's a good meat grinder.
They're made of steel. You just re-oil them and wash them down. My dad does the same thing.
Don't you just have to get rid of the meat grinder because some things that's like non-edible stuff went through the meat grinder? I say this as somebody who grew up in New Jersey, so I know nothing about meat grinders or anything other than.
That was 6 years ago.
All I can say is I love the fact that his response, it just sounds so much like certain folks I know here. You know, it was like this practical, like Midwestern thing like that too. Like, well, it's a good meat grinder. Why would I get rid of it?
It's like their grandpa's meat grinder too, probably. So it probably didn't start with him.
All right. Well, please thank John for us, Maritza, Senator Tester, I should even say. And thanks. That project you're doing is awesome. So if you'll come back on and join us again, we'd love to have you guys again and talk more about it.
Absolutely. All right.
And everybody go subscribe to the Grounded podcast.
That's right. Seriously, go subscribe. It's awesome. All right. Thank you.
Bye, Rita.
Bye. I'll just say one thing quickly, because it's my job to do this which is, hey, see up here, guys, up in the right-hand corner, there's a duck in the middle of a QR code. I don't know. There was a joke we said about somebody in a duck, and I don't remember who. That is if you want to buy us a coffee, which we never mind. The other side, you can get paid subscriptions. They are now at 75% off. It's like less than $2 a month. If you get it, $19.98, please do. We this is how we do this and have all these wonderful people on. Can find the time and the technology or whatever to do it is by your support. So that is my pitch. And now we get to talk to the eminently talented Julie Roginski, who I already really, really liked. And then she went and insulted a certain little wiener on CNN, and I've loved her even more ever since then.
That's so funny. Hi, Julie. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Ellie. It is so good to meet you in person. I'm such a fan of yours. So.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All your amazing, amazing work.
Oh, thank you.
You guys are both pretty brilliant. So, Julie, what's happening? Are we going to win in Iran? Sorry, I shouldn't even joke about it. I mean, again,
I don't know. You want to bum people out at 1 o'clock Eastern right now?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we're kind of like in World War III. It's
Yeah.
not even a question of Iran. Like, I think this is just the newest stage of a war that began 4 years ago in Ukraine, and it's just expanding around the globe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's how we're doing.
Oh, yes, that's not so good. There's a lot of inflation and everything, gas and all of that stuff, which really was the only thing Trump had going for him. He kept bragging about the low price of gas.
Mm-hmm.
The Epstein thing is still going on. We know because because Ellie keeps writing stuff about it. No, seriously, and it's not like some of these other things have disappeared. ICE is still ICE, and programs he still cut, and kids they still are starving, and Medicaid they're taking away from people, and the corruption is ridiculous, and we go on and on forever. I mean, this guy that just left, what was he? The counterterrorism head,
the anti-Semite guy? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying, there's two things, right? I'm of two minds, and that's the way I am with some of the America Firsters who are virulently like anti-war in Iran. It's like, I'm glad I agree with you on that actual thing, but then I find out that there's a lot of anti-Semitism wrapped up in it. Not all of them, but some of them. And this guy apparently is a big time anti-Semite. But I'm glad, he's against the war. Anyhow, I guess.
I guess the question is, how did an anti-Semite like this, who literally has a tattoo of a panzer on his body somewhere, how did he get to be? I mean, I know the answer to this, but it's a rhetorical question. How does a guy like that get to run counterintelligence for the United States of America? Like, wouldn't you think that white nationalism and anti-Semitism is part of the brief of counterintelligence?
I think it's the overwhelm. I mean, again, sadly, it's going to get worse with Iran. But what was the report? It had the vast majority of these terrorist attacks are domestic, and they tend to be Christian nationalists, neo-Nazis, those kinds of folks. So yeah, this guy wouldn't have seemed to have been what I would call a smart pick. But
I think for this crew, he is a smart pick, right? Like,
right.
Exactly.
Well, they didn't like him because he hadn't shot a dog in the head. But otherwise, he's
not yet.
That's true.
Not yet.
As far as we know, but who knows?
Well, you're also consulting out there. What are you seeing in general in races and that kind of thing? Ellie, I'll shut up and you ask some questions after this.
No. I'm here to listen a little bit with this one because I feel less informed than you, Cliff. So I'm here to learn and listen.
I mean, people are pissed off, you guys. People are really angry, and they're angry at the Democratic Party. Like, I'm seeing this in primaries. You saw that yesterday in Illinois. You saw that in New Jersey in a special election for Mike Sherrill's seat. You're seeing that over and over and over again, where people are just furious at the I mean, they're obviously furious at the Republicans, but Democrats are also really pissed off at their own leadership, and they are ready to clean house. I mean, if I'm Hakeem Jeffries, I'm actually starting to worry a little bit about whether I'm going to be speaker next year. I think we're going to get the majority. I just don't know whether he's going to be the speaker. And if I'm
pretty good with that, if I'm being honest with you, because
I'm okay with that too.
Lack of messaging coming from him that it won't even endorse this tax on billionaires. I mean, there's just all this is sitting there right there in front of them to grasp and build a message, and it's not even difficult. But I guess they don't want to piss off their billionaire donors, or I don't know. They can explain why it is they refuse to do what marketing 101 would tell you to do, but it's pathetic and it's harming us. So
yeah, and they're not pushing back on any of the stuff the way they should, right? Like, they're not messaging properly there. If I'm Chuck Schumer, I don't even run for re-election in 2 years. I say this as a New Yorker, but like, he's going to lose to AOC, and it's not even.
She'll beat him 80-20.
Yeah,
yeah,
and it's not even
if not more.
It's crazy, and so it's a problem. I mean, it's a problem for Democrats, and the biggest problem of all is there's a lot of expectations of what's going to happen in January of next year if they take back both chambers, but certainly even if they take back one. And I don't know that they're prepared to meet them, right? Like, there's so much that needs to get done. And they're going to say, well, we can't really have investigations because, we have work. Like, no. You start subpoenaing the hell out of everything on day one. And, start with Jared Kushner. I mean, literally, this guy got us into a war because he literally his people were in Saudi Arabia meeting with the Saudis for another $5 billion with a B dollar infusion. At the same time that Mohammed bin Salman is telling him privately that he wants him to bomb the United States to get into this war in Iran. I mean, as much as everybody's like blaming Netanyahu here, and I'm not suggesting that that's, not relevant, but spare a moment for the Saudis who are literally paying our shadow Secretary of State millions of dollars to do their bidding. I mean, they're not giving him money because he's a brilliant, mind. They're giving him money so that they can get accomplished what they want to get accomplished. I mean, this is the kind of stuff where if I'm Democrats, like, why are there no press conferences about this? Why are the three of us talking about this? Why isn't this on Meet the Press every single day? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. And that's the kind of stuff I think people are getting really angry about.
If you start to look at the real estate, where all these people have real estate, I did a weird like rabbit hole day where I just was like, I'm going to take these 10 people within the cabinet. I'm going to take Jared Kushner. I'm going to take, Trump Jr., all these people. I'm going to look at all their real estate. It's all in these locations that they are now getting money to then go bomb Iran. Like it's based on where they want to build and where they want to grow.
Yeah. And it's ridiculous. I mean, it's just, at some point, we've got to wonder what kind of money is going to this crypto fund. I mean, that should definitely be.
I mean, how many different countries are dumping money in there to get what they want?
We don't know, right? That's the thing. We don't know. And the question is, why don't we know? And why aren't Democrats doing daily press conferences on the west front of the Capitol asking that question? Like, I don't understand it. What are they doing? And I think that's what people are so pissed off about. They're just angry about what's going on, and they want accountability. And I am worried that this leadership is not going to bring accountability. I have to give Democrats credit. Like, they did a good job teaming up with, 4 Republicans on the Epstein files, but there's got to be more of that. It's not just about the Epstein files. So many scandals out there that are just awful.
Well, and also the Republicans, they sort of all came over together once it was a done deal. I mean, it really was just a couple of Republicans who had joined initially. It wasn't like a big bipartisan whatever. I mean, most of these guys are still refusing to do anything that makes any common sense. They were in clown shoes when Donald Trump tells them to. They're scared of him in every way. Donald Trump's they would die from a heart attack in June if it weren't for Donald Trump. I mean, it's North Korea. Like, you hear this shit and you're just sitting there like, am I really listening to this? Is this really the United States? Like, what the fuck?
How do you go home if you're Marco Rubio and you know better? Like, how do you go home and look at yourself in the mirror with your clown shoes on? Like, how do you, like, at which point do you just say, I guess ambition's like a hell of a drug. I don't know what else to say. I just maybe don't have enough of it where I would be humiliating myself that way. But it's really pretty remarkable to think that these are people who know better and yet are going home and are like, oh shit, I've got to put like 20 Band-Aids on the back of my foot, on my Achilles tendon because
gotta take the bandage off my ear, right?
Right.
Huge maxi
Oh, that's
pad.
right. The maxi pad on his ear that was like 47 times too big. And again, I've said this, and we've seen enough footage now. Like, at some point, I'm sorry, I don't believe for a second that anything about that was real for 15 different reasons. But the biggest one being that I used to shoot, on a riflery team, and I know a bit about guns. And the gun that was used, if it had come anywhere that close and nicked his ear, his entire ear comes off. Like, that's science speaking. That's not. So take all the rest of it aside. What happened, what didn't happen. That's the part I know scientifically not possible that it hit his ear.
Yeah. I live in New York City. I know nothing about guns, so I will defer to you on that.
I grew up in New York City, but I went to my parents wanting to get rid of me out of a small New York City apartment in the summer would send me up to camp in New Hampshire. So there you go.
Yeah.
You shot guns in camp?
They had a riflery team.
Not really.
You were allowed to shoot on a riflery team, and they did.
So I live in New Jersey now. I
Okay.
am from, I'm from Montana. My kids started school in Montana, and they had gun safety classes for kids, but they had to be, I think, 11 or 12, and they would teach them after school. So you'd like drive down the highway and see all these little kids with like guns. And thankfully we were not there when that happened. And I get that it's a hunting state, and I get that that's part of the culture, and safety is key. But it never sat well with us. We were not a gun family. We had a baseball bat under the bed. That was our form of safety.
My family too. I mean, there are no guns in the house.
It is very common. Like, everybody's got a gun safe next to the bed. And I just think, like, when someone's breaking into your house, are you like leaning over and doing your code on your gun safe? You know what I mean? I don't know how that works, but I
gotta ask Kelly, like, how's it going from Montana to New Jersey? I say this as a huge Jersey fan. Right. So how's that transition?
We've been here since 2023.
Okay.
I think my kids are probably more settled than I am, just because they're kids and they adjust. But it's been really good. It's been really good as far as like the opportunities. The schools are financed. Like we're in public schools that are fully funded, which I've never seen in my entire life, which they still think they don't have enough money, but it's like the food is better. The supplies are better. All their friends are immigrant families, which has been really good for our kids.
Oh, that's really cool.
Like I always say, like my little boys have these like theological conversations about Santa Claus with their Muslim friends. And like it's just such an experience that they never would have had growing up in Montana. Montana has a lot of amazing things, like the outdoorsiness, you cannot beat it, but it was a bit of a vacuum, right? We didn't see diversity. We weren't talking about immigration there, right? Because you don't see it. You have native tribes, but you didn't have, a lot of Hispanic kids. You didn't have kids from different places. And so this is a conversation now that they have every day. They talk about it when they get home. They know that their friends look different from them. They believe different from them. They speak different languages at home. But then also just like the pace is also wildly different, as I'm sure you're aware. And we're also
slower in Montana. I mean,
a little slower.
I
think they make the signs.
That's what I learned, So
right. Well, I think those signs on the streets of New York that are like, "Don't tie your shoe on the sidewalk," "Don't stop." I think those are for us. But I think also we're in the most New Jersey, like quintessential New Jersey part of New Jersey, and so we're getting like the
North Jersey.
Yeah. So we're getting we're getting a good education, and it's been great though. Like they've just had a great experience, and the sports are great, the food's great, culture's great. New York's 20 minutes away, so it's been good. But we go back during the summer. We go back to Montana.
Nice. I am from Central Jersey, the Narnia of New Jersey. So I am.
It's all different. I drove through the whole thing when I went down to the State of the Swamp.
Yeah. I mean, because the suburbs of I've lived in both New York City and Philly. The suburbs of Philly are their own thing. In Jersey, the suburbs of New York City in the north, and in the middle, you've got certain as you head some industrial kind of places, not right in the middle, but like on the way there from New York City, you're like, oh, look, it's Elizabeth, New Jersey. I don't think I'm going to go there.
Yeah.
You get more in the middle, and you get like
I'm for Elizabeth, New Jersey. You should go there because they've got a great Portuguese community. And
okay.
They have a lot of industry comes from Elizabeth.
I'm an asshole already. Who are insulting people? Go there. Don't listen.
Well, it is. I mean, that's a key thing though. Like, that is a different thing, is like when you think of like poverty and demographics, like you can go from a very wealthy town like Montclair and you can go a mile down the road and it completely changes, right? Like the poverty level completely changes. And that's a wild thing to see, because in Montana, like when you get out of a town, you do not see another town for 100, 200 miles, but you could stand on a corner and see 4 different towns. So that has been a really interesting thing to just see, see people from all over, see different demographics, obviously different economic class. I will say the interesting thing that's very different to me here is people can work at like the post office or McDonald's or something and still drive a Tesla. And I don't get how that works. Like they will have the nicest car in the driveway. And I'm like, we can't afford that. How are you doing that? Or like $1,200 shoes.
Minimum wage.
Because New Jersey transit sucks. So you have to spend all your time in cars. So you might as well spend all your time like on cars.
Right. In a nice car. Yeah.
SEPTA, New Jersey Transit, when there at times is how I got back from Philly to New York. And we would take a trip that you could do on Amtrak when I wanted to splurge in like an hour and 20 minutes and turn it into like a 3-hour, 4-hour.
Yeah. New Jersey.
You switch in Trenton and
We're
and
used
that's
to it now, but
well, and that's what I was thinking again. And a lot of these places, so many places have changed. I mean, people moved outside of New York City to all sorts of, because it got so expensive to places and they changed too. So I didn't even mean that. And I certainly didn't mean it as a socioeconomic slight to Elizabeth. It was more just, what I knew it growing up was just a post-industrial town that there wasn't anything to see there, right? I just didn't know of anything to go there for. Like there are towns that were socioeconomically more lower to middle class, but still had like this museum or this whatever.
They have a big so my husband works for the railroad, and they have a big railroad hub there for more of the oil, gas, coal, that stuff is out of there. So he's worked out of there several times, but we wanted to be able to, we lucked out and moved to a small towns where our kids can walk to school, which was, we considered moving into the city because now he works at Penn Station, and I'm glad we didn't. I'm glad we kind of stuck with the small town vibe because I think that was a better transition for them. But it's very different. Our kids went to a birthday party in Newark last week, and it's like the vibe in Newark is totally different from the vibe in the next town over. And it's just,
it's very different from the one when I was growing up, when it was. So I would better before Julie is gone. I talk about like the certain neighborhoods and areas forever because I think it's fascinating, but we have to look up for some more political knowledge and that kind of thing. So what can you tell us that we don't know that's cool?
Well, I don't know what you don't know, so that's kind of a hard question.
I don't know anything, but you write, I read so many of your pieces. You write so much good stuff.
What don't you know? I'm trying to think of what I wrote about today. I'm trying to remember.
I'm going to click on my salty politics thing here.
Oh, I wrote about MAGA's big grift. Do you know that they're now grifting off of death? Do you know what they tried to do in Arizona? Do you want to hear about this? This is insane.
Yes, this is exactly what I want to hear about.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So right after Charlie Kirk got killed, allies of Turning Point USA in Arizona decided they're going to push legislation to create a specialty license plate honoring him. And interestingly, you pay $25 annually. So annually, not like once. And 17% of that $25 would go into a fund aligned with Turning Point USA. So effectively, the taxpayers of Arizona would be on the hook to give $17 of that $25. You could do the percentage math. I can't do it in my head. To Turning Point USA or to some nonprofit associated with them. And that's grift number one.
Being forced to give your money to a nonprofit.
You're not being forced in the sense that you don't have to do it, but the reality is, who makes those license plates, right? The state makes those license plates. Prisoners makes them, right? But they're processed by the DMV. Everything's a taxpayer expense, and yet I guess the state would be getting a few bucks to cover that cost, and the rest of it would be going to Kirk's grift. Which, if you've ever watched any Turning Point USA situation, you would see that immediately upon going live, they have to text, whatever number to get.
So we can't have people
pyrotechnics.
We can't have an individual mandate so healthcare works better, but we can say you have to give your money to Charlie Kirk.
Right. So, of course, they market hats and the hoodies and flag stickers, and every rally is a retail event, and every speech becomes a sales funnel, and politics becomes a branding opportunity, and identity becomes merch. And now they're trying to do this. And you got to think about the grift, right? It's basically a taxpayer issued product displayed on thousands of cars, renewed every year, and every bumper becomes a billboard for Turning Point USA or for Charlie Kirk, and every registration renewal becomes another donation. And it's just insane. It's amazing. And that's not an isolated.
Can I donate money to Erica Kirk to maybe find something better to do with her time? Is that part of it too?
Or more pyrotechnics?
She's telling people like Ellie and me to stay home and raise the kids, but I gotta wonder who's staying home and raising hers while she's on the road doing all this stuff.
Right.
And then you've got that coming, and the only reason this isn't happening is because Katie Hobbs, the governor of Arizona, vetoed it, and now there's this whole controversy. How could she possibly veto something, related to the sainted Charlie Kirk, which is absurd.
They're such a cult, and they never want to. I just want to say again, they always need to find these figures. It's like, let's name something in every county after Reagan, and Donald Trump is and Charlie Kirk now is the cult figure. He's Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. And then on top of that, you've also got Trump's Political Action Committee, which it's called Never Surrender, Inc.
What it means is never surrender any of the dollars that go into Trump's pocket.
Exactly. So they just recently urged supporters to donate money in exchange for what it described as access to Trump's, and I quote here, private national security briefings. So the pitch is basically promising you, and I quote again, unfiltered updates on the threats facing America. So right now, we're at war with Iran. People are deathly afraid of another 9/11 happening. Iran is the #1 state sponsor of terrorism. It's not beyond a reasonable suspicion to believe that
they've got cells around the world. They've theoretically activated,
so
right?
Now, Trump is basically selling privileged insight into national security dangers as a donor perk, right?
There's just nothing. The man, I mean, he'll be like, do you want to know who's going to die next in America in a fiery? He's just.
Here's the sales pitch, you guys, right? Give us money and you'll be better informed about terrorist threats. And if you don't donate enough, maybe you'll know something before everyone else does. Maybe you'll be safer. Like,
here's your gold shoes.
Right?
You're just.
It gets even worse. It gets even worse.
Yeah.
Then the Pentagon all of a sudden is basically putting out this thing, is attempting to hire Wall Street bankers with a promise of privileged access to defense and national security discussions, which we as ordinary Americans don't have. And even most elected officials don't receive. And the pitch, this is literally from their headhunter, and I'm quoting again, this is what they promise, quote, unmatched access to top-level government officials and privileged information flow. Whatever you need, you can get it. And then here's the kicker, they add, if you ever want to raise your own fund, you will gain access to fundraising channels that include royal families and foreign sovereign contacts.
Awesome.
Gee, I wonder who they could be talking about in there.
Right. So the point is,
Bonesaw McGee over there.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So if you want access to Bonesaw McGee, you can go work for the Pentagon and then use your year or however long you're going to be working the Pentagon to go raise money from people to whom the Pentagon is going to introduce you. But only if you work on Wall Street and only if you are already a master of the universe. Otherwise, and by the way, they're paying these people the starting salary is like $300,000, which is much more than it is for most for senators, actually, I think. And then it extends out to $600,000 potentially, which is more than the president, if you are experienced enough. So, I mean, the whole point is the grift continues.
It just grows. America is going to need a steam cleaning after these people. I think we've got Wajahat Ali, who is waiting in the wings.
Awesome.
We can even add him now if you guys want to say hello to each. Look at that. There's 4 of us on here.
I wore a collared shirt just for you, Cliff.
Hey, did you? And I didn't even do it. You look very nice.
I even took a shower. I washed my face. I did things I haven't done in 7 years.
I didn't bother doing that for you guys. So
dude, Ramadan doesn't last 7 years. Stop trying to BS us.
Yeah, well, no, it's since COVID. Ever since COVID, I think I just gave up, and so I just I've been in my pajamas and a t-shirt.
Yeah.
And yes,
this is not true.
I'm going to be in the final 2 days of fasting. Julie always looks great. What is Julie talking about? Come on,
I gotta ask you a question, Waj. The fact that you're doing this on an empty stomach is like all the credit in the world.
No water either. No water.
It's insane.
It's fine. It's you know what? In all seriousness, it's a discipline. It's pretty easy now because stupid daylight savings time, I'm convinced, is Islamophobic. But before the hour jumped, it was like 5 a.m.
like hot dogs.
Yeah, now it's like 6 a.m. to 7:15 p.m. But then, in all seriousness, I look at what's happening in Lebanon, in Iran, in Gaza, in Sudan, and I'm like, it's okay. Like I can eat really well at 7:15 p.m. Like, I look at like food snap is like SNAP benefits are gone. Like there's so millions of food insecure children in the most wealthy, powerful country on earth. And I was listening to your conversation, right? Somehow we can find money to fund these billionaires give them tax cuts, right? Pay for
Subsidies,
play with Donald Trump.
baby. Yeah.
Yeah, but you could spend $1 billion a day in this failed, stupid war. It was $11 billion in the first 6 days. But we have to destroy USAID, folks.
600,000 estimated deaths. I call that a genocide, and that's Elon Musk. So fuck that guy.
Cliff, that's
honestly.
now. That's 500,000 now.
Yeah.
And so what they're saying is that number is going to spike to like 3 million. And most of those, I'm glad you mentioned that because most people have kind of forgotten USAID. Due to Doge and Elon Musk's greed, they killed USAID. At least, as Cliff has said, 600,000 are dead, mostly kids in the most impoverished places on earth. And that number is going to spike to 3 million. So I completely agree with you. The way we have to frame it is like, oh, Elon Musk and Doge straight up killed 3 million people.
And also think about just the aspect towards, when it comes to children. So it's like, here's the Republican Party's platform. We're good with children being raped by some of our biggest funders and quite likely, allegedly, our president. We're good with blowing up kids in a school in Iran because that's okay. We're cool with kids being shot in schools in the United States. We're cool with taking away vaccines from kids so they die of measles. We're okay with starving kids in the United States. And I can go on and on and on. All of this so that they can fund billionaires and monopolies.
It gets even
pro-life.
Yeah, did you see the story in the Times a couple of days ago about Zambia, what they're doing? They are basically saying to Zambia, unless you give us expanded minerals access, we are withholding HIV assistance.
What the
That was like 3 days ago. Yep.
I can't keep up with all this. Like
1.3 million people in Zambia rely on daily HIV treatment through PEPFAR, which is the one good thing George Bush did.
I was going to say, there are like 3 good things George W. Bush did, and that was one of them, and now it's gone.
Well, I can think of one. I can't think of the other 2, but yeah.
Well, yeah, the others had, I would say that he was for actual immigration reform in a relatively moderate way, that if others had supported it, he did support that. I give him credit on that. But Leave No Child Behind sucked. So I don't know if it was, at least they tried to do something. They don't even try anymore.
Cliff, can I say, like Julian, Cliff, to your point, you know how we were just joking with a few people yesterday, but you know how bad Trump is? Trump is so bad that he makes George W. Bush look like an intellectual foreign policy savant.
Right.
Because George W. Bush, right? He goes, let me do something really stupid. Let me go to Iraq and let me go to Afghanistan. And then Benjamin Netanyahu, Benjamin Netanyahu, yes, folks, even 23 years ago, Iran is 6 minutes away from nuclear weapons. And even
that was a great BB impression, Waj. Very good.
12 minutes, Julie, 12 minutes away from having nuclear weapons, I swear. And even George W. Bush was like, nah, we're not going to attack Iran, right? Like even George W. Bush was like, that's a stupid idea.
I know. He was like, I'm willing to attack anywhere, and I'm not even that fucking dumb.
Yeah, right? I'm serious. Even like BB has tried to dog walk Democratic presidents, Republican presidents. I thought he might be successful with George W. Bush, who was really stupid, guys. But then it took Donald Trump and his ego for this cluster F. And then the second thing I will say, it's like a dark joke, because George W. Bush was a horrible president, folks.
Yeah.
Terrible. But George W. Bush could not run in 2026 as a Republican. You know why? They would dismiss him as being a Muslim lover.
Oh, definitely. He did. That was one of the other, I will say, again, he did lots of bad shit, but he did say after that, Islam is a religion of peace. And, at least he voiced some stuff. I'm trying to find good things here. There aren't very many.
He's very quiet right now, though.
He's painting, Ellie. He's painting.
Yeah,
that's right. He's painting his feet in the tub, and that's important.
I think it's actually unforgivable. Like, why? I think it's unforgivable that Obama's not out there more. Like Biden.
I agree.
Biden, I'll put aside because he's sick, but like, I don't know why Barack Obama is kind of like hanging out with Jay-Z more than he's doing stuff that he should be doing for democracy. But Bush, like, it's inexcusable. It is inexcusable. And he shows up in his daughter's show every once in a while, and everybody's like, oh, look at sweet, funny, sarcastic George Bush. Like, you're the last Republican president, buddy. Like, speak up. And he doesn't want to speak up because he doesn't want to get all the shit thrown at him. But you got to do this for the country. Like, what are you doing?
You chose to be president. There's a legacy there. Honestly, you fucked things up so badly that if you were to do this now, you might actually move up in the history books if you were successful in any way in hindering what Trump's doing instead of being like a bottom 6 or 7 president, which he has to be in those rankings.
And without George W. Bush and the war on terror, folks, I marched. Gosh, I was at UC Berkeley. We marched. I was 21, and everything we warned about came to fruition. It's the world's worst. I told you so. But I remember in those days, our elected official, Barbara Lee, was the only person who said, yeah, maybe we should think about authorization to use military force. Maybe we should put restraints. And my God, for 20 years, the death threats that we got called terrorist sympathizers. But we said, Cliff and Ellie, and was like, all right, there's a bloodlust right now. America wants revenge. But the manner in which you choose to engage in the war on terror will have blowback. What we chose to do was say, all right, we're just going to go kill brown people and Muslims. Everything will be fine. But we kept saying, well, that's bad. But if you have the Patriot Act and you have the creation of DHS and you have the creation of ICE and you have a registry program, what will happen if you give this big loaded gun to, I don't know, an authoritarian president who then turns it around against the American people? And you fast forward 23 years, folks, you literally make a direct connection. It got funded. ICE is now killing Americans in the street. Now we have ICE has created $38 billion worth of warehouses that they're going to transform into concentration camps. They're checking it out right here, Cliff. They're looking at the DMV area right now. Then we have the war on terror. Like steroids, like repeat and rinse in Iran. It's going to be even worse than Iraq, because I don't know if you saw what Tulsi Gabbard said just now at the Senate Intelligence Committee. We've degraded Iran's leadership, but they are still capable. Iran's
we traded in the old guy who is, whatever, for the younger version who's angrier.
Yeah.
We went and killed the older dying Ayatollah Khamenei and replaced them with the younger,
with the younger, like stronger, angrier one.
This to me, like, this is the part that they learned nothing from Iraq, and it's because he doesn't have anybody around him who's even smart enough to have been around for Iraq, which is scary because nothing about Iraq was smart. But they just got rid of. I mean, Bibi's like killing these guys off one by one by one. I'm not crying for Larijani, but the bottom line is he was the one guy that I think could have probably come up with some sort of deal here.
Dead.
And dead, right? So what they're doing is they're killing the top leadership, but there's 1 million Revolutionary Guards.
Yep.
1 million. You're not going to kill them all. And by the way, these people are at the top of the heap now. What are you suddenly going to say to them? Okay, like goodbye. We're going to just put you on trial. Like,
we should do what we did in Iraq, and we should make sure to kill the top people and then fire all the other ones, but let them leave with their weapons. And be like, I'm sure they'll be peaceful. This should go fine.
Like, how do you think this is going to end? This is the part to me that's like, how do you think this is going to end? And P.S. Iran is 2-3 times the size of Iraq. Like, you're talking about a massive
90 million people, Julia.
90 million people, right? Like,
and it also has proxies in the form of allies, Hezbollah, Houthis, also, individuals will become radicalized. I remember 3 weeks ago when this happened. My family's from Pakistan, and Pakistan has 200 million people. It has this Shia minority. And I said, if you kill, this is just for people, like, two things can be true at the same time. You can and should criticize Khamenei and the repressive government that has killed thousands of Iranians. No one is sitting here applauding, Khamenei and MBS and Putin, all these people.
No, they're murderers, but you can't just get rid of everyone.
If you kill, and this is important for people to know because people don't realize this, it's Ramadan. I'm Sunni, about 15% of Muslims are Shia. If you assassinate Ayatollah Khamenei, who for many Shias is not just a political leader, is a religious figure, and then you combine with Israel to do it, and then you gloat about it, and then you systematically start decapitating the leadership, just like Julie said, it's going to radicalize people. It's going to radicalize people who actually hate the regime, but they're going to circle the wagon and say, okay, you're attacking us, much like what happened with George W. Bush. Remember that? His favorability rating went up to like 92%. Yeah. And then speaking about the latest individual they just killed another individual today, Ismail Khatib, who was the in the intelligence.
Financial guy.
When they killed the two folks yesterday, Ali Larijani, right? He was the de facto leader. They did his memorial today. Guess what happened? Hundreds of thousands of Iranians came out for him. And you know what they chanted today? Death to America, death to Israel. And there's Shias, so there's Shias, you have Shia majority in Bahrain that are oppressed. What happens if they uprise? You got Shias in Iraq, you got Shias in Lebanon, you got Shias in Pakistan, right? You got Houthis in Yemen. So now the world becomes a battlefield, folks. And what I warned about 3 weeks ago, just common sense, is they will engage in asymmetrical warfare. Yeah. They're going to gouge us, gouge. And what they've bet on, Cliff and Ellie and Julie, and I think this is an accurate bet, We have the appetite to die. You've bombed us, we'll suffer. We've gamed this out. We have pride. Even when it comes to our last kid, we'll bleed. But we're betting you don't have the appetite to bleed like we do. Let's test it out. We're going to do economic warfare through oil sanctions. We're going to bomb ports. We're going to do a little bit here, a little bit there. If things get wild, and sadly, this is where it's
We don't even have the appetite for high-priced gas here.
We don't.
They know us.
You see Trumpers. You're like, no, too much gas. I'm done with Trump. I voted for him 3 times, but this is a bridge too far.
Well, but it's even more than that, right? Like we basically overthrew Biden because of the price of eggs. Guess what else goes through the Straits of Hormuz? Fertilizer.
There
and
you
the price of food is going to go through the roof in the next couple of weeks. And when that
food shortages,
they get us in a way that we just are. I mean, obviously some of us get that, but the leadership, our leadership, are idiots right now.
To your point, back during I'm old enough to remember the first Gulf War back in '91. The United States told Israel to stay out, despite the fact that they were being bombed to death. Remember those Scud missiles?
Right. Well, Iraq was purposely bombing them because they wanted to split up the coalition. If Israel joined, Jordan and others that were with us would have jumped out.
But smartly, that didn't happen for the reason
because
that
Bibi wasn't running things.
Well, but Ariel Sharon was, I think, at the time, but maybe not. But Waj makes a good point, which is that was not going to, because they didn't want to energize all of these people who are like, wait a second, Israel's coming after us. Okay, we're done here. Whereas now, what is this? This is an American-Israeli war. And that is what more can you wave? What kind of red flag can you wave in front of the Arab world than to say that the Israelis are coming after you?
Right. I think Bibi has actually successfully spiked anti-Semitism. I'm going to guess to its highest level. Well, I'm not going to say the history of the world because there were times there was just it was bad back in the
little worse back in the day, but yeah.
Yeah, and around 2,000 years ago wasn't so good, and then there are other times in between, Spanish Inquisition and stuff. But point being, right now with social media and with everywhere, like all the stuff the out there on Bibi and whatever, a lot of people will just conflate the two, and this isn't everybody. I mean. I think Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal. So let me be very clear. There's the criticisms of Israel are deserved. There are many of them and whatever, but there are a lot of people, on both, certainly on the right, and there are some on the far left who want to take advantage of it to push anti-Semitism, and they are. And there's and Bibi has helped enable that. So he sucks.
What I was going to say is a few things, and they're doing it, and I can't believe this is happening, but this is what happens when people become so obsessed with a type of belligerent supremacy and a narrow-mindedness. You saw Lindsey Graham openly call it a religious war. And you saw Benjamin Netanyahu come in and, use biblical terms of Purim and Amalek. Then you saw the actual actions themselves, the United States and Israel's joining proudly in killing all these Muslims. And now also in Lebanon, 700,000 people displaced. And Israel says, yeah, you're not coming back. That's ethnic cleansing. And then to make it even worse, you see Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL comes out on television and says, if you criticize Israel, that's a Jewish state. And if you criticize a Jewish state and blame Jews, then that's anti-Semitism. And I'm like, why the hell are you equating Israel with Judaism and all Jews during these war crimes? That's, first of all, that's the definition of anti-Semitism. That is actually anti-Semitic. And number two, you're literally putting the frame out there that, yes, it is the Jews who are killing all these Muslims. It's like, no. And then people like me are like, no, it's Israel. It's the Israel regime. It's not the Jews. Right. It's not the Jewish people. Like, I'm trying to do what Jonathan Greenblatt should be doing. But Jonathan Greenblatt is like, let me pour gasoline on this fire.
Well, let me say this to your point. I was in Israel last June, actually during the first Iran war. We had to flee for our lives.
Way back during the first one.
Way back during the first one. Yeah, we got to Tel Aviv. We're having drinks on the beach, and all of a sudden it was like, here come the missiles. So that was a great time in my family's life. Anyway, but the point is, nobody is more critical of the Israeli government than Israelis. They had protests every single week to the point like our No Kings rallies look like nothing compared to what they had there. And whether it was the war in Gaza, whether it was about the hostages, whether it was about his extrajudicial takeover. And the point is, like, if you can't criticize the Israeli government, and that's anti-Semitic, then you're basically calling millions of Israelis. The
entire population of Israel is anti-Semitic.
Calling the vast majority of Israelis anti-Semitic, because I wish we had the kind of protests there that we have.
Well, and they still can't seem to get rid of him. It's like we can't get rid of Trump. Because
they have a shitty system. And he is I've always said Israel is
Also
like Israel is like the predicate for what we are. They're always like a decade or two ahead of where the United States goes. It's very interesting. If you want to know where the United States is going, look to what Israel is doing, because consistently,
no, I don't like that.
Consistently, and it's not good. And Bibi was Trump before Trump. He's just a smarter version. And to say that it's to your point, Waj, to say that it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Israel is to say that it is anti-American to be anti-Trump. And it's not. Right? Like we're all patriots. We just think Donald Trump sucks. And
I think part of the reason we think he sucks is because we're patriots, right? I mean,
right. And I think Bibi's done more to harm diaspora Jews than anybody. It's insane.
Can I say something, Julie, that people don't realize, and I think it's important, and I always try to make the distinction, right? Because anti-Semitism is so, folks, I say this, I'm going to bring the facts. When I said the present and future of the GOP is Nazi, people say, oh, Waj, you're just being some progressive. And then the data came out, right? The data came out that a majority of young, and this was from the Manhattan Institute, a conservative institute, that said a majority of young Republicans are Holocaust deniers. When that data came out last week, college Republicans elected as their president a disciple of Nick Fuentes. When it comes to Nick Fuentes, he is so influential that Donald Trump to this day has never apologized for dining with him post anti-Semitic Kanye. If you look at all the Telegram texts and social media texts that have been leaked, just a couple of weeks ago, Florida University college Republicans love the N-word.
And they have to shut them down?
They shut them down. When you look at the Telegram post in September, when Politico released thousands of pages of young Republicans, some of these people are in their 30s, love Hitler, want to put us in gas chambers, love the N-word. The present and future of the GOP is straight up Nazi, right? And I think what's important is for the past 2.5 years, and I warned about this 2.5 years ago because sadly have wasted so much of my life in tracking these hate mongers and Islamophobia and how it intersects with anti-Semitism. I tried my best to warn folks is that people who do not care about Palestinians, Muslims, and Jews will use and abuse what's happening in Israel and Palestine as a divide and conquer and to promote their own statements, right? So Nick Fuentes, listen to him out of context, like this is an eloquent young man who's pro-Palestinian. And then people send me these clips. Have you heard of this Nick Fuentes? I'm like, he's a Nazi. They're like, no, he isn't. And then Tommy Robinson, counterpart in England, he's pro-Israel. And he says, look at these Muslim savages. And Jews are like, yeah, Tommy's onto something. And I'm like, no, he hates all of us. And now you're witnessing this happening. And you literally see Benjamin Netanyahu frame it in the worst way possible. And what's going to happen? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. The individuals who are going to get hit. It's going to be Jews, Palestinians, those who look Arabi and Muslim, and Americans, soft targets. And we're not even removed away from it. Last week it happened. You saw it. A radicalized individual saw a synagogue as a symbol of what Israel was doing, attacked the synagogue, right? You saw after a couple of weeks after October 7th, those 3 Arab kids just walking in liberal Vermont. One was wearing a kefi. A white guy takes out a gun, shoots 3 of them, right? You see, again, this is going to happen, folks. It's inevitable. The longer this goes on, and this is what I really worry about, is we're going to see that asymmetrical warfare actually result in terrorism. All it takes is one person, one unhinged nut who sees what's happening and says, you know what? I got to defend my people. Death to America, death to Israel. He's going to get into a tanker, hijack a tanker, run it through a crowd. Now imagine, Cliff, God forbid this happens. This happens 3 or 4 or 5 times. That causes a shock to the system, right? So yeah, we're not, Iran's getting destroyed, sure. But what happens now if you have asymmetrical warfare pop out, and you're already seeing it in the Middle East, Dubai, which was a sanction of, Dubai was sold this way to a lot of the expats and rich people. Lebanon's crazy. Palestine's crazy. Israel's crazy. Come to Dubai, safety. You know what they're doing in Dubai? Bombing the airports. UAE ain't going to recover, folks, for 10 years.
Trying to knock down like the skyscraper.
And arresting people who did you see this? That today or yesterday, they're now arresting people who are tourists who are taking videos of the drones. And so hitting them. And it's like, wait a second. You're telling me that if I'm a tourist in Dubai and I take a video of a drone.
You're not taking any pictures.
It's like literally 2 years minimum mandatory sentence. Really?
You have to do something where like one of your family members is in the picture and the drone is in the background. And you're like,
totally. So the point is like, why in the world would you ever go to Dubai even on vacation? I mean, these are people who are on vacation, and Dubai is doing this to themselves. The drones are doing less damage to Dubai than Dubai is doing to themselves.
Right. And you come to hear what you're saying is entirely true, Waj, because again, we're like, hey, I got an idea. Let's make asymmetrical warfare against us really easy. So what we're going to do is, you want to buy a gun? Anybody buy a fucking gun? We don't care. You're 16, you've been in prison, it doesn't matter. You were a mass murderer before. We didn't hear anything. And so, we don't have universal background checks. We let people get assault rifles. We let people have access to explosives here in a way they don't in Western Europe and other places. I mean, we purposely are stupid about this. So if one wants to commit asymmetrical warfare against us, we just make it as easy as humanly possible.
And we also now accepted, like you're talking about anti-Semitism on the right, but I will tell you, going back to 9/11, if not before, we have accepted the worst kind of racism towards Muslims. That's just like, it's not even like, people don't even get outrage anymore. It's just like, it just is like, it's okay. Right? It's okay. And I just remember, like,
the Republican assholes who are like, all Muslims should leave. How about you fucking leave?
This right after 9/11, I was working in the Senate, and my closest friend was like a sister to me. She's Muslim, and her parents have a last name. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to put them in a bad place, but they have a last name that starts with an A, and they're one of the first people in the phone book in the town where they live. And so therefore, people were consistently going through the phone book. This is back when we had phone books, and looking for Arab last names, Arab sounding last names. And theirs happens to be first because it's, as I said. And these poor people who are like second parents to me had to put a decal of an American flag on their car and an American flagpole in front of their house to make people understand that they were Americans. Like, that's the kind of casual racist bullshit that's just like, oh, okay, well, of course they had to do that. Really? Well, I didn't have to do that. Cliff, you didn't.
Just remember, like back then, like a couple Sikhs were shot because, of course, people didn't know the fucking difference here. Like it's just, it's so horrific.
This shit's been going on, and it's just gotten. I mean, it's. I don't know.
Can I tell you all that it's the worst it's ever? I was talking to Mehdi about this yesterday. It's the worst. I went through it. I wrote about it. It's the worst it's ever been. The first hate crime after 9/11 was against Balbir Sodhi Singh, Cliff, a Sikh Indian gas station owner in Mesa, Arizona, about 4 days after 9/11.
That's the one I remember because it stuck. Yeah.
And a guy came in and said, "Oh, you took down the towers." He's like, "What?" Shot him and killed him. Race Bhuyan, a few days after that in Texas, he was a Bangladeshi immigrant working in a gas station. He said that his shooter, the first question he asked, was, "Where are you from?" And before he could answer, shot him in the face. He still has shotgun pellets in his face. He went later then killed 2 other people. He's from Bangladesh, right? Bigots aren't nuanced. And what we saw last week, and I'll tell you, I'm going back full circle. George W. Bush, terrible president, but he went out, if you all recall, a few weeks after 9/11, he says, we're not at war with Islam. We're not at war with Muslims. Muslims, you're welcome here. Let's go bomb some Muslims. But still, he said it, right? Last week, what's that?
He went to a mosque in Virginia to do it.
It was big.
We're only bombing some Muslims, not all.
But the framing was important. But I just want to let you know, it's already out of the news. In the past 2 weeks, and actually been going on longer, Randy Fine literally said, he said it with his chest and then retweeted it. Mainstream Muslims, not extremist Muslims. He said mainstream Muslims should be exterminated. Mainstream Muslims. Nothing. Did he use the word
exterminated?
Yeah, executed or exterminated. Go check it out.
Either of those, to me,
mainstream Muslims should be
a crime. I mean, he's inciting.
No, nothing happened to him. Then Tommy Tuber was like, "Oh, nothing happened to you." When Ghazala Hashmi, the first Pakistani Muslim American lieutenant governor here, got sworn in, he used the word, "Oh, we've let the enemies inside." After that happened, then they're like, "Oh, Andy Ogles is like, I'll come in on this," and just did nonstop. Muslims should be left out. Then Randy Fine comes back, compares Muslims to dogs, says, "I prefer dogs." Then Lindsey Graham comes in and says religious war, as this is happening right now, folks, right? And then Tommy Tuberville comes back last week and says, "We've let the enemies inside the gates," which is the same language Nazi used, putting Zoran Mamdani's photo as he's opening his fast with a date next to the 2 towers. Now, this is happening in the past 2 weeks, folks, as literally Israel and the United States, it's bombing Iran and has killed Ayatollah Khamenei, which means they're deliberately inciting a religious war. Who's going to die, Cliff and Julie? Jews, Muslims,
Yep.
Arabs, and those who look Muslimy.
Right.
Mhm.
And you know what was going
They
on
don't know.
during that time is they also were preaching certain military officers that this was a religious. We have a piece at Blue Amp about this, a religious and holy war, and that they were fighting for Jesus. Used the word crusade, of course, and told many people that our God will defeat their God. All that kind of
I gotta
bullshit.
say something about this because I have to jump in a minute, but I'm going to just say this.
I
'cause
got to jump also.
Yeah, because I work with Pete Hegseth.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Too. So I can tell you.
No, just stay, you guys are stuck here all day. I don't give a shit.
He truly believes that this is a crusade that we're on. Like this is not a joke to him. And if you think about what the Crusades were about, they killed I don't know how many Jews on their way to what they call the kingdom of the kingdom of heaven, on their way to the Holy Land. And then once they got there, the insane amount of Muslims that they murdered. And they're like, well, yeah, of course, because we have to get the Holy Land back for, the kingdom of heaven. And they truly believe this. And I remember going on, I don't know, Waj, if you were on that show with me, but I remember
It was
going
the first time we were on together on Piers Morgan.
And these crazies that I still get death threats from all these crusader stands. And I'm like, people really there are people out there who's there's a joke that men think about the Roman Empire. There is, I found out from that show, a massive amount of people in the MAGA world who think about the Crusades nonstop. And it's crazy.
But ask them when it happened and they have no idea.
No, can we?
They'll know because they
know.
all the time.
But to bring it full circle, that was the first time Julie and I ever met. And we both bought our receipts on Pete Hegseth. They had no response to Julie. Was very sobering and talked about his experience in Princeton, where he wrote that if you have sex with a woman while she's passed out, it's not rape. They had no response to that. I brought like 3 minutes of stuff where I said he wrote a book called American Crusade. He literally says he's too extreme for the military. He's a man who has a history of yelling, kill all Muslims 10 years ago while drunk. He has a history of abusing women. His own mother said that you're an abuser of women. We talked about
that letter from his mother should have been enough, really.
The tattoos all over his body. And to Julie's point, it's very important, especially with what's happening right now in the framing, and which is why we need cooler heads to prevail. He has tattoos all over his body that are now associated with white Christian nationalists. The Jerusalem cross, the Iron Cross, Deus Vult, God wills it. And underneath Deus Vult, Julie, this was he added this tattoo after you and I spoke, because I've been calling it out. Underneath Deus Vult, which is what Crusaders yelled while they were taking the kingdom of heaven and killing Jews and Muslims, he's added kafir. Now, if you don't know what kafir is an Arabic word.
He added kafir?
Yeah, he added kafir right in Arabic underneath Deus Vult. Kafir is one who actively, aggressively rejects faith. Let me give an analogy. It's like an anti-Semite, Cliff, who says, I'm a goyim, and writes goyim in Yiddish.
Yeah. Guys, I gotta jump. I'm so sorry. I gotta get on a 2:00 call. It was so good to see all of you.
Very nice to meet you.
Great to meet you, Ellie.
Thank you for being here, Julie.
Cliff, guys, thank
people,
you.
Salty Politics is where you subscribe to Julie.
Go
find her there.
And I will see you all very soon. Bye. Take care.
Bye.
I gotta go talk about intelligent masculinity with Nick Paro.
Oh, very good. Say hi to Nick.
Fun. But see, you're here now just when your face got bigger because there was more space.
No one wants to see my face. And then
come on.
Ellie's coming on tomorrow, I think. Well, Ellie is coming on tomorrow. I've just announced it. So Ellie's coming on tomorrow. Cliff, good luck with this. 12 hours is a beastly thing, man.
I will be mostly dead tomorrow, but I'm going to make you invite me on again.
Yeah, whenever you want. And then this time you can figure out how to place your camera.
Yeah,
is my camera fucked up?
Last time it was a low angle shot, and everyone was like, "Is he doing that for aesthetic purposes?"
Oh, when I was on your thing, no, I forgot it was the camera from here. It was like going up my nose. I'm like, I'm glad everybody knows if I'm. Yeah, I'll get that
I said
right.
it once, but then I don't think you heard me. So I'm like, maybe this is just Cliff's artistic choice.
I'm an asshole and an idiot. Just assume I'm an idiot next time and say it like a number of times.
People were like, he sounds very intelligent. I really like this conversation. That's a very odd camera angle. And I'm like,
he sounds smart and I like him. I can't tell exactly what he's saying because I'm stuck in his nasal cavity.
I said, Cliff is just an old man. Be gentle with him.
Exactly. Don't hurt me, please.
Thank you all.
Bye, Waj. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, Waj. Thanks for being here, man.
All right.
That was fun.
What am I doing? What am I doing? Am I hopping off?
What are you doing? Well, we're supposed to have, I believe, a Miles and a Xander joining us soon. So it's your call. I am happy to have you here as long as you'd like to hang out.
Chitter chatter with you. I'm all day long.
That's right. So what are you looking at right now? Talk about until they arrive some Epstein stuff.
Okay. So what I'm looking at right now is there's something called the Renaissance Weekend that happened on Hilton Head Island. That was a very big woo-woo event for financiers. It was a big deal for like politicians. And it started in 1981 with a group of 60 families. It was very private. The lists of attendees were never known. And there's a connection between Epstein and the family, the Laters, who actually started this event and still run the event. It's very well known now. Now it's moved over to the West Coast. I mean, they've had people like Stephen Colbert and like
I remember
major
hearing about it
names
back then because Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton used to go.
Yeah, in the 90s. But like I'm trying to make the connection that or find some kind of information about an attendee list or just memories of attendance. So I'm reaching out to people that I know went earlier on to see if there's any kind of a connection to Epstein being on that island in the early 1980s, and if he had been, that he would have attended that event. So it's all pre-internet. It's all very hard to find things, but that is like my main focus right now is this specific event.
And is the goal sort of in that one, if Epstein was meeting some of his billionaire friends there who would, or not necessarily billionaire, some political, some both, that would aid him in his endeavors to be a criminal piece of shit. Sorry.
I mean, there's that because it's during this period of time when he sort of went rogue and we don't know what he was. I mean, we know sort of what he was doing. He was going to the Middle East, he was going to Europe, but he's not very well documented. You have this like little piece on him being like Bachelor of the Month or the Week or whatever from Cosmo in 1980.
Right.
And you have really nothing about him until like 1987. And so it's in this sort of like foggy period. And really what it does is you have these, hidden FBI interviews that we've had come up recently, although we're still missing 37 pages that are very important. But
I gave you 16 of the 53 that were missing.
They gave us 16, and then we had one of the 302s was already in the files. We already had that. So we have 4 interviews with the FBI. We have, the credibility of the case being represented by the Bloom Group. That is Gloria Allred's daughter, Lisa Bloom. Like there's a lot of credibility, and you can sort of align all the details of the case around the event, but we need to get some kind of a record that Epstein was actually on the island during that time, renting a house or attending events, because that's the main deal. And it's tough because everything, we're going through like newspaper archives and going through microfiche and like looking at all these things that are pre-internet, and there's lots of little hometowny things in the newspaper that say call Jeff for like if you want to rent my house, call Jeff. And so I'm like trying to see if I can reverse search like phone numbers from the 1980s. Like it's really tough, and like I'm working with like the library system down there, but we're just trying to figure out a way to validate that piece, because if we can validate that piece, then that gives credibility to the entire story. And it's not a far-fetched idea. He traveled down there many times. Once we started to have emails and things like that, we have flight logs of him going to Hilton Head all the time, but we need to link him being there in 1983, 1984. So that's what I'm working on.
Yeah, but like somehow you always are able to do this.
I hope so.
I don't know. No, but you I don't know. It's impressive because it's like, as you said, pre-internet era, like you're putting together needles in the haystack, and you're able to do it. I mean,
right. And I think a part of it is probably me growing up slightly pre-internet, or my parents were old school. We did not have the internet until longer after people had the internet. So it was available, but I just did not have it. And so I was raised to do citations from the library out of the Britannica and all the old school stuff. Right. But also, a big piece of this is when we get these new stories that come in, validating a story as being truthful and verifiable validates all the stories of survivors. And, because we want to give credibility to everyone, and the more pieces of the puzzle that we can accurately identify helps give credibility to every single other survivor. And that's why I'm really careful when we get kind of these big news stories that come in that we haven't heard before. always, there's always a platform for them to be believed. There's always a platform for them to be given the benefit of the doubt. But it's really important to go do your homework and make sure that these specific details can be tracked down, because that verifies the story beyond the FBI already believing her, beyond like Lisa Bloom already.
No, that's why you're right. Like you nailing like some of these sort of key details, I think, are what make your pieces so strong.
Right.
I mean,
right. Because we have to be honest that they're limited, but there are stories in the files, because they include every single tip that came forward. There are stories in the files that are less credible, and I always bring up the one. There's some woman who reported abuse, but like the abuse that was reported, every single person in the room was only Democrats, and it was all like recent Democrats. It was like Obama and Biden and like I don't know, anybody you can think of who I've never found in the files whatsoever was the only people in the room. Trump was not there. None of these other people were there. And it clearly had a tilt in one direction, politically speaking, and it was never followed up on. And so that's pretty easy to say that is less credible. But again, you have to give every single thing that you read a minute and a fact check. And we see that a lot. Like there was I'm not going to detail it, but there was like a big thing on the internet yesterday where information about a specific survivor case came forward, and everybody latched onto it. They got all their information from ChatGPT. Everybody was convinced of one thing, and it just like went like and it just went like wildfire. And I'm like, digging, going, guys, I don't think this is true. Like this, all these references are only from ChatGPT, and if you look on ChatGPT, it's verifying it because everybody's talking about it on social media. So it's like this cyclical thing that's been created, but there's no like actual factual evidence to follow up on these things that people are talking about. And so that's just really, really important to remember, that social media is not research. Like we have to actually look things up and go find them. And anyway.
No, and that's really important. All right, we've got Xander Schultz here from Defiance. Miles Taylor. Oh my God, the Defiant 2 are here. That's my new nickname for you guys. You're like the 7 like cool guys. I don't remember. All right, how's it going?
Defiant.
I'll take that nickname.
Why not Defiant Duo? Yeah.
Because I'm not that bright, and so that was something I couldn't come up with.
Alliteration's too hard.
Exactly.
Although
I'm
Miles
a writer, I don't do alliteration. Go ahead.
Miles usually goes by 3s. Miles, do you have a third? The Defiant something duo? Miles is great at this. He pulls.
My head always goes to things.
Democracy.
Yeah, there we go. Democracy. That's PG.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, that was an easy one. That was a lot.
We interrupt this programming to let everyone know that the Palooza is sponsored by Chick-fil-A. Blue Ant Media is really excited to announce it's become an official Chick-fil-A sponsored organization.
Can I just say,
we only go to Chick-fil-A when we can't get into Wendy's. I don't know if you remember. Wendy's actually was from Dublin, Ohio, and the dude who had those nice commercials about his daughter Wendy was like the most anti-choice lunatic in the world. So Wendy's gave money to every anti-abortion group that existed. Then there was Domino's called Pro-Life Pizza, which was fun.
I have to say this about Chick-fil-A, because they put one in Missoula, Montana, and like the whole town went wild and like waited all afternoon to go get a chicken burger. And I went in there and it seemed, and I don't know if this is just that location, but like it seemed like everything you order takes a long time. Like you order an ice cream cone, it takes like 30 minutes. You order chicken burger, it takes 30 minutes.
God is the intermediary here. I mean,
and they really emphasize that they're not open on Sunday. Like the signage everywhere was like not open on Sunday, not open on Sunday, not open. And I was like, they're really. Like that's fine. Most stores are not open on Sunday. Like a lot of stores.
Well, they got to get an ROI. They're shut down one more day of the week than everyone else, so they've got to get an ROI on that.
That's branding. A good point, right? Like they have to. I wonder if they've got like an accounting, sort of area, like God Day, and they just have the negative, numbers going down there. I'm probably offending all sorts of people, and I make fun of everybody.
It's very popular.
So if I am, folks,
it's very YouTubey. Like YouTubers all love Chick-fil-A, so my kids think it's great.
Oh, I don't love it. But you know what? We gotta talk about how defiant you guys are. It's not just there's not just that great Christian chicken that you're eating. It's beyond that.
It's mostly that. It's mostly that.
Christian chicken was Xander's nickname in high school. It was like it was kind of derisive.
It was crispy chicken. Crispy chicken.
Okay. I just know the two of you guys, you better invite me on like one of your podcasts or whatever, because you're both obnoxious. So you're lots of fun, and like you guys seem like you have the best time in the world. And I just want to sit there and joke. We don't have to talk about politics. We'll just say shit.
Yeah, well,
we did invite Ellie. Ellie will be on Friday.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
Cliff.
Oh, thanks. So Ellie gets an
yeah.
invite. Oh,
Ellie's going to be a regular of ours, so we're not sure if there's room in the program.
Ellie
at
always
this
gets
point.
invited everywhere, and
I have
then
to tell
later
you-
I do if there's an opening. You know?
I have to tell Miles my super awkward story. So I was at State of the Swamp, and I saw you in the hotel lobby, and like I saw you, and then I didn't say hello because I think I was on
She
the phone.
told me
with
this on
Cliff.
the phone, by the way.
And
Yes.
then at some point in the day, I saw you again in the lobby, and we both made eye contact, and I didn't say hello again. And then I was like, well, damn, now I can't say hello because it's been twice now, and I didn't say hello, and it's just awkward.
Dang.
And then I'm sitting in my hotel room on the 10th floor, and I hear your voice outside of my hotel room, and I'm calling my friend. I'm like, he has a room next door to my room. There's like
And I still
150
can't say
rooms in
hi.
this hotel.
She's
And
like,
I've
and then
not
I
said
hear the
hi.
door handle jiggle, and I'm
I've
like,
not said
wait,
hi
what?
twice, and now I have to like make sure he's either in his room or has left before I can leave my room.
And
because
I woke
hardly
up in the
say
middle of the
hi to
night and there were
myself.
lights on that weren't on
God.
before. And I was like, what the?
So I'm just like
That's
sneaking in and
almost-
sneaking out. Sorry,
That's
guys.
almost as bad as when you like give someone a bro hug, say goodbye, and then walk the same direction. You just
That's
don't know what
right,
to
exactly.
do.
Or say
Literally,
I
got a
love you
call.
when you hang up
Just
the phone. Yeah.
I got a
happened to
call
me.
and then somebody said, Miles is in the house, you know, and you leave the house.
But Xander, to that awkward point, I was just leaving. You know, you've got these two congressional hearings today: the worldwide threats hearing that the DNI and the CIA director and others are speaking at, and then Mark Wayne Mullins' DHS confirmation hearing. And
I just read a piece on him. Do you know he likes to pick other people's noses? You should know that. That's actually true. Go ahead.
I'm surprised that Rand Paul didn't bring that up at the start of the hearing because it got pretty
Right.
personal at the start of
I
the
think
hearing.
when people would fall asleep, he would do that on a trip and take pictures because he's fucking nuts.
You know, given JD Vance's couch hobby, it's still not the weirdest hobby
That's true.
amongst the
But I
cabinets.
should. It's true. Okay, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, Miles. Tell
No,
your-
at this point, it's so not a story. The story was just that I walked off set with Ana Cabrera and we kept taking the same turn and saying goodbye to Xander who's coming from earlier. And I was like, okay, well, I'll see you later. Oh, we're going this way. I'll see you later. It's like,
Did you
at
hold the
this point-
conversation?
At this point, you just like crumple up in a ball on the floor and you're like, here is where I'm going. I'm just going right here.
It's the fake thing on the phone is the out. You just eventually have to fake. There's something really important.
All right, so
going
I
on
can
in
sit
your
here and
phone.
joke with you guys a lot, although I have to admit I'm a little perturbed that Ellie's invited on Friday. I'm not. I feel like
Sorry.
I've made an effort, help promote the thing. I wrote a whole piece on it and everything. And a little hurt. Just going to say.
Rule number one, make them wait. Make them wait.
Yeah.
We're just stringing you along, Cliff.
That's what it
You're the
is.
hot girl. You're the hot girl we're chasing. You don't know it.
All right. All right. I showed a little leg at that thing, I think. So okay.
You did. It was weird
I'm not
for
gonna
everyone.
take this any further before I get myself in trouble. But I want to, beyond laughing with you, which is always fun, I want folks to hear about what you guys are up to, what you're doing, because I really do believe we've had a lot of great folks on here today, but you are doing something very concrete and very, Maritza brought up before how she's talking with you later, doing some concrete and specific things on the ground where we need people to ensure that we do have in fact have an election. That was the theme of why we were doing this today. So whoever wants to grab it and run, go for it.
Miles, the floor is yours, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would just say at the top end, I mean, we launched defiance.org truly to answer one question, which is, what can I do? And I had so many people asking me that question after the president had come after me and my family and announced he was putting us under investigation for the crime of exercising protected speech and criticizing him. And I was very grateful. At first, folks were asking that question, how can I support your family? How can we help you guys get through this? Because a lot of bad things happened to us, personally and professionally after that. But then the question started to become something different. It was, what can I do to fight? I mean, people, especially last year, were getting very anxious with all of the doom scrolling and feeling like they had no power to do something. Maybe they'd gone to a couple of protests, maybe they had gone to No Kings, and that was good. But folks really wanted to know, what more can I do? And Xander and I have known each other for a long time, and we reconnected and started having a conversation about this. And I had just heard from our friend Robert De Niro, who was basically saying, he called up to say there needs to be someone out there basically
friend
playing
Robert De Niro.
our friend. Yeah.
That makes me hate.
Wait till you hear him call him Bob. Wait till you hear him call him Bob. They like, damn, Miles.
I have a strong dislike for you right now. Go ahead.
True story. We were, me and my wife, we were at a cabin weekend getaway with friends who knew we had had the year from hell, and they had booked this cabin, and they invited us, and I'm sure it was a reluctant invite, right? We have a toddler, and they rented this like tiny cabin in the woods. They're like, yeah, come stay with us, thinking we'd say, no, we don't need that. And Hannah said, we totally need a weekend away. And so I'm sure they were like, please don't come. And then on the first night, I was like, hey, I got to go out and take a phone call. And, my wife's like, is it Robert De Niro? And they're like, ha, you're joking. I was like, no, that's who it is. I got to go take this phone call. And I'm out there sitting in our car, trying not to be awkward. And he goes on and on for like an hour and a half. And I'm not upset to be on that phone call.
And you can't tell him to shut up. You're just like, you don't tell.
It's like a call from the president.
You don't tell Bobby D to stop talking.
Yes, Mr. President. Sure, Mr. President.
He was feeling what all of us have been feeling, and was very passionate about it, that we need to be doing so much more, and so many people want to be doing more. And, he grilled me a little bit and said, what are you going to do? I mean, besides defending your family, what are you going to go do? And I had only just started toying with, what do I do with my life for the next few years with this guy in office? I'm not going to go try to restart a business and have my head down while he's, dismantling the republic. And, I called up my friend Xander here.
Honestly, he'd like pull your license. I mean, he would do something there's no point.
That's right. There's no point. And so, when Xander and I connected, we started talking about, what's a role here that needs to be filled. We didn't want to go create another organization that went out there and did all the work. We don't need to create another Indivisible. We don't need to create another 50501. And it was clear to us that there were so many amazing groups out there doing great things, but your average person doesn't get up every single day and sit at their computer and look up, here are the 9 ways today I can go fight back against the latest abuse of power that I have seen. There just needed to be someone to play almost traffic cop to say, hey, this week, here's the biggest threat. Let's put our attention here, and to crowdsource the attention among groups. And so we launched defiance.org to go do that. And really, all we do is once a week, we announce a new action to combat an abuse of power from the administration. And we change that action based on the threat, based on the things that they're doing. And we try to move very, very quickly. And that's what it's all about. So we're a nonprofit civic club.
That's awesome. I mean, I say you don't really have a choice, because obviously I don't know that of course I know he doesn't think about shit. So he just says what pops in his head, but half the time it's something anti-constitutional. It's something that's attacking people and whatever. And so it's kind of like you got to be almost ready all the time for what he may decide this week is the week we go after, a couple reporters in a church and arrest them. Or this week may be the week that we send ICE folks to shoot people. Or this may be the week that we attack around. I mean, it could be anything. So.
Well, and all the things you just listed, Cliff, were real examples of that week. You mentioned reporters. The week they arrested Georgia Fort and Don Lemon, we said, we have to send a signal right now that someone is prepared to raise funds to legally defend these people. And I didn't know what Georgia's finances were like. I don't know what Don's finances are like. I don't care. That's immaterial to me. All of the independent journalists in our space need to know we're going to go have each other's backs when this happens. So, our network went really quickly in a day, raised $50,000 to cover those initial legal costs. You mentioned Iran. Amidst this war with Iran, we said just the other week, who are the most important voices right now for Congress and the president to hear? It's veterans who've served in the forever wars. We teamed up with Independent Veterans of America. We're going to be announcing this afternoon. That's why I'm in New York City, what we are doing with them to be able to put pressure on this administration.
Is that Rykoff or?
It's Paul Rykoff, yeah.
I remember, both New Yorkers, so I know Paul from way back. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Cool.
He's a good guy. He's basically he's the shadow mayor of New York City. Is what I'm starting to learn. Yeah.
Maybe shadow governor.
The biggest
of New York
Giants
soon.
fan in New York. It won't. I told him way back when. We had some great games there against Tom Brady, but you got to give up on the Giants, at least for now.
Eventually you got to bend the knee. He doesn't want to bend the knee. He's consistent.
He will not bend the knee to the Cowboys or the Eagles. I guess I respect that.
I want to say, you talked about us being positive. I think that's mostly because of the way we are organizing we are focused on what you can do and the actions you can take. So when something like the Iran conflict starts, you know, it's kind of a utilitarian way to think of it. It's like, okay, well, what's the opportunity? What's the way that we can find the best organization and go get a win on the board and start either breaking apart the MAGA coalition, making sure our coalition is too big to rig. We talk about that all the time. Protecting the election. Like every one of these, to your point, like every one of these dumb things he says or does could be horrifying if we just sit with how awful it is in the direction our country is going. Or when you kind of, you know, when you spin it and you think about, okay, what does that open up for us? The glyphosate decisions, like all these Maha moms that followed RFK to Trump. How do we reach out to them, make sure they're part of the coalition that opposes these guys? Because one group after another is understanding these guys are charlatans. They don't mean what they say. They had no intention on following through with their promises. And there's a lot of Americans out there, good people, who had a bugaboo issue, whether it was the forever wars, whether it was their jobs being, you know, sent overseas, etc. And all those groups are figuring out they're being lied to. And so we just want to take advantage of every moment and either support something that's existing or collaborate with folks to build something new that needs to be stood up.
And we were going to call the organization Bugaboo, but then we felt like maybe that's too flippant.
That's actually going to be Miles and I first hit single instead. We decided to turn it into a song.
When I heard Miles,
it's literally what we call each other on text. I'm like,
Miles is a big fan from what I hear of La Cucaracha. So you
I just wanted to say really quick about the idea of like crowdsourcing. And I think that that's a really key point because, you know, for me, I came into this, I feel like on a complete whim. I had a small business where I worked sort of adjacent to journalism, but I wasn't a journalist. And that really got eaten up by AI. I'm like one of those cases where AI just kind of wiped out the thing that I did. And so I came to Substack and I was really hungering for that idea of like, I want to work, I want to go to work, but I want the work that I do to matter and to do something and to be productive. And I was thinking at that time about focusing on like immigration because we had a lot of, you know, all our kids' friends are from different countries. They're all immigrant families. And so I thought that that was going to be my focus. And then, you know, obviously it turned into the Epstein files, which unbeknownst to me, that happened. But in that, you know, it's the idea of like there's such a huge amount of information that you have to deal with that it's very hard as an individual to like conquer everything. So for me, I was, you know, I don't delegate very well, and I'm digging through the Epstein files, trying to find information that we can send back to Congress that matters, that people will pay attention to. And then they give us 3 million files. I recognize that I can't get through 3 million files on my own. And so we started to crowdsource and say, can you guys from all walks of life, every, you know, background, political, whatever, can you help me? And everybody has the ability to help on their level with their, you know, whatever, you know, we have psychologists, we have lawyers, we have medical professionals, we have computer techs. But this idea of where we can take one project, everybody's helping, everybody's sourcing stuff together, but like everybody is filling that need of the want to help in this process. And I just think that that's been a really good thing. And that's sort of like the change in our, you know, political, government, whatever you want to look at. That's the change in journalism that's happened. Like this idea of it's not these people up here and then kind of the rest of us just paying attention to them. It's literally everybody gets to be involved.
Sort of anti-elitism, if you will,
totally. I mean, just to riff off that, Cliff, I mean, I came from big philanthropy where I was organizing big donors, and you saw in this moment them completely pull back out of fear, capitulating, maybe being, you know, feeling like the opportunities to stand with their other elites and just benefit from what's going on, kind of everything. And even the ones who weren't scared, you saw them, their institutions being able to unable to respond at the pace that this moment requires, right? The big philanthropy institutions go do, you know, annual planning and set their grants for the year. We're going week to week. There's a new thread every week. And so we thought, you know, on the crowdsourcing front, there needed to be a way for everyday people to contribute to fill that gap that philanthropy had taken a step back from on the funding side. And then we do like to give our community actions. I mean, Ellie, we should talk about if you still have that need. Our community, we give actions every week for them to do also. And if you still have that need, that's the type of stuff our community really loves to get involved with and respond to.
I mean, one of the things that I'll say, you know, that hit me last year is how different this moment is than even 10 years ago when Donald Trump first came in, because
completely
crowdsourcing had made it into our lexicon, but it was like in very discreet ways, like a gigantic GoFundMe that made news or something along those lines. We had not really built the muscle memory of crowdsourcing collective action against autocratic threats, right? We have been relearning that muscle, as Xander talks about a lot. And, I first kind of personally witnessed it after that executive order, because, one of the reasons we laid low for the first few weeks, me and my wife, is we were terrified we were going to have to sell our house to be able to afford the legal costs that we were going to face to have to defend ourselves against a federal investigation. And that was a very real conversation in our household. The people we were closest to said, do not punch back. Don't make yourselves more vulnerable. Right. And you'd like to think that most people in those moments would say, fight, fight. They don't. They absolutely do not. 90% of people tell you, even the brave ones, they say, put your heads down. And, but it was the fact that people around the country crowdsourced our legal defense that totally changed what we were doing. It totally changed our ability to get out there and do something, because we no longer feared we'll lose everything if we fight. Right. And so when we launched this, we felt like, look, you guys all remember that Reuters article from last year in November that showed, statistically 1 to 2 revenge targets a day are hit by the White House with an executive order or an action or an investigation. We felt like there has to be some institutionalization of that crowdsourcing, so that when there's a new target, a new person hit, whether it's Don Lemon and Georgia Fort, whether it's
so
service members being sent overseas.
Having you guys on and other people like you today.
This is the only time I've ever wished that they would. And in fact, right now, I would just make clear, if the Justice Department is listening, thanks for not raiding our house yet. And if you could raid Cliff's house instead, it might just be better. I heard there were some things there. Yeah,
be more impactful.
I keep my house, to my chagrin of my wife, it's so disorganized and shit's all over the place.
I know.
If you guys come and raid my house, you'll actually just make it cleaner. So if you want to do that, I'll give you a tip. Like when you're done, just come and raid the house and make it look nice. Please.
Cliff, I'm going to blow you away. That's been my long play this whole time. I went into the first Trump administration, resigned in protest, started this organization, all as a way to get the Justice Department to come after you to clean your house. You're welcome.
You're so seductive.
But it's
we thought about an intervention, but we decided this was the less complicated.
Right. This is the less complicated way.
When you have small kids, you have, I've got small kids, I have 4 kids. So like, it's that idea of like walking into your house and it looks like somebody's robbed you, but that's just the way it looks.
Today. That's what's going on.
There's the way it looks in movies, and then there's the way it looks. And
Ellie, but macro statement, they have robbed you. They've taken over.
I still can't go to the bathroom by myself. Like there's a target on the door every time I go to the bathroom. So such is my life for the next week.
I'm looking forward to that day as well.
Yeah, exactly. Think of how amazing that's going to be, where you're just like, you can relax. But we won't go any further into that. In any case, so you guys, you're doing stuff every week. You're crowdsourcing. You're raising small dollars. I think from what you'd said to me, you're not going after. If they happen to find you, you're cool with bigger donors, but you're not really pursuing that. So obviously people can. We don't have our next person here yet, so we're just keeping you guys here. But you can go. People can go to Defiance. I'm sorry.
Did you mean next person coming on, or do you mean next person like in the grand scheme of things?
That's true. Our next person, I meant it in really an existential kind of way.
I don't know.
Talking about personal evolution.
What I like about this program right now is if they destroy the filibuster in the United States Senate, Blue Amp Media will keep it going. The filibuster will continue right here on Substack-A-Palooza.
We can keep it going that's what I'm saying. Invite us in, let us take over. Honestly, again, you guys really should you should watch around, I'm going to say around 7, 8 o'clock at night. Like I will be either so punch drunk or into the booze, or I'll find some gummies somewhere or something, because I'll just be like, I've been on air for 9 hours. Why the fuck did I do this to myself again? If you really, those are the fun times where it's sort of like when you watch, it's not, partially to support, but partially it's entertainment. Like, will he fall over? Will he start drooling on himself? Like that kind of thing. So.
Do you guys have the head of lettuce that you're going to cut to and see like which withers first? Cliff with the head of lettuce.
Something like that. You know what I do have?
Cliff,
though?
what's the
Which
best
is-
bit of it? What we met? What was the highlight from the day so far for you? What stuck with you the most?
Can you remember?
I know. Can I remember that far back? Let's see. I actually really enjoyed when your fellow Montanans were on, John.
I do.
Tester.
I
love John
They're
Tester.
great. They're great.
Again, I can talk about like the meat grinder taking off his fingers, and that he still uses that meat grinder because it's good. It does the job.
Right.
He struck me because it's a different time now, but he lost in that last election, so he hasn't been here since. It feels like politicians have really started cursing, and he just
I know
into Peter Thiel with a number of fucks and assholes, and like he just
we might be reaching peak that version. I feel like some politicians got the wrong message. They're like, we want a more authentic you, and they're like, all right.
No, but this was authentic.
You want me to be vulgar all the time.
You're right. Some of them are doing it just for that. You could tell from John Tester to me seemed pissed at what
authentically pissed. Totally.
Because
but I will say.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Maritza texted me and she goes, if you can get him a little pissed, like pissed John Tester is the best interview. We'll do that.
Well, I quoted that quote by Peter Thiel. He's like, where basically he said that democracy is not compatible with capitalism, so we need to get rid of democracy, and that was it. It's like, so you're going to take my fucking freedoms? Like we got John Tester going, so that was good.
Yeah, he's great.
That was fun so far. Let's see.
Any solutions you heard along the way where you're like, man, we got to double tap on that and make sure that succeeds?
Democracy is fixed.
Yeah, exactly. Democracy's all good. Everything is fixed, and we're good.
Yeah.
Actually, I thought it was really cool at some point because we usually had Wajahat Ali on, sorry, it was Julie Roginski at first. She stayed. Waj came on, and like the two of them, especially because they are, I believe Julie is practicing Jewish and Muslim and, whatever. And they just got, not only do they like each other and whatever, but I felt like they talked a lot about how people who are targeting Muslims, you heard Julie talking about it. People are targeting Jews, you heard Waj talking about it. And the fact that them were speaking about the other, and how horrific it is. Like, yeah, that's a bringing together of people, and quite frankly, right now with Bibi Netanyahu being such a fucking asshole, and the Iranian leaders obviously, I think this war was a horrible idea for many reasons, but they're terrible people too. Like you clearly have a lot going on that could lead to that much worse violence between Muslims and Jews, and I thought it was kind of cool that the two of them came on and we're going back and forth, and so I like that a lot too. But I'll have to.
Look, we asked the question just so that you said it's when you guys came on, and you haven't said that.
Well, I was just going to say, then there were these two assholes who didn't invite me on their show on Friday, but they did invite Ellie because clearly I'm not cool enough. And then they kept texting me like, "Are we coming on at what time? And what the hell's going on? And where's the link? Is it up my ass?"
Do you actually do this? You're a little too good at the passive aggressive thing. Do you do this? Is this the thing you actually have in your arsenal? Because that was solid. I actually was feeling
the passive aggressive,
feeling on my back feet.
What, you mean the passive aggressiveness?
What do you mean?
Yeah, that was
what I have in my arsenal. It's actually I do that for fun. What I have in my arsenal is that I have a really obnoxious, dry sense of humor that can flow without me. It moves quicker than my brain, which is dangerous sometimes. So I can keep going like I was doing there when I'm actually really not passive. I'm not. I'm just fucking with you guys and I'm having a good time doing it. But like it can. That's definitely a.
So you want me to call off the feds, or you don't want me to call off the feds?
I'm trying to think what I want. No, I'm actually like you guys are doing the work you're doing on the ground. Like you did. You looked at what was missing, and you're like, this is important, and we need to be doing this. And I'm really glad in the end that you did that because I am still hoping, from our side, the media, political consulting, whatever side, we can work with you guys on some things because you bring this on this grassroots capacity that we don't have, and hopefully, we bring this network and other stuff where we can help blow it up and where I can be really passive aggressive the whole time. And
100%. I mean, look, the thing that's given me the most hope during this whole effort is how many fucking heroes are out there. There's so many incredible people across every issue. No matter what comes up, there's the birthright citizenship case that comes up. Democracy Defenders is on it, and fucking winning. Norm Eisen and his crew is on it.
Yep.
People are being attacked in Minneapolis. There was a local organizing group, Monarcha, that we helped fund. Witness was helping instruct people on how to record ICE agents so you can hold them accountable.
Yep.
We helped stand up a group called Fight Against Federal Overreach, or FAFO, if you know the acronym. That was started because we were talking to Larry Krasner, who was the DA in Philly that was really confident that he could prosecute ICE agents for state crimes. And we asked him, did he have a interstate group of DAs that he was instructing on how to do so?
That was the thing that you guys told me they got me into. At first, when I first talked to Miles, because I had him on, on my regular show, and I was like, what are we going to do here if, with the election stuff? Because, already there's so much, the grounds for these DAs and for these attorneys general, to go after these guys, they have it. There's state and local law, and they're not doing it. And how do we get them to feel comfortable doing it and organizing them, obviously? And Krasner spoke out, and then you guys jumped on that, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's
And
kind of our model is every week when we think we're going to take a slow week and take a break. And, Sandra and I will have this same conversation on like a Friday. We'll be like, okay, so next week we really need to find a group to support where we're just supporting them and featuring them and doing nothing else. We don't need to hustle. They're doing the work. And then we get so animated by the cause, we burn ourselves out completely. We get ourselves close to bankruptcy, and we get right there to the line. We put everything in it, and then we take like a day off and we go back in. I mean, both of us.
And then you send out another email, you raise some money, and you're fine. You're good.
Well,
you're
look,
back.
The honest thing is, in this moment, like so much of the challenges are kind of new. We haven't had a federal government that is so aggressive towards our other institutions. And so there's a lot of great players out there. Like Miles and I are usually not the lead on any of these projects, but there's usually a twist on what they're doing or a partnership that needs to be forged to allow them to attack this problem, this unique problem head on. And so we like to, honestly, for a guy like stricken with ADHD, it's been an awesome journey for us, just being able to whiteboard with these fucking awesome people every week and come up with a way to fight back that's meaningful, feels like it meets the moment. And I'll say the other thing that's great is when we're on our Substack live, we go live every day. I'm looking at the comments. It's positive. People are excited. It's like it can be doom and gloom out there. And so to give people a positive place to feel hopeful and feel like they can be a part of something, that we say, look, you can give $1 a month and you're a part of our club. So it's not about, trying to make sure only X number of people. We want everyone in there feeling like they can be a part of the solution. And it's nice to have a little corner of the internet that feels positive and optimistic.
That's really cool. And if you guys have the time, we can keep going. I don't know. Glenn Kirshner was supposed to be here.
Yeah, he's here.
Wait, but before he comes on, does everyone want to go around the circle and say something
been here for
you
a while
dislike about Glenn?
Yeah, he's been here for a while.
Oh my God. Hold on. Okay, I need to add Glenn. You were at the...
No worries.
Are you sure you want to... Cliff, are you sure you want to add him
video.
before we talk about his shortcomings and
I'm
his
going to kick you
flaws?
assholes out. Find these guys at defiance.org. They're doing great work. I'm a dick, and I'm getting Glenn in here right now.
We love Glenn. Treat him well. He's a rock star.
Bye.
Thanks, guys. Ellie, we'll see you Friday.
Yeah, see you Friday.
Jerk. Okay.
I know. I was like texting.
Glenn, I am so I don't even know what to say. Have you been here since 2:30?
Dude, I've just been enjoying the conversation for the last 20 minutes, sitting backstage.
No, I'm getting rid of somebody else. Maybe it'll be me. This is ridiculous. Because I'm not used to there being 2 rows of, below in StreamYard where people, the green room. So I didn't see the window, and I'm like, where's Glenn? And I kept thinking, I'm so sorry, honestly.
Cliff, I can't be offended. You can't insult me. I've been called every name in the book by every coach, by every army sergeant, by every judge, by every DOJ official. So no, this is my comfort zone here.
Okay, I will say two things. One, you are a gentleman and a scholar, and I appreciate your response. Two, I'm still a bit of an asshole, and I messed that up, and I'm sorry, and I want to make sure that we get to talk to you, and maybe we'll have you stand a little bit late, and we'll see how we work that. But thank you, first of all, for being here, and second of all, for all you're doing right now. I just, if you can, we can sort of share with folks. Obviously, this is about protecting democracy and making sure the elections happen. You are a legal whiz, and what do you see right now in terms of the atmosphere of what we can do, and either if it's legal or non-legal, because these guys clearly are coming after the elections. Now we've got JD Vance with this fraud committee that's going into mostly blue and purple states, of course. I mean, they know that the numbers are horrific for them. I've seen numerous ones like that aren't even public that are horrific. They know they're going to get crushed if there's anything close to fair election. So what do we do to stop them?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that can stop the blue wave that's coming. Donald Trump is going to try to interfere in all kinds of ways, and he's going to fail. Look at the track record recently in the last year or so, the special elections. He's going to fail. He only has but so many masked marauder federal agents that he can send to try to intimidate people at the polls. Yes, he's going to try to send the message that we're going to be at every polling place, so y'all better stay home. Right. He's going to fail. The courts have been holding strong. And if the courts have to get involved in last-minute Trump shenanigans to make sure people get to cast their ballots, in the midterms, the courts will hold strong there too. Now, I know but the Supreme Court, but even the Supreme Court, it looks like may have had enough of Donald Trump, because look at the ruling in the tariffs case. I mean, They sat on that for so long because they were scared to go against him, but now they have, and even John Roberts is speaking out about, how presidents really shouldn't threaten the lives of judges and justices without having the courage to name the president. I think he's talking about Trump. But listen, I'm not going to say the tide has turned. I'm not going to say we're out of the woods, but I'm telling you, Cliff, things are trending in the direction of, if not justice, in the direction of the rule of law beginning to be prodded into wakefulness, beginning to come out of its coma. The federal trial court judges are kicking ass from coast to coast, whether they were appointed by a Republican or Democrat president, whether they were appointed by Trump, with a few outliers. We have a few, Judge Aileen Cannon type.
Just one of those.
We'll survive. We'll survive her, and we'll survive a couple of the appeals court judges in D.C. The federal circuit courts of appeal have been standing strong, and I think even the Supreme Court. And what I've been trying to say all along, and I have to believe the Supreme Court knows this. Donald Trump said, "I'm going to be a dictator on day one," right? But only day one. Yeah, right. And there is one thing that a dictator has absolutely no interest in. It's a Supreme Court. Inferior courts are great, where he can push them around and insist that they rule the way he wants them to rule. But, if the Supreme Court really lets him expand presidential power such that he is a de facto dictator, guess what? Supreme Court's done. They've cut off their nose to spite their face. How stupid, because you know what? They like their power and position and supreme authority. So I was surprised when they went the way they did in the presidential immunity case, because they really were only working against their own power at that point, taking the power away from the federal courts and giving it to literally a criminal.
I know, the worst person you can give it to. Yeah.
Insanity. And as Yale law professor Akil Reed Amar said, that ruling, Trump versus United States, that was the Supreme Court ruling that the Constitution is unconstitutional. The hell do we do with that? We can't appeal a Supreme Court ruling, but maybe they will see the error of their ways. And I don't want to start at the 30,000 foot level, but we have overturned horrific precedent in our nation's history before. It usually takes us, at least a couple of decades. But if we couldn't revisit,
they wouldn't let me drink during certain years. And
there you go, bad Supreme Court precedent. If we couldn't overrule it, we'd still have Dred Scott. We'd still have Plessy versus Ferguson. We'd still have Korematsu, right? So my fever dream is if we can get a case and we can get it back up to the Supreme Court in the coming years, we can potentially undo presidential immunity, because that is a recipe for the end of the republic. If you say a president can commit all the crimes against the American people he wants, including sending SEAL Team 6 to kill his political rivals with complete immunity from being
and this is a
prosecuted,
guy
held
who would do
accountable,
it too.
he would do it. But I'm telling you, he's circling the drain. You know, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. He is circling the drain. He gets weaker by the day. Look, I'm a rule of law guy, not a political guy. But man, with every time a grand jury stands up and tells Jeanine Pirro or Lindsay Halligan or those of their ilk, go the F, I was going to say it, go the F
you can on
away.
here, but you don't have to.
Get the fuck out of this grand jury room. We are not going to indict a sandwich thrower for an 8-year federal felony. Have you ever heard the saying, don't make a federal case out of it? Jeanine,
yes.
Get out. So what did Jeanine do when she couldn't get felony indictments against the sandwich thrower? Sean Dunn, who happened to be a paralegal at the Department of Justice, who was so incensed that his city, my city, our city, had been militarized by Donald Trump. He was yelling and screaming, and he lost his cool, and he threw a sandwich, which bounced off the police officer's chest. Public service announcement.
Terrible crime, that is. Yes.
PSA, don't throw sandwiches at police. I mean that as a career prosecutor. Don't do it. But when you do, it's not an 8-year federal felony.
You do make sure it's a bologna on rye.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's actually what we call a no paper. What does that mean? It means we would decline to even bring a criminal charge, because I worked protester intake when we would have to make hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of decisions about which protesters we charged with a crime during a volatile situation of protest. You know who we charged? People who were like punching police, people who were burning cars, people who were looting stores. Oh yeah, y'all are catching a charge. We're going to get after you. But the hundreds and hundreds of people who were just, you know, maybe tussling and yelling because they were angry and they wanted justice, God forbid they want justice, we're not charging them with crimes. So Jeanine fumbles forward after the grand jury tells her to get the hell out and signs a criminal charge with her little pen, which is called a complaint, a misdemeanor where you don't need a grand jury to indict it. She fumbles forward in the court and falls flat on her face because the trial jury says, Jeanine, go away, not guilty. Go away. Sean Dunn is not guilty.
So.
But what that is, Cliff and Ellie, that is we the people standing up to Donald Trump's prosecutorial abuse and overreach and misconduct. That is literally the conscience of the community rising up, applying the law, assessing the evidence, and telling DOJ, go away. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it right, but y'all are doing it wrong. And that has happened over and over and over again, right? And he tried to vindictively prosecute. Just stop me when you want to stop me, or else I'm going to talk for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, you're
tried
good at
to vindictively prosecute James Comey, vindictively prosecute Letitia James. How quickly were those cases thrown out?
Oh, I mean, it was a joke, right?
They didn't even get to the vindictive prosecution motion because Lindsay Halligan, who was not lawfully in the position of U.S. attorney, didn't have any more lawful authority than Bugs Bunny to walk into a grand jury room.
Right.
And hey, Lindsay, you know what? I know you were a very accomplished beauty pageant contestant, but there is no swimsuit competition in the grand jury.
Right.
So bye-bye.
Bye-bye, we do the law a little differently, yeah.
Those got thrown out. The Jerome Powell subpoenas got thrown out. The attempt to prosecute the innocent 6 members of Congress for reading from the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which I did for 6.5 years as an Army prosecutor. You must disobey unlawful orders. If your commander says shoot those unarmed protesters, you must disobey. And Jeanine tried to prosecute the innocent. Cliff, Donald Trump has zero power in that regard. He's a paper tiger. He's been threatening to prosecute people ever since Hillary Clinton locked her up 10 years ago.
That's true, right.
And now that he's tried to do it, he fails over and over and over and over and over and over again. I think the safest place to be if you want to avoid being prosecuted successfully, is to be on Donald Trump's
have Trump
enemies
pissed
list.
at you? Can I
Trump's
ask a
enemies
question?
list. You'll never be successfully prosecuted. And, you know, Miles is living that right now. Look at what Donald Trump is trying to do.
Yep.
Miles, not only God bless Defiance.org and Miles, but Donald Trump will not be able to successfully prosecute Miles Taylor, you know,
No,
because he's committed no crimes. Instead, he stood up as a patriot. Donald Trump is getting weaker by the day. This is imploding. It is imploding. The midterms will be his last ditch attempt, and that will fail too. And then we're going to get our accountability on.
Then we're going to
first
win
after the
back.
midterms, and then when a Democrat is back in the White House, we're going to get our accountability on.
Preach it, brother. We need you on more often to feel awesome about this. I want to ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
This is always it is related, very related to this. So immunity decision, which again made about as much sense as their decisions on Citizens United and the Second Amendment and numerous things that they've just made up. Before that, we were relying on, if I'm getting this correctly, an opinion written by a member of Nixon's Justice Department, legal counsel, that you couldn't prosecute presidents. Like nowhere in the Constitution, just a guy that happened to work for Nixon of all people, wrote this out. I've always found that to be a bit ridiculous. In general, the argument being, well, a president has to do their job. Well, if you can impeach a president, they're going to have a pretty big challenge doing their job while they're being impeached. So that's kind of like a trial. I don't understand why you couldn't try them for something else. Do you think if we got rid of immunity, do you believe that a president should be able to be prosecuted in office?
Yes, the deep thinkers, the legal pinheads at the Office of Legal Counsel, OLC, at the Department of Justice. I shouldn't make fun of them, but I can't help myself.
Please do.
They are tasked with thinking deep thoughts, staring deeply into their navel, and coming up with what they think the law kind of might be, or the Constitution should be, how the Constitution should be interpreted. But importantly, as you point out, Cliff, it ain't the law. It ain't the law. It's an opinion from the Office of Legal Counsel, who is controlled by whom? The president. Is it a shock that the employees said, we don't think it's a good idea for you to be able to prosecute our boss while he's in office? Now, there was never immunity once a president leaves office, right? But we have held to this fiction that you can't prosecute.
And every president respecting this ridiculous. That's why I don't understand it. I mean, it's insane to me.
You can't prosecute a sitting president for committing crimes. What does that mean? It means he can line up his enemies on the White House lawn and mow them all down, kill them, and you can't prosecute them. Is that what we want for our republic, for our democracy? It's absolute. Actually, there's nobody that, it's more important to prosecute when they are committing crimes against the people than the president, because the president is the one controlling, in a very real sense, the people and the policies that are impacting the people. So it's an asinine position to take. But here's the good news. And we don't talk about this enough. And I think generally we don't talk about the good news enough. At least corporate media doesn't. I think we on independent media do. But let's think about the two criminal prosecutions that were up and running against Donald Trump before he won re-election. One was the classified documents case down in Mar-a-Lago. And we shorthanded as the classified documents case. But do you realize there were criminal charges for mishandling classified information, obstructing justice, conspiracy, and violating our nation's espionage laws? That's what he was charged, indicted for by grand jurors sitting as the conscience of the community. That case was up and running until Aileen Cannon tried to, walk it deep into the woods and shoot it dead. But it was up in the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, about to be reversed and sent back to the trial court for a trial. I would bet my full buck. That's my betting limit. I'm not a high roller or a gambling man. I bet $1. I'll put the full buck on the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. Kind of guy? No, man, I'm not. I grew up with nothing, man. I didn't have two nickels to rub together. I wasn't betting one of those two nickels. No. Yeah, so that case would have proceeded to trial eventually. What about, let's move up to DC, the January 6th case for trying to steal the election, attacking the Capitol. Where was that when it had to be dismissed because he got reelected? It was in court with Judge Tanya Chutkan litigating the question of, even in the aftermath of the presidential immunity ruling, can these 4 felony charges still go to trial because they weren't core constitutional functions or official presidential acts when he tried to, as a candidate, steal the election. She would have ruled, I'm going to bet my buck, that of course those felony counts survive the presidential immunity ruling because they weren't core constitutional functions, which are the only thing that enjoy absolute immunity. Those cases would have gone to trial. Guess what? They were both dismissed without
just because of this,
which means they can both be rebrought when the time is right. They're not done. They're not dead.
Right.
We can talk all day long about statute of limitations challenges and arguments we have to overcome a statute of limitations motion to dismiss. We can talk about the practical difficulty of pushing that justice rock up the hill. Those 2 cases can be rebrought, and they should be rebrought because it's too important not to hold him accountable.
We need folks like you, Glenn, you know, in well, let's call it the after period, hopefully. Because going back to what we had, it seems to me, isn't, you know, I mean, obviously it wasn't enough, right? A lot of stuff relied on handshake agreements, traditions. Oh yeah, release your taxes. I mean, every president has, you know, there just were so many things of that nature that they didn't think they really had to write directly into law, which quite clearly need to be. And I really feel like, you know, if we can win the type of huge wave election that we have a shot at winning, one of those candidates will be coming up soon in Lev Parnas, who hopefully can be one of the winners. But like, if we can do that, I just feel like, you know, we need to look at this, to me anyhow, like a post-Civil War period, a post, you know, a Great Depression period of where things have been disrupted to the point where we need to really radically change some things and move forward and put things that we know should be in law into law. So it's no more just well, that's, I mean, nobody would do that, right? You know, kind of thing, because there is always somebody like Trump who would do whatever the hell it is. So you need to be one of, are you still, is everything you're doing on the commentary side, are you still trying cases?
No, I mean, when I retired from the department, no, well, not, I was
on the side. I mean, like any.
No, I was never a civil litigator. First of all, yeah. I was a prosecutor my whole life, and I was always on the government side. I don't fit comfortably as a criminal defense attorney, though I think those are the most important lawyers we have in our nation. That's not pandering. Everybody has a Sixth Amendment right to zealous representation. I would go into court every day and say, Your Honor, Glenn Kirshner for the United States. That made it sound like I had the whole United States of America at my disposal to prosecute cool, this guy for a couple of murders, right? Or a RICO case or arson or rape or whatever. And the defense attorney was over there, you know, John Jones or Jane Smith for the defendant. Boy, that never sounded like a fair fight. The United States of America versus this one defendant represented by one criminal defense attorney. Guess what? That criminal defense attorney in many ways had a much harder job than me, because they not only had to zealously represent the interests of their client, they had to guard against government abuse and overreach and misconduct, police misconduct, prosecutorial misconduct. Man, that, and they were protecting the Constitution, the United States of America, against government bad actors, because we got us some government bad actors these days. So all props to the criminal defense bar.
That's awesome. I mean, so I'll ask one more thing. Like, so if someone were to come to you, because obviously there's so many abuses right now. If somebody came to you and said, I need you, if it's a free speech case and they're being locked up, or a, you know, civil rights case, would you advise a little bit, or, you know, you're just.
Yeah, what I would do is I would advise them to talk with one of my friends in the defense bar.
I feel like you're going to say that, yeah.
Because I mean, I know dozens of remarkable lawyers. These are people I would turn to if I had legal issues to contend with. I'm not in the business of representing clients. I don't really practice law anymore. I hope to someday. Listen, if Kamala Harris had won, I would not be talking to you right now. I would be back in government at the Department of Justice somehow, fighting the war for accountability. Now I have to wait till 2029, but I still fully expect.
We get to see you on Substack, and I think I've seen YouTube videos. But you've got like a huge YouTube account, don't you? I mean,
yeah, I don't. You've got like 1.2 million subscribers. It's stupid. It's stupid for a guy who still doesn't understand technology. But on
I only have
Substack,
160,000.
You,
So if you want to
lull
tell
everybody to sleep at night.
Glenn, if you want to tell a few people, like, I
yeah.
have
So
this friend,
Cliff
Cliff,
on the Substack
you should totally
front,
go subscribe to his. You can do that. No one will
on
get
the
mad.
Substack front. It's funny. I had a talk with Mackenzie. What's his Hamish, right?
Yeah.
One of the
Yeah.
co-founders. And this was like I think when I was getting on Substack, and he said what so many people say to me. My father really likes your work. It's like my
you told me that.
65 and hey, look, I'm 65. 65 and older is kind of my demographic. And so they're like, you want to start a Substack? And I'm like, oh, okay, sure. And video is kind of my thing. I love long format writing. I was a journalism major undergrad, but the video is, I think, my comfort zone because I can explain the legal issue of the day, translate it from legalese into English. And it has really just done really well on Substack and YouTube. But every night, as Ellie knows, because I've had her on my show, because I want to talk about Ellie's remarkable work in a minute. But every night at about 8:30 p.m., we do a community meeting. Almost
I
7
know. I
nights
see
a week.
all, and I'm
We also
impressed.
do some true crime talks. We do Q&As on Sunday
That's
night.
great. I
That's
don't
my
know what your
therapy group.
situation
It's
is.
our friends on Substack, our community.
But
And
I
I
don't know your
apologize, Glenn.
situation family wise, but like I see that I'm impressed just that you're always
you
doing
do a good
that.
job.
We're gonna invite Lev in too if everybody
I
is
was going to
cool.
say, I apologize. I have to go pick up my little boys off the school bus, so I can't chat for right now, but we will chat again in the future. I look forward to that.
Yes, well, follow Ellie's great work, The Panicked Writer.
Thank
I mean,
you. Yeah, thank you.
I look at her stuff every day to see what she's mining
thank
from the
you.
Epstein files. So please follow her.
Trust
work.
me, if there's anybody that like came into Substack and just did it right over anybody, it's Ellie. Honestly, Ellie didn't come in with there are people here who came in. Lev had some fame of his own.
Where I log off.
People knew. You wrote a book and done TV stuff beforehand, and Ellie, you came in here and you just sort of.
I didn't know anybody.
Yeah, but you didn't care. You like came in with confidence and did it right, and that's the thing to do. So
she's a diamond that we discovered, and no, stop. And I
You're
first
awesome.
met Ellie. No, she is
I love
awesome.
you guys.
Before you go, definitely go, Ellie. Keep doing the great work you're doing.
All
right.
Talk to you later,
Go
guys.
grab your.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Well, first of all, I want to just say what a lineup, and to be honored to be here with Glenn. I met Glenn. We met at the Swamp finally. It's, been a big fan of yours because of the work you do. I mean, you just tell it like it is, and it's just very few people out there that really like. I actually am one of the people that are going to vote for you to be Attorney General because we need somebody like you to go in there and kick some ass. Just like that's why I'm running for my campaign also, which we'll talk about. But go ahead, guys, continue.
Yeah, well, thanks,
Lev.
Good luck. Good luck in the campaign. I mean, if
you.
ever we need to get Congress to pull its head out of its, what it is now.
Tell me about it. I've been in DC for 3 days, Glenn, and I'll tell you guys, Cliff. First of all, shout out, you got incredible lineup, incredible work.
Oh,
this was just such a great idea, guys. But I'll tell you, I've been in DC for 3 days, Glenn, speaking to a lot of. I'm not going to name any names, so just so don't nobody ask me, but with a lot of different Congress people and some of the hierarchy, and I'll tell you, a lot of people still don't get it. A lot of people still don't understand who Trump is, what they're dealing with, and not even these are good people. It's not to say that they're bad people. So it's just they don't get it. They still are planning to run some of these old campaigns. Some of them are also planning on once they get in, Glenn. This is what really some of the things that I've been hearing is like, well, we don't have to go after everybody. We could make peace and move on. And no way, Glenn. Please tell me that. That's what I was saying. Like
we tried that once before. After
there has to be
and I respected Obama, but for almost everything. But I think that was one of his biggest mistakes because a lot of those guys came back around with Trump. Who when we sort of said, okay, we just need to move on. Like we've got a criminal element here that keeps coming back into our government, and they need to be dealt with.
Yeah, you got a former DHS secretary who was just referred for perjury, and let me tell you, that will be like shooting perjury fish in a barrel based on the evidence that I've seen even publicly reported. We've got Pam Bondi who lied to Congress. That's a 5-year, 18 U.S.C. 1001 violation. Again, very easy to prove on the merits. I don't pretend any of this is going to actually result in a full, fair investigation under Pam Bondi. However, once the rule of law comes back into the light of day, these people gotta get got. They have to be held accountable. And let me just say, Cliff, accountability does not look like prison. Everybody's got to be wearing an orange jumpsuit.
No, of
you know
course
what accountability looks like?
That's right.
It looks like prosecutors who investigate aggressively, but fairly and fully and apolitically. They present all the evidence to a grand jury. If there's enough to indict, you get an indictment. They present all the evidence to 12 people sitting in a wooden box, the conscience of the community, a jury, and then you live with the results, win, lose, or draw. If it's a conviction, great. If it's an acquittal, you live with it. If it's a hung jury, fine. That's what accountability looks like. It's not the result. It is the process being followed fully, fairly, and
I would add to
that is what we need.
I would add to that, Glenn. I think that's exactly right, and I also think it is reinvigorating, bringing back whatever you want to call it, a culture of democracy, which to me, beyond that, which is needed, which is the process of prosecuting people, following up on evidence, holding them responsible for what they've done. There also need to be sort of different levels of where you hold folks responsible. There may be some that are willing to turn state's evidence, share some information on others, and maybe you decide, okay, well, you're not going to prison, but you will never serve in public office again, and they are banned from that. Something that Lincoln did after the Civil War. I think some of that needs to happen here. I just there need to me to be a couple levels of accountability depending on what it is you did. And again, as you said, no, we're going to be, if people saw the movie Nuremberg, like an amazing movie, and as somebody myself from a Jewish background, my belief in the end is Goring should have gotten a trial, because you either believe in the right to a trial or you don't.
That's right.
And I believe that important international law, was founded is the right word there, but precedent was built. And then, you have people ignoring it, like Hegseth, who's like, hey, look, there are a couple people on a boat from Venezuela. I'm going to blow them up. Oh, wait, we didn't get them the first time. Let's go back around. And I tried to make that comparison in a piece I wrote. Here we are with Justice Jackson back then, trying a monster, saying even then we're not going to line them up against the wall. We're going to have a trial, but we're going to blow guys out of the water. That's not America. And that's why I'm saying we need to get back to a culture of democracy, of transparency, of all of these things, And I think the legal process is a huge part of that.
Yeah, you don't just murder drug dealers. You don't execute drug dealers. You don't. It's so beyond. It's so plainly unlawful under domestic law, military law, international law, and the law of war. We've analyzed this, 8 ways up and down. It's murder. You don't. You don't shoot and kill drug dealers. You take them into your custody. You secure the evidence, and you bring a case in court. That's what you do with drug runners. So the lawlessness is just it's got to be dealt with, and we cannot grow tired when the rule of law comes back into the light of day and say, oh, there's so much crime, there's so much. No, you handle it all, because if you don't, well, then I don't think we get to keep our republic.
That's why I started the conversation by saying Glenn Kirshner for Attorney General.
There you go. Well, I think at this point, Lev, we got to let you talk about your campaign. I wanted to give Glenn extra time because I'm
and I'm going to have to bounce because I know I got on late, Cliff, so I'm going to have to bounce in a couple of minutes.
That's fine, and I apologize. That was on me. Talk about your campaign, Lev, and Glenn, it's up to you. Absolutely invited to stay, or whenever you need to go.
My next one's coming up, so I'm going to bounce. Lev, good luck. Great to see you. Cliff, thanks for doing
Glenn.
this.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Keep punching, my friend.
Let's do this again. Thanks a lot, Glenn. Take care.
Take care, Glenn. Thanks.
Lev, my friend, my Ukrainian Jewish, again, I'm going to always claim it. I have a quarter from Odessa. That's it. But it's something. It's something. So how are you?
First of all, I'm just amazed to see what you guys are doing at Blue Amp. I mean, this is just such an incredible idea. This Substack-A-Palooza, should be, this is the first one, but many, I think that.
We did it actually when I kicked off my Substack. It's how I kicked it off.
Oh, this is second. That's right. Yeah.
But it's okay. But this is like I meant to show this earlier. This is from the first one. I keep it because I put my phone. I did it on my phone. I put it in this here, and it broke this thing because I put it in too hard. So I had to tape it together. we've come a long way since then. So, but this one made
Amazing.
sense after
Amazing.
meeting like this great group of people. I knew some of you already a little bit. I didn't know you, but meeting you, at the State of the Swamp, and I thought,
Amazing.
we need to have another one. We need there to be a message. We're having midterms. We're electing folks, and that's why I wanted you on, because you're one of the folks I want to be electing.
God bless you, brother. God bless you, man.
My pleasure. So tell us about your campaign. Tell
Yeah.
everybody who's listening, because folks, you should support. You should donate to his campaign, to Lev Parnas' campaign. He's been a truth teller. He stood up. He hasn't been scared to just say shit like it is, and I so appreciate that. We need that these days. So
thank you, my brother. And that's one of the reasons, I mean, listening to some of the things that, from Steve Schmidt to Malcolm Nance to some of the great people you had on here, Miles Taylor, we have a lot of warriors, and, and I want to join that group of not just sitting there and speaking truth to power, which is a powerful thing to do. It's scary enough to be able to get on a live or Substack and talk truth to power, especially people that but I decided this year it's something we got to go to the next step, next level. And, I'm not your typical candidate. I'm not your guy that has that pedigree that we're all used to looking at when we get somebody in Congress or Senate. And that's something that we have to take a look at. Like, one of the problems, just because you're, I had an interview and it was going great with some great guys, and we were going back and forth. And by the way, shout out, I want to say these young guys, conservative America, I mean, not conservative, I'm sorry, America, Central America. So a couple of young guys.
Central conservative. It's it's close.
It's close enough. I'm saying to you. We just had a great interview, and when they were asking questions, and I was just saying the one thing that we need in Congress right now, because they were typically looking at saying, well, Lev, you have a criminal record, like there's some great people in this race. And I said, what makes them great? He said, well, one of them's prosecutor or ex-attorney, prosecutor, something like that. I said, really? That qualifies them for being great? That means Pam Bondi's great. That means Attorney General Barr is great. I mean, that means if that's the only qualification,
that's a damn good point you made.
And I said, we need to stop going past these, stars that we put or checklists. We need to look at humanity, and we got to look at the beast we're dealing with. And that's one of the reasons I'm here in DC, Cliff, right now, is because a lot of these, that's how I started this conversation. A lot of people still don't get it. So I decided to run because I'm the only person, not only in my district, but the only person in this whole, midterm elections that really knows Donald Trump, that has not only knows him, but knows him intimately, knows and not only him, but the people around him, the inside cabal, the Marco Rubios, the Pam Bondis, the Susie Wiles, the Cash Patels. I mean, I could keep going and going. I was in the belly of the beast. And, yes, does that make me somebody that you should say, okay, well, how do I know that you've turned, or how do I know you're not, whatever, one of them? The only thing I could say is you got to look at what I've been doing the past 7 years. From the day of my arrest, every single day, I've been on the line, risking my family, risking everything.
You have, speaking out,
true to power. In his first impeachment, I've given over 100 articles of impeachment against him. And the Biden impeachment, I testified under oath in front of Congress about how the Russian influence was involved inside of this whole attack on Hunter and Joe Biden, all of this. So, I decided that I need to do more, and that's why I decided to run specifically for Florida 27. And that's my district that I'm running, Florida 27. And folks, this is a national campaign, not just for my constituents. That's why I need each and every one of you out there to go to levparnas.org and help me, because the one thing I could promise everybody here is I am not going to take any super PAC money, not take any special interest money, no billionaire stuff. This is a grassroots movement, because the one thing that I'm going there to do is I might not be great about certain policies, but I'm great at certain things. And the one thing I know is the corruption that is inside, because I was part of it. I went to prison.
Well, right.
For
they
it.
came to you. I mean, that's you were the target in a way of where they came in and wanted to use you to
Exactly.
achieve their corrupt means.
Correct. So I know who the people are, and I'll tell you, when I announced, that was the biggest fear that went through the White House, because the one person they don't want in there is somebody like me, because not only do they know I will fight them, not only do they know, but they know I have the receipts, and that's something different. And the one person I will do a shout out to, I'm not gonna mention a lot of people, but the one person that has been so far, my dear friend, and somebody that I could say supports me and is out there helping me. And one of the reasons I jumped the fight is Congressman Raskin, and me and him.
Has he really?
Oh yeah,
no, I mean that just makes me really happy to hear.
He hasn't come out officially. I look forward to, I hope he comes out officially and endorses me. I think that would be important, to I think the earlier the better, because it will give us the fight that we need to be able to, for me to continue doing, because like I said, I'm running two campaigns. One is a local campaign for my constituents, but another one is a national campaign, because I'm planning on going to all of the races there that need my help. There's a lot of races there that need to be.
That's really kind of you while you're running to be willing to do that. That's
well, I think that's because my run, Cliff. It's not about me. It's about getting our country back. It's about getting, and it's not just Donald Trump, and it's a lot of these people. And this is the most important thing people need to understand: is Donald Trump is nobody without the enablers. The enablers are the people that are in Congress and Senate that have allowed him to put people that are around him, that have allowed him to spread this hate, that allowed him to do it. Because if they had a backbone and just got up and said enough is enough, like you see, I wore this in the halls of Congress, folks. I was walking around because enough is enough, and that's the type of stuff we need right now. We don't need the suit and tie and let's talk properly. We need people in there that are ready to put on boxing gloves, or take them off, whatever they want to do, and go, and deal with it, and to get our democracy back. So, that's why I ran. It's but my district is Florida, and it's an interesting district because the other thing I want to mention, Cliff, if I may, I'm sorry that I'm rambling, but there's just so much
information. Rambling. You're telling your story people need to hear your story now.
It's very important. The other things, Florida, not like Las Vegas. There's a saying, Las Vegas, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Florida's a lot different. Florida's a major player in what happens in basically everything that goes on in politics around.
Often, we've seen things start there, certain bad ideas that make their way out to the rest of us. So.
Exactly, and not only that, but also Florida is where Donald Trump is backyard. Not only is Donald Trump's backyard in Florida, there's a little cabal where Marco Rubio comes from Florida.
Yep.
Florida also, don't forget, and this is very important because right now there's a case going on in Florida there's very little attention to, and this is why, I had conversations with people in our Democratic Party saying, where are you? Why aren't you with me right now and blowing this up? This should be big news, because in Florida, there's a case going on with a guy named David Rivera, who is Marco Rubio's right-hand guy. Used to be an ex-congressman in Florida.
I remember hearing a story about him. Yeah.
Exactly. So Rubio is right now going to be a witness in this case. This case is, folks, a $50 million bribery case that dealt with a person that dealt with Maduro in Trump's first administration on behalf of Maduro to the Ballard lobbying group, who Susie Wiles, who his chief of staff was partners in at the time. So what I'm saying to you, there's so much corruption, and there's so much that is going on.
Connected to these? There are these two supposedly, they were comparing them to curveball. Jonathan Larson, our friend who's coming on at some point today, reported about it, which is these two guys who are these I guess they're expats from Venezuela who are selling this story about the voting machines being flipped and all this crap. Or are they part of it, or that different?
Well, no, that's different. That's actually something else that I've been here sounding the alarm to the Democrats. I'm saying I don't understand why you're not out there, and that's a great lead into what's going on, what Tulsi Gabbard's doing. People are concentrated on about Iran. Tulsi Gabbard's not dealing with Iran, folks. Tulsi Gabbard is dealing with election reform, which I call is trying to help Trump steal the elections. She's dealing with the Venezuela Venezuelans. I'm hearing, I can't confirm it, but I'm hearing that they've been in touch with Maduro, maybe even seen Maduro, discussing with them to make it smart if he gives statements about Smartmatic. Because remember, Smartmatic was big in Georgia, Arizona, and all of these states where they've already taken the voter rolls. They've already, had the FBI. I mean, so a lot of it has been public, but it's not getting the attention because of the war in Iran. And that's, when people say Donald Trump did it, Donald Trump went to war in Iran for a lot of different reasons. It wasn't once, but it wasn't Bibi Netanyahu. It wasn't Putin.
It wasn't just oil. It wasn't just that. It
oil. It wasn't.
There's always many Epstein files.
Exactly. But with that said, it was a combination of all of them. That was the time, because when people say why now, it was because they sort of broke the camel's back. All of this lined up, and he was like, "Holy shit! I gotta take the narrative away from all of this, between the Epstein files, ICE, all of this gearing up. I need to move the attention," and he did, and that's why now. But the one problem he messed up there, Cliff, is he knocked over a hornet's nest that he is not ready for. This is a war he cannot control, And I speak to my sources in the White House. I've been here in DC for 3 days, and I can tell you, they are shitting bricks with that.
Yep. It's just, I don't know. I was going to say something, but it's hard to. There's so much going on. I mean, as you said, it's the corruption there, the domestic corruption, this international corruption, and what they're up to. I mean, and who knows with Iran. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's an ability to do much else. But if there's any ability to find a way to start another war, you can bet your ass they'll do it. Like, hey, let's go into Cuba now, because why not, right? Like, we're not in enough quagmires right now.
Cuba's an easy one. They're going to take Cuba, but Cuba's an easy one. See, that's the whole problem. See, Cuba. See, this is where Trump made a mistake. Cuba it was supposed to be like a win for him, like an icing on the cake. Go liberate the people. Have all of a sudden Cuba. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's going to get a lot of support from the Cuban people, because because it's not about oil there. They don't need anything there. That was a strict win. It's not like Venezuela. Right, but that's the interesting part. They're going to leave the old regime, and if you take a look at what he's done in Venezuela, what he's doing in Iran, what he's doing everywhere else, is he's taking out the figureheads, but he's leaving the regime. He's leaving the actual people still in place.
The usual Trump, where it's all fluff and no substance.
Yeah, it's theater.
All bullshit.
100%, Cliff. It's theater, and it's a lot of it. But the dangerous part behind the theater, there are actual things that are being done. And just to be quick on them, Susie Wiles is going to be leaving. I've been telling you guys that for 6 months now. It's not just about the cancer. There's other things. She's on her way out. The person that he's going to be taking over is Stephen Miller, and that's even more dangerous. He's already acting as a chief of staff interim. Him and Russell Vought and them are pushing very hard right now with what Tulsi Gabbard and others in that little group that are doing is extremely important. People say, yes, he's, now speaking to other Congress people, they're like, you know what, he's going to have to go through some shit to be able to get away with this federalization of election. And I said that, you know what, guys, you've been saying that about everything he does. Everything he does, you guys say it's impossible. He's not going to do it. But the problem is, once he does it, he has such a powerful. Just look at the Save America Act. They said he is running around. If you put it on TV, you hear about Save America Act like it's some simple act about literally just about some ID. You don't have no Democrats out there really talking about why this is a horrible
what
act.
Exactly is going on with it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying to you. This is the problem. There's no fighters out there. And the people that we do have, like, unfortunately we're losing, like Jasmine Crockett, and
there are a few. You brought up Raskin, and Ted Lieu is a fighter. Swalwell is a fighter, but he's leaving too, potentially.
He's leaving.
Oh, he is. I mean,
well, yeah.
We need them because, again, I don't understand. This drives me insane. I've worked in Democratic politics for 20 years. Why they think that just put out a press release or say one thing and then you're done. You need a coordinated and systematic campaign to educate people on what something is. When it's something like the SAVE Act that is going to take away all of these votes, you need some ads. You need some as we'd say, people to go out and do some events to sort of, maybe some of them are funny, interesting, get people's attention about what it is you're talking about. You need some elected officials talking. You need some pundits talking.
Thank you.
I mean, I just don't, a few op-eds in the right place, some Substacks now, some YouTube videos. Like, why do we think people will just get it? It makes no sense to me.
And you know the Cliff, the crazy part is what I've been realizing also, it's like we eat our own. Like the one thing that I was like, just think about the simple part. As soon as I announce, instead of getting everybody running around saying thank you, love, how can you help, let's what's it called, everybody, even on the Democratic side, the what would we call them, the leadership, or they basically are like,
are they not happy about you because you cause too much trouble?
Yeah, because I don't fit I'm like, you guys are never gonna win. What are you talking about? Like, it's incredible. Like, and the first thing they do is they make sure that Act Blue cuts me off. Think about it. Like,
did you get cut off by Act Blue?
Yeah, Act Blue. I mean, the history.
Let me guess. Was it just because of the felony or whatever? Like, what was the reason?
It had nothing to do with my family. Just they have the right, because I didn't fit their mold. I was, ex-Trumper, very, because I'm not running.
But you're not now. You're running. I mean, there's people on the who run as Democrats who are Republicans.
It's a great question, when you ask them, but because they're a private company, they reserve the right, like they said, to be able to do whatever they do. Think about it. It's a credit processing company. You know what I'm saying to you? It's because I'm not a part of the the what's it called,
not the elite,
the elite,
but they also, the biggest problem is you're on the Democratic side, you being like Act Blue is on the Democratic side, like certain other things, and even on the Democratic side we have monopolies. You'd think we would at the very least not do that, but Act Blue like controls 90% of that market or something. It's like, how is that a smart thing to do?
It's because it's the establishment, Cliff. It's the establishment, and they know I'm not one of those guys, and I make it very clear that I'm not. And when I get in there, I'm not going to vote down the party line just because it's the party. I'm there for the people. I'm there for my constituents. I'm there. Yes, we need a fresher, newer Democratic leadership to our party. We need a revamping, and the establishment, they're scared. Schumer doesn't want to go. Jeffries doesn't want to go. These are the people that want to, and they've picked their hand-picked candidates for certain races, even though they're not going to win those races, but just because those are the people they think they're hoping for the blue wave. And this is what I'm saying to you. This is the scary part. This is what people need to wake up. People like Jeffrey, Schumer, and all of this establishment, they're getting candidates to not fix the problem that we have going on, not to help the people or do anything else, but to continue whatever the prolonged issues the Democratic Party has had and why we lost to Trump to begin with over the years. And because of that,
we talk about that a lot here. Just so you know, this is all stuff for guests shooting me stuff and whatever, so I'm fully listening. But I mean, we've sat there and we've watched this go on and on with leadership and other people who haven't taken them on, haven't spoken out, and it's the most frustrating thing in the world. I mean, again, we know how to do this. It's not rocket science.
Absolutely. But the crazy part is they control the money. See, that's what I'm saying to you. They control the fundraising. They control the money. They control the what's it called, and that's what my message was this week when I was in DC. I said to them, I said, look, I'm going to run one way or another for the people and my voices. I said, I want to run as a Democrat, I'm running as a Democrat.
Right.
I'm saying to you, but I said, if you decide to try to play games, I will expose everybody. I said, I'm not playing games. I'm gonna continue running, because it's at the end of the day, the truth.
Well, yeah, they come after you, then you just tell people the truth, as you said, that they're not, allowing a fair election. They're not letting you, again, what you did in the past, we either believe in redemption or we don't. And there are people, there's one I can think of who was on Substack, and some folks had on and pretended to change and didn't really change. And there always are going to be some folks like that. And then I have certain friends here, coming up later today. And I do a weekly show with him where we drink some tequila. Joe Walsh, who's become this great friend.
my brother. Joe's my brother.
Because he is legitimate. He's honest. You can tell it's coming from the heart. Miles Taylor was on earlier.
Miles, yes,
like people that were very, Yeah, that were very conservative Republicans, and it doesn't mean you have to become a liberal Democrat. It just means they changed enough to be open-minded about certain things, realize how bad Trump was, and kind of, and so why there's just so many. I mean, I can think of a bunch of people who were Republicans who've run as Democrats. Like, to not accept that you could have changed whatever your past is, to me, is bullshit.
But the crazy part, Cliff, I'll take it even further. And I tell people, like, you you need to be able, look, we're living in some of the scariest times and period in the history of the United States. So it's a war. Just because we are physically not picking up our arms and out there in the streets fighting does not mean we're at war, because if we lose our elections, if we lose our rights, we lose our liberty, eventually it's going to lead to that, like it does in other countries.
Or a civil war. I mean,
whatever, exactly. So we're not there, but we are there. So what I'm saying to you is, right now, I am a tool. I am a tool for the Democratic Party. I'm the only person that actually knows these people. I was part of Cliff. I was part of making the construction of MAGA. I was in the inside of the belly of the beast. I know all of these people that are running our departments. I know a lot of the people in Congress and Senate on a daily basis. These are the people that needs to be rooted out. And that's why I praise people like Congressman Raskin, because he gets it. He understands. He understands exactly. Like he says, you're the guy I need sitting besides me when we're subpoenaing them, when we're asking them questions. Because beside Cliff, can you imagine? I'm sitting there, and besides asking the questions, I pick up my phone and say, "But wait a second, what about these hundreds of text messages me and you had be talking about this and this?" It's a different. It's something that's never happened. It's never. And this is what needs to happen. Like when me and Glenn spoke about before about accountability, because once you get in there and somebody to fight with them, and not just to play the game that we've always played, and who's going to get hurt? Obviously, the voters. So as I said to them, I said it's a different time. I'm the only person that knows them so well that I can help you guys win up and down the ticket, not just my constituency. And right now, you need people in there, not that because they have the pedigree. You need people in there that are willing to fight for what they believe in and fight for what their constituents put them in there for, because this is really what is going to unite this country again. Because that's the first thing we need to do, Cliff, is unite our country back again.
No, I mean, and that's what I think some of the other folks, Miles and some of them, were talking about, which I'm really, happy about. Like, we need to go after some of the bad people, yes, but we can also bring positives together, try to bring, I think most people can be brought together at this point, especially because they've scales have fallen from their eyes, I think, in a lot of cases when it comes to Trump, right? I mean, not everybody, but a lot of people.
Yeah, no, a lot of people, and and a lot of people, I'll be honest with you, a lot of people have no clue because they have never sat in the room with him. They've never been around him. They know him. It's crazy, Cliff, but a lot of these people in Congress and Senate literally know him less than some of you on TV, less than some of you here that are followers, because they don't watch him like you guys. They don't watch all the news. They don't hear it. They're dealing with like specific certain little things, and that's why when I spoke to some of them and I mentioned certain things, they're like, "What did you like?" Wow. I'm like, "What do you mean, wow? That's like been big news, old news, like 6 months ago, and now it's wow." Like it's like we need people in there that really know what's going on in a lot of these things, because there's so much things happening. The Iran war, the relationships between Russia. Think about this, Cliff. Who knows better than me?
I was going to say, this stuff.
I'm the one he sent to Ukraine. I'm the one that was in Ukraine. I know Zelensky.
That
I
might have
know
been that you knew
Putin's
something,
people.
right?
Right. I know Kushner. I know Witkov. I know Kirill. I know what's going on. I'm saying to you, that's why they're so scared, because that's where the corruption is happening. This is where it's all leading from. They don't want that exposed, because what we're going to see play out shortly is all these contracts, all of these mineral, oil, gas contracts. They're becoming between Trump donors and Russian oligarchs. This is where it's gearing up to, and Saudi is in the middle. MBS. It's the circle is
They're always involved.
oh
Yes.
no, it's MBS, Bibi Netanyahu, what's his name, Putin, and Trump is being used as a tool by the three of them. But the two leaders that are concocted this thing, just so people don't realize, is Putin and Bibi Netanyahu. Their relationship is very close and goes way back to even in 2018. They sent me there to help Bibi win the Russian vote. So believe me, I know. That's what I'm saying to you. I
I
know
believe
so
it. Like
much.
those two are close, and yet it's amazing to me. And yet obviously they also backed Hamas in their attack on southern Israel, which to me tells you something about that Bibi doesn't give a shit about his people. He was up, he was up, sending his folks up to help the settlers in the West Bank and leaving the southern flank open. And Hamas comes in and commits these murders, and Bibi is just still friends with Russia, even though they're supporting him.
Oh no, well they're not just friends. You gotta go understand. They go back way back. Israel was built on Russian oligarchy money. You gotta understand that. I was part of that whole transition in the '60s and '70s. In the '70s, when Russia opened up, the Soviet Union opened up the doors. A lot of these people traveled. Most of them even were not even Jewish, but had circumcisions done, pretended to be Jews, had paperwork. No, there were 40, 50-year-old men that were getting circumcised just to be able to escape to go to Israel, and
I can understand wanting to get out of the Soviet Union.
That's why, what I'm saying to you is their relationship, the Russian oligarchy, Bibi Netanyahu and Putin, go back many, 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 many years. And Trump, again, Trump doesn't have the same relationships with all these people as Bibi and as Putin and all of them. Trump right now is being used as a tool by all of them because they all realize one thing, that Trump cares about is money. Trump cares about, the fame. He's a fame whore. He wants the press. He wants to be the one that looks good as long as he's the winner in first place. So these guys realize, they're like, hey, let's do it. Putin is basically, you got Putin, just think about, out there praising Donald Trump, saying he's a great leader. We would have never went to war. Putin saying that, he would never say. He's saying it because it's like stroking. That's why you see Trump out there literally disregarding the fact that Putin's giving Iran coordinates to be able to strike and kill our American soldiers. It's sickening. Same thing with Netanyahu.
He did that. I remember, when we were pulling out of Afghanistan, I believe it was too. They were doing some of that. I mean, was that when it was? There was another time when they were I think. Or did they grab some of our bases in the Middle East? God, I'm trying to remember. In any case, they've been targeting us. They've been, and the same thing with Israel. And it's like they play this little game where they go after our troops, they go after our people, and we each, Israel and the United States have leaders that just say, it's okay, we're still best buds. I mean, again, I don't know the pictures, the Epstein pictures he may have on Trump or not, or whatever else he may have, but it's something.
Well, it's one thing we gotta make clear, Cliff, and I say it also even when I go on Wajahid's show. He's one of my brothers, and everybody else. When we talk about Israel, when we talk about Palestine, when we talk about Iran, when we talk about Russia, when we talk about Venezuela, and now we put America into that mix, because when we talk about all these countries, we're not talking about the people. We're talking about their leaders. The leaders of these countries, and this is very important to distinct, because it's not because that's why I think we get a lot of anti-Semitism, and I think a lot of also war of words that go on, because when you say Israel, people are, well, don't say Israel, it's Netanyahu. Yes, people need to understand, and I think you in your show earlier with Wajan, you guys even spoke about how the people of Israel are out there protesting and want to get Netanyahu out of there, because they don't want to go to war with all of these. It's not, it's just like the Americans are protesting Donald Trump. Think about how we're looked at all over the world. We're looked at also monsters right now.
Right, we get blamed.
Correct. Because, and not because they don't like Americans, like Canadians love Americans, but because Donald Trump is a maniac and says, they have to say they have to root against America in the Olympics. All of a sudden, America gets booed. Not because, and that's the sad part. Because think about it, because of a leader like Donald Trump, we, if you looked at the some of the things that go on, some of the games, some of the sports, some of the Americans are now booed, looked at.
Oh no, I mean we're hated everywhere.
We're hated everywhere.
So,
exactly.
Let me say, I don't know if you've got one summary. I'm going to get Kazem Rashid in here quickly. I don't know if you guys know each other or not.
No, first time. A pleasure to meet you, Kazem.
Likewise, Lev. How are you?
So,
good to see you too, Cliff.
Thank you. Good to see you. So yeah, we're running. We're always running late. It's the way. I want a last pitch for your campaign, Lev, and a thank you for being here. So tell people, what we should get behind you. I think Kazem will like hearing some of it too when you're talking about the Democratic leadership and screw them, and you're going to do what's necessary and you're going to support what's right. But I'll let you take it. Give us the 30-second roundup.
Cliff, I appreciate it. Pleasure to meet you, Kazem. Look forward to maybe we could do a live one day. But basically, look, folks, I'm the anomaly. I'm the person that Donald Trump and his mega base and his inner circle doesn't want in there. And that is why I'm going there, to be able to F shit up, to be able to disrupt, to be able to make sure that not only the Republicans, but the Democrats, it's time for change. We need fighters, we need leadership, but we also need some information and somebody that actually knows where the corruption is. I'm going up against no super PAC money. Why? Because I went to prison because I gave Donald Trump money through his super PACs. I know how it works. I know how the channels work. So that's why Donald Trump doesn't want me there. They don't want me there to uncover it. And so don't a lot of Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries and others, because they use the same systems, folks. These super PAC, these foreign money that comes in through these super shells, through these special interests, that is how they control what happens in not only in our country, but what happens worldwide. So those are the corruption that we're seeing is just some of the things that I'm going to be uncovering. So I don't have a loyalty for none of the leadership on one of the sides or the other. I'm there to make sure to be the voice for the people, just like we've been here for the Epstein survivors, for the people in Ukraine, the Middle East, Venezuela, South America, with the Western Hemisphere, Canada, and especially my constituents and each and every American and patriot. So please, this is going to be a major fight. Donald Trump, we got Laura Loomer, all his, Shapiro, all of them are ready to go after me. They got a war chest.
LevParnas.org. I don't want to cut you off, Lev. I got to give him.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's just I got to give him. We got to let him talk a little bit. I'll keep myself to shut up because I talk too much. But I want to say thank you so much for being here. It's LevParnas.org. Support Lev. We need folks who are fighting for the right stuff, as you know, and aren't going to be cowed by billionaires or leadership or any other awful people at this point who are running things right now. All right. Thanks, Lev, for being here.
Guys. Take care. Bye. Thank you for having me. Bye.
Kazem, my friend, how are you?
I'm managing, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm managing somehow too. Yeah. I don't pretend to compare one day of a 12-hour live to we had Waj on earlier to what you and Waj are going through with Ramadan, but it's only a small taste, and that you guys do this when you're hungry, when you're thirsty, it's sort of incredible.
I think everybody should go through it at some point in time, whether you're Muslim or not, whether you believe in God or not. The power of fasting and the ability to just remind you how fragile we all are and how much we really need to look out for each other. It's an amazing lesson that I think transcends religion and culture and race, and everyone should do it.
I couldn't agree more. I think, honestly, I did in the past, even as someone who wasn't religious. I think I told you, not to the level you did, but for Yom Kippur once or twice, just to see if I could. And I think it's a good thing for you. I think it's a good thing even when you're not fasting. You take times when you eat less of certain kinds of foods that are not so good for you. And I mean, it's a discipline, I think.
It is. It absolutely is.
As is fighting bad guys, which you do.
I try. We had our primary election in Illinois last night.
That's right. Maybe that's that's right. Were you well, no, you weren't out partying because you're
No,
celebrating Ramadan, but
partying is the wrong word. But I was definitely out supporting the candidates who I believed in, and we had some good victories, some painful defeats, but we learned a lot. I'm posting on my Substack pretty soon, kind of the post election analysis, and the very short version is, if Illinois is anything like the other 45 states remaining that haven't had their primary elections, we are going to have record dark money, APAC, crypto, AI, gambling spend. It's going to be absurd. 70 million spent in this primary, 70 million. And we are not better off for it. And so the good news is, though, is that that's the most ever spent to try to maintain the status quo. And I don't think anyone is happy with the status quo. And it's not sustainable for anyone. And so I think the silver lining is we have a better path forward because now we understand what they're doing and how they're doing it. And I think if we can be effective in these other 45 states, we can have far more success than we had in Illinois last night.
So you're not happy with how things, you don't think that, like, for progressive fighters and folks that were willing to take on sort of the I don't know if establishment's the word, but take on whatever you want to call it, the insiders.
The status quo, yeah. I mean, I think there's some big wins, right? I mean, I think Juliana Stratton was not supposed to win. And she won big. She won by over 51,000 votes. And then, we had some heartbreaking losses, right? Katabu Ghazala lost by only about 3,000 votes. And kudos to BIS for winning. I think one of the points I bring up is that this is another example of why we need a better system. Like, why do we tolerate a system where you can win with 29% of the vote when 71% of people vote for somebody else, but you get to represent 100% of people? This is where ranked choice voting is so important. This is where runoffs are so important.
Yes.
And that, to me, is entirely within the Democratic Party's apparatus. We can say as a party, we will have our primaries be ranked choice, or we will have our primaries be based on runoffs. I mean, even voter suppressive Texas is runoff elections, for God's sake. We can do that and get a more representative, electorate as opposed to kind of what we have right now.
Yeah, no, we want to make sure in the end that we have people that we have people there where 71% of people voted against them. I mean, even you just saying that, like, that just feels ridiculous, right? I mean, if 71% of people, I don't care how many other people there were, chose somebody else, you don't really feel like the person representing that district. I mean, we can go, people can choose from among the various things. I like ranked choice voting the best.
I do too. Yeah.
It could be that, it could be the runoff, and could be other things I'm not thinking of, but that's, I agree. That's a bad way of doing things. I guess Illinois wasn't always known for, let's say, it's transparent and when it comes to elections, you have a special reputation. I don't know if that's true anymore or not, but there was a time.
No, it's still very true. Unfortunately, even when I ran for Congress 2 cycles ago in Illinois, the party put out fake flyers attacking me without putting anyone's name on it, and I didn't elevate it, but it was illegal. It was a criminal act that they did. I didn't elevate it. I should have.
And that's political spending. You've got to mark who. Just for folks who don't know the rules as well, you got to say who did it.
That's
and
right.
You have to report what you spent on it and all of that. That is required.
Yeah. So it's still there. In fact, it's funny because I think people don't realize that Chicago is called the Windy City not because it's particularly windy, but because of all the hot political air blowing through. And is that
true?
That's exactly right. Yeah. That's.
I just learned something new. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would say you're more attuned to this stuff than 99.9% of people out there. People think it's because it's just windy. It is windy, but not like any particular level of windiness. It's actually.
I know. I mean, I can even sit here, have conversations with you about what Kennedy pulled there in 1960. Joseph Kennedy, that would be.
Yeah.
I know a little bit about Illinois' history when it comes to some questionable moments, but I did not know that.
There you go. Learn something new every day.
That is a cool thing. Well, so this was supposed to be about overall democracy and ensuring that we have elections. There's some folks we've had on. Glenn Kirshner seems pretty confident. There are other people that seem a little less confident. Where are you in the process of?
I'm in the process of we already are a severely voter suppressive nation at this
Yes.
point, especially post Shelby versus Holder 2013. Folks don't realize that when Shelby versus Holder was decided, there were about 220,000 polling locations nationwide that you can go vote to. Now there's less than 100,000 polling locations nationwide. And they're disproportionately shut down in Black and Latino communities.
Right.
That's what modern day voter suppression looks like. It's not, a KKK sociopath wearing a hood, burning Black people at the stake. Although, the levels of
sadly, there's still some of that too.
But the systemic aspect of it is exactly this: that we'll just shut down polling locations. We don't need to stop all Black people and Latinos from voting, just enough to flip the elections. And so
scare other folks so they don't show up. Right.
Yeah, intimidate them. And now with this, Voter Elimination Act, which they're calling the SAVE Act, but it's actually the Voter Elimination Act.
I'm glad you're saying that, because
yeah,
people need to stop referring to it as a damn
no,
SAVE.
it's a who was it that it's a Save Donald Trump's Ass Act. That's like the closest thing to call it. But it's gonna be, if this passes, if Republicans decide to blow up the filibuster and pass this piece of legislation, it will return us to Jim Crow era levels of voter suppression, and it will devastate our electorate. This is how I think Donald Trump is going to steal the midterms. If he can't pass this, I would not put it past him to somehow seize the ballot boxes, send federal troops to seize the ballot boxes, and suspend the elections. I would not put it past him to escalate the war on Iran, to suspend elections. I think he realized that Ukraine isn't having elections because they're being bombarded by Putin and by Russia, and so therefore he's going to try to use the same excuse here. I don't put anything past him. So I have a lot of respect for Glenn Christian. I think he's a brilliant academic in this space, and he's a trusted voice for all the reasons we already know. And while reserving my right to be a hopeless optimist, I'm going to be a realist in this one and say there's nothing that Donald Trump won't do to stay in power, to prevent the further release of the Epstein files, to ensure there's no accountability for the absurd numbers of crimes he's committed.
I mean, absolutely true. Absolutely 100% true.
Yeah. That's kind of where I am right now. And now that all that said, I don't plan on just sitting on my hands and saying, well, it's hopeless. This is just all, it's just going to happen. I think this is where we're at one of those moments in history where in the future people will look back and say, and this is where people decided that they've had enough and they are stepping up and they organized. And to that end, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm continuing to organize, continuing to be active and involved, building new tools, new technologies, new infrastructures, because that's the only option we have. We can't just sit on our hands and give up hope. We have to be involved. We have to.
Right. Well, and there's always like a million different things you can do: medium, small, big, whatever. And you're right. Like we have to keep fighting. And again, like I'm not. I don't come down on the optimist or the pessimist side. I come down on the side of we've got a lot of people doing great things. We also have a lot of challenges when it comes to making sure that there's anything remotely close to a fair election. And we had Miles Taylor on earlier, and obviously his organization is doing some work on this. And there are other ones. We're just going to have to do whatever it is we need to. We're going to have to. I guess fill in holes, right? We have to find the spaces where we haven't had people before, we didn't think we needed people, or needed to be active or whatever it might be. And maybe there is no easy answer, but as you just said, like you fight every damn way you can, right? I mean, you certainly don't just give in and say, oh, no big deal.
Yeah, and when we talk about practical solutions, one of the tools I've been using is a free app called Sway, and I'd encourage.
I've heard of that. Yeah,
sway.co. I encourage folks to check it out. And in Texas, the Texas primaries, those who used it, we saw a 20% boost in turnout, which is fantastic. And it answers a simple question for anyone who's been asked, "Hey, who do I vote for?" Sway allows you to upload your preferred voter guide and send it to all your family and friends and say, "Here's who you vote for." It's as simple as that. To me, it combats voter suppression because it reduces the friction. Look, we've all got a million things going on. I mean, constantly, right? I mean, we're constantly getting texts. Did you do this? Have you done that? What Sway is doing is, and I love the fact that it's free because it's not like a gimmick like, hey, we're going to make money off of this. It's just free access to civics. It allows people to just know who to vote for based on the people they trust. People trust you, Cliff. They trust you. They respect you. They love you. They're like, this guy knows what he's talking about. You can't respond.
I don't know about love. That's really pushing it a little bit.
I love you, man. I love.
They don't dislike me. I mean, sure.
I will say that I love you, man. Just to make sure.
Me to you. There you go.
And
if it was just you and me, we could solve the Middle East problems.
We could. Muslim Jewish unity. Here we go.
Muslim and a Jew. We have it all figured out. If you guys would just fucking stop.
Just listen to us. Yeah. Cliff and Q. It sounds like a cool band name, actually.
There you go.
Let's start a band. But it just allows you to say, hey, instead of sending me a million texts, here's my voter list. Here's who I'm supporting. Go out and vote for them as well. It's fantastic. And anyone can set it up for local, state, and federal. But I bring this up not to be an advertisement for them, but to say this is a tool I'm using. It's free. It's effective. And this is the kind of stuff that we need to do more effectively. We're not going to outspend APAC and crypto and $70 million. We don't need to, though, right? We just need to use the tools available and spend that time right now. Take that anger and that hopelessness and that just rage you feel and channel it into progress here. And I promise you, we'll see more and more meaningful change.
I mean, I think you're right? I just think, again, we can just sit around and sit in our hands and just be like, screw it, it's all going to end. Or we can fight back. And if you think about how many moments in history could have gone a little differently and didn't, when you think about those, whether it's certain battles, Civil War or World War II, or it's Lindbergh in 40, or if you're looking back, I mean, and then there are things, of course, that could have gone much better and sucked, like, Reconstruction that could have actually happened and continued in the manner in which it did happen the first decade, and we'd be a completely different place right now. But the point being is I mean, you just brought up Kat. I can't think of her last name.
Abu Ghazala, yeah.
It's not easy for me to. I'm going to work on it. I promise. But
you're good.
But would you say she lost by a few thousand votes?
Yeah, about 3,400 votes. Yeah, it was pretty close.
I mean, think about 2016, right? Like, think about Al Gore in 2000. Think about. I mean, there's just so many times where it comes down to that. To me, is still the thing that changed everything. But but then I also look at certain congressional races. There's what's her name? She's got like 3 names. Meeks, I think, is her last name, in Iowa, that won her first, right-wing Republican in a swing district, won her first race by something like 4 votes. And she's managed to stay there. I think she's going to lose this time, but she's managed to stay there through, 2 other elections. I mean, if you think about that, a couple more people, we're at 4. So I'm not getting rid of you yet, but I'm inviting Chris Cluey into the stage. How are you, Chris?
Good. How's it going? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Do you guys know each other, Kazem and Chris?
I've seen Kazem stuff on Blue Sky a lot, so really appreciate what you do. So yeah, keep it up.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you too, Chris.
Kazem, human. You guys actually are similar. You're both like Renaissance men. Kazem's like run for Congress. He's like he's a human rights lawyer. He's a writer and a creator. What am I missing, Kazem? You do other stuff.
Aspiring male model. You forgot the most
aspiring male model. He's got that going too. And then we got Chris Cluey here, who still, I believe, holds 2 records with the Minnesota Vikings as a punter. Am I correct that you still hold 2 records there?
I'm not exactly sure. It might be more, but I don't really care because I'm not playing anymore at this point. So.
No, that's fair. I just was wondering. I think we lost. We lost Kazem. All right. Well, okay. I was going to give I give your bio to I'll say goodbye to Kazem, but we'll give your bio to other folks here. Background: you were obviously in the NFL and a good player and someone who stood up for what mattered. That's when I got to know who you were, and you stood up for gay rights before the Supreme Court case when they were trying to ban it, and you had some of the more interesting writing that I very much enjoyed about it. Oh, Kazem is back. I don't know what happened. Did we lose you for a sec?
Yeah, my internet went out weirdly. I don't know what it was. I think it's probably the anti-Vikings lobby realized that.
That's what it is. It's because you're a Bears fan, dude. That's got to be the problem.
A Bears fan. Yeah, I grew up a diehard Bears fan. That's definitely true.
Well, I figured I at least would introduce the two of you before. So, and I mean, Chris, I always find so he wasn't doing very much. He was just punting for the Vikings while playing bass in a rock band in Minneapolis, and then stood up
Amazing.
for gay rights when others in the NFL came out against it. This is pre, Oberfell, which came out of Cincinnati here, I will say. But and he stood up and spoke out. And of course, there are people that told him not to, and he still did. And I think that led him to write for Deadspin some very interesting and
a lot of swearing.
I'm sorry, you used the word cock monster about somebody, and that was one of the better words.
Lustful cock monster.
Lustful cock monster, when he was being sarcastic about that you're not going to be turned gay because, other people are, and ended up writing for Deadspin. You wrote a book, I believe, moved out to California, back home to Huntington Beach, and then protested when they put a Trump plaque up on a public library, got arrested, and now is running for state rep. Did I get everything in there, or I missed some stuff?
You forgot that I was in a top 3 U.S. World of Warcraft rating guild, but I'll forgive you for that one.
See, I knew it. Look at that. He's also a gamer. Like the dude, there's nothing this guy doesn't do. It's amazing.
Chris, I didn't know you were running for state rep. That's fantastic.
I'm running for Assembly District 72 because basically the likely Republican candidate is she's a hardcore MAGA city councilor here in Huntington Beach.
Yeah.
And so I do not want to see people like her get more power. Like,
no, good
okay.
on you. I just connected you on Blue Sky. I would love to chat offline about that. I've got friends in Minnesota as well. And would love to
absolutely.
connect you to the folks in there. I mean, not that you need my help, but I'd love to provide support however I can.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, and that's one of the things, like I'm trying to build a really broad coalition because it's going to take all of us to, both win this seat as well as fix what's wrong with our country. So the more the merrier.
Yeah.
No, that's why, I mean, I didn't do it on purpose at first. And I realized at some point earlier when I invite the person on next, before the person left, I'm like, if we're all about sort of unifying, speaking in unison in one voice and getting together and fighting for democracy, why not introduce people if they don't know each other? It doesn't seem like a bad thing to do, right? So,
absolutely.
I want to make sure you guys met each other. Qasim, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thanks, brother. I appreciate you guys. Chris, we'll be in touch, all right?
Yep, sounds good. Thanks, Qasim.
All right, take care. All right. So you're running for the state house. Did you ever think you're going to be doing that?
Hell no. Like, this is not something I ever planned on doing. Like growing up, I never dreamed of, I'm going to be the politician like that. That was firmly on the other side of what I wanted to do. I wanted to play sports at a really high level and make a bunch of money and then retire. So I didn't have to work anymore.
Right.
I'm succeeding in that.
That's what you were doing, that whole thing. And then you had to open your mouth, and care about stuff.
Yeah, then I actually had to care about other people, which clearly a downside if you just want to be left alone. But
I know.
Yeah, no, more seriously, it really was. I saw the direction the country was going in, and I've been really vocal on how the Trump movement, the MAGA movement, has been a fascist movement from the get-go. And a lot of people, like when I first started saying that back in 2015, 2016, when he was running for office and then took office, were like, "Oh, you're being hyperbolic. Like this is, you just don't like him. You don't understand what you're talking about." Like I did get a history and poli-sci degree, so I have some knowledge.
You did, right? You went to UCLA, didn't you?
Yeah.
So it's like you could use that line. I remember when somebody, oh come on, guitarist, Rage Against the Machine.
Tom
Morello, where somebody was messing with him and arguing with him and saying like, you're a rock star, you don't know what the hell you're talking about or whatever. And he was like, well, first of all, just because I'm a rock star doesn't necessarily mean I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But but I guess if you do care about credentials, I earned a poli-sci degree from Harvard, so I could. I love that response. So that's your response too. Like, well, yeah, I did study poli-sci at UCLA, so maybe I know something.
Right. Yeah. And so, and then just looking at where we're at now and how things are continuing to escalate even quicker and quicker, it's the longer we wait to solve these problems, the more difficult it becomes and the more damage is allowed to happen to our society. And I really think we're seeing that now, right? Like we're at a war with Iran that no one can explain why we're at war with Iran other than Donald Trump wanted to blow some stuff up. Like I have yet to see a legitimate explanation for why we're at war with Iran.
No, they've had 4 different ones, right? I mean, seriously, right?
Yeah, and this is what fascism does. It just scrabbles and tries to maintain control via any means necessary, and it doesn't care about the institutions that allow people to live their lives. And so that's why it's incumbent upon us as citizens to rise up against that and to make sure that the fascists don't win. Like we've seen how this plays out in history. Like the sooner we fight back, the less it costs us in the long run.
Right. No, I mean, again, or sometimes if you don't fight back soon enough, you lose that chance forever, or a very, very long period of time. I mean, you're right. And you look at any, I mean, again, everybody always says the Nazis, but like there's a gazillion examples. You don't need to look at the Nazis, and really, frankly, you have to just look at fascism. I mean, communism, whether that is really communism, whatever the hell Mao or Pol Pot were doing. But the point is, if you look at any authoritarian movements to the point of being genocidal kind of authoritarian movements, they don't just get there immediately. Right. It takes people looking the other way. It takes people being quiet. It takes people just, I mean, you could have just cared about breaking more punting records, But,
I know, right? Like I didn't have to show up at city council meetings. Like I got plenty of video games I can play.
I was going to say you could be ranked number 2 maybe in the world,
Although I don't really play WoW anymore because I had kids, and so I needed games I could pause. So it's a very, very
you're like, maybe I should play with my kids and
not spend some time teaching them how to be good human beings.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing to do. Right. That is pretty cool that you were ranked 3rd at one point, though.
So actually, quick funny story. That is legit the only time in my life I have pulled the "Hey, guess who I am? I play in the NFL" card, was to get accepted into the raiding guild.
Dude,
I really wanted to get in.
So and then did that work? They're like, oh yeah, you should have been like, look at these records. This is pretty cool.
Well, so it worked, but I also like made sure to say, okay, here I know how to play my class. Like I know what my DPS rotations are. Like I don't just want to get in because like I want to be a name or something. Like I do know how to play this game. Like,
right. You're like, I'm not like Donald Trump Jr. Right? Like I'm not just trying to say I haven't. I mean, in a lot of ways, but it's not. I shouldn't just. Hey, I have the name from what I did, and that's still cool, though. You should have said I was a bassist for a really awesome band.
Yeah,
that was booked throughout Minneapolis.
Yeah, technically correct. It's,
right.
Although we did get to play the front stage of First Avenue one time, so that was really cool. So
that's what I'm saying. You should be like, I played where Prince played, and I played. Did Dylan play there? Probably.
I think so. Yeah. I don't know that they have our name on the side on one of the stars, but who knows? Maybe one of these days.
I mean, when I was last in Minneapolis, I was actually impressed with like the amount of great music that had come out of there that I didn't even know. I mean, Prince, obviously, and I still actually sit there sometimes and watch that guitar solo from "While My Guitar Gently Weeps." Just if you've ever seen that one that he did at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, where he I don't know if he was supposed to be playing, and so he was just like took some attitude to it, and it's one of the best guitar solos I've ever seen in my life. I mean, it was incredible. I mean, just Prince was something else. And
well, and one of the greatest Super Bowl halftime shows of all time.
Oh my God, it was raining.
I think Bad Bunny was pretty close, but
Bad Bunny was pretty close. But playing Purple Rain in the rain and running around on stage, and I mean, that was pretty sweet. And I'll just say the quick one story. When I went up there, it was actually a performance. Something that was fun, like the sexy liberal comedy tour that they do. Stephanie Miller and Hal Sparks and some of these folks. And I was up there and I met some friends and went out and I was talking about the music, scene. I guess we went to a brunch place and like, yeah, to see that place right across the street, that playground, that's called Marcy's Playground. And I was like, oh, now I get it.
Like the song?
I'm like, so apparently you guys do really have a lot of music up here. But okay, we had fun talking music. So how, you're trying to get the biggest coalition together. How are you running the race in terms of a lot of knocking on doors, a lot of reaching out via video games, a lot of playing, walking door to door, playing bass, kicking, the ball out in the street and showing them how far you can. You've got lots of options. So
yeah, I know. Yeah, it's so currently right now what we're focusing on mainly is endorsements and fundraising. And we're doing really well on both fronts. I've had 4 congressional reps endorse me already. Congress members Robert Garcia, Dave Min, Derek Tran, and Mike Levin. And then I think I'm up to 5 assembly members have endorsed me, and then I'm also getting a lot of labor endorsements, because as someone who was in a union in the NFLPA and who is still in the union for the Retired Players Association, like I truly understand the importance of unions and collective bargaining and collective action. Like I would not have been able to make the money that I did had a previous generation not come together and collectively bargained for those rights. And so it's really important for us to protect and to grow unions in this country, because we're seeing, what happens when we don't have strong union protections. And it's one of the main drivers behind the wealth inequality gap that we're currently seeing. And it is the largest wealth inequality gap we've ever seen in this country.
By not even close.
Yeah, it's not even close. And so
I read something, I think we're at 12 times or something, the Gilded Age.
It's ridiculous, and it's unsustainable. Like it's going to lead to societal upheaval and potentially societal collapse, just like it did with the Great Depression. I mean, like we're on track towards that. So we should we should be not doing that.
Another place that happened was Rome, where the few elites took everything and whatever. And I've been there and I love it. It's great, but the stuff from 2,000 years ago tells me that democracy did not really last after that.
No, they don't like it. And the thing is, democracies only last if you're willing to fight to keep them. And so that means you got to show up, you got to do the boring work, and you have to make sure that competent people are in charge. And they're very unsexy jobs, right? Like being a state assembly member is not like primetime television viewing. You're taking care of the basic infrastructure that allows people to survive and prosper, and that's how it should be approached. Like I've been on TV enough for one lifetime. Like I don't need to be on TV anymore. I just want to make sure the job's getting done right.
Is that why you looked at what was needed, and is that why you chose assembly? Because I mean, the truth is that with your background, just having the football career or whatever, you could have pulled a Steve Largent, although he's a dick and his politics suck, but otherwise, or a Fred Thompson. He was a dick and his politics sucked. But no, I mean, like having some name recognition, some fame from what you do, you probably could have run for the Senate's different. I mean, California, obviously, everybody wants that job and it's too big.
Right.
But you might have had a shot at a congressional race or something. Go ahead.
No, what I was going to say, people asked me, like, hey, so are you going to run for Congress? And I was just like, well, no, I don't think I'm particularly qualified to run for Congress. Like, even like, despite my background, despite the fact I read a bunch and, care about these issues, like, I do think I would need some more experience before venturing into that large of a stage. Whereas, and also my congressional rep he's okay. Currently it's Dave Min, and then next cycle, due to Prop 50, it's going to be Robert Garcia. So why would I want to take Robert Garcia's spot?
Robert Garcia has been great.
Whereas I'm looking at the assembly race, and this is historically, it's a red leaning seat that has gone purplish at times. And I'm not against principled conservatism. Like there absolutely is a place for principled conservatism in American democracy. The problem is the MAGA movement is not principled conservatism. Like it doesn't believe in democracy at all. No. And so when I saw that a hardcore MAGA person was going to be running for the seat, and that no one else was going to be running against her on the Democratic side, because I went to the OC Dems, I'm like, hey, is there anyone looking to run in this race? And they're like, no, there's no one. So I'm like, well, we need to field people. Like we need to be running in the races that matter.
Every race, so that you're out there speaking to people, you're sharing a message, you're telling them, you're not just letting the other side have the microphone to tell their bullshit, right?
Yeah, and that's what I've seen here in Huntington Beach, is because a lot of people have a rightful view of Huntington Beach is like it's the Florida of the West Coast.
Yes,
it's where all these crazy people are at. And
I was not aware of that, but that's interesting and fun to know now.
Yeah, it's been pretty bad for the last 6 to 8 years. But I mean, there's a lot of good people who do live in Huntington Beach. Like they just don't show up, right? And so my job is gonna be, I need you to show up. Like I need you to understand that we outnumber the crazies. They're just really loud. But when we show up, like they don't like it. They get scared and go home. And we've seen that with our protests at the pier, where before it'd be like, okay, we were kind of evenly matched in terms of numbers, but lately, especially with the No Kings protests and stuff, the local MAGA people are just not showing up anymore because they're outnumbered, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 1.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, so the vast majority of people living in this district, because I grew up here, I grew up in Seal Beach, and currently live in Huntington Beach, and so the vast amount of people who live here just want to be left alone, and they want their government to work. Like they don't want to have to think about politics. And it's like, okay, fine, you know, and I know that because I was one of those people. Like, you know, I was a tall, straight white dude, right? Growing up, like, what do I need to care about politics? The entire system is rigged.
Like, it's all here for me, baby.
Right? Yeah, you're working as intended. But clearly now I see, like, okay, yeah, no, we really do need to change quite a bit of this stuff. But the people here are seeing that local MAGA governance has been leading to a budget deficit. It's been leading to endless lawsuits against the state. It's been leading to corruption with a lawsuit settlement giveaway to their friends. And like, and it's the same stuff that Trump's doing. It's just at a slightly smaller scale, but like, it's all the same stuff. And so
that's why it frustrates me when people act like, you know, there is an actual kind of MAGA theory of governing. Like, you know, there is center-right conservatism, and you brought it up before. We used to have it, and again, I disagree with it mostly, but I think it's a good thing. It's those who say, "Hey, we agree with you that there are problems, but we need to solve those problems." So you're going to be in favor of, you know, a carbon tax. We're going to be in favor of cap and trade. We want to do it more by the market. You want to do it more with government. Okay,
yeah, we can have that discussion. Like
right. And in fact, the Obamacare actually was the center-right, more government-friendly one.
Right,
but Romney did. Right. That's what in Massachusetts, that was, I mean, it was originally a Heritage Foundation when they were less crazy idea of here's how you solve healthcare, but do it with markets involved. But then they decided to move over to that next place of we don't accept there are problems. We're going to deny them demagogue about everything, lie and would, you know, never act in good faith and not try to solve anything. That's not a theory of governance. I mean, just striking out and demagoguing and attacking people for their who they love or for their race or their religion or whatever. I mean, yeah, I guess you can say it's fascism. It's just a group of people that look the same, act the same, believe the same, getting together and just saying that we're better than everybody else. So we're hypocrites. Nothing applies to us. Everything applies to everybody else, and they're screwed.
Right. Yeah,
I want to call that a theory of governing. I don't know that I call it that, but
I think the closest one actually that I've seen is on Blue Sky. It was going around, I think, like a week or so ago, where someone was like, "Yeah, the theory of governance is just everyone is 12." Like that's the MAGA political theory.
That's not bad, actually, right?
It's like,
go ahead, sorry.
Right, like, oh, you want to declare war on Iran? Sure, great, buddy, you're 12.
Right, bomb, you know,
right?
like
you want to tear down all the windmills? Great, yeah, you're 12.
It's a fantastic point. Whenever you think about like the way he reacts to female reporters, well, she's just a stupid girl. You know, oh, you're fat. I mean, it really is kind of. It's like it's a 12-year-old boy, almost more specifically, manner of government.
Yeah, and just no desire to face or even think about potential consequences or seeing other people as people. Like, I mean, it's we are all human beings at the end of the day, but we have to be able to recognize that in each other. And I really don't see that from MAGA.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's no, I think, recognition at all. I mean, they find a way. I think I've said that. You know, what's the quote? I think it's a Stalin quote, right? Where he said, "One death is a tragedy, a million."
Oh yeah, million statistic. Yep,
statistic. I'll say the word right. You know, I mean, I think they follow that really, which is, you know, if there's numbers of people hurt. Oh, you know, it was just 130 Iranian sailors who were sunk in that frigate that was off Sri Lanka, 2,000 miles away, where they were posing no danger to us. You know, they weren't near the United States. It wasn't near Iran, even if you want to say you're in a conflict with Iran, which we shouldn't be. But there was literally we literally just murdered 130 people who one moment were headed home from some celebration, international celebration, the next minute were either, you know, on fire, in pieces, or sinking to the bottom. And it's just like, you know, that you have to be such an empathyless whore. I really don't know what else to say. You really just need to be so, to me, to do that and be, and not just like do that, but like celebrate it.
Yeah, there's actually like there's a really great quote from Terry Pratchett. He's a fantasy author, great satirist. Where it was one of the characters is trying to describe, you know, where evil starts, right? And so the character's like, well, evil starts when seeing people as things. And then this other character, you know, tries to say like, well, no, but what about this? What about this? It's like, no, it always comes back to seeing other people as things. That's where it all starts. And I think that's MAGA, that's Trump. Like they don't see other people as people. They see them as things that can be pushed around or gotten rid of. And that's why it's so important that we have to fight against them.
No, I think that's exactly right. Because again, what people are I've always said, when I see Trump, people are either, obstacles or enablers. There's no in between, right? And you can go from one to the other, right? Like one of his original supporters, that racist, jackass from Alabama, Jeff Sessions, found out real fast because he supported him. But then when he wanted him to open a case into Hillary, and Sessions, thought, well, I could go to prison for that eventually, and refused to do it. Then he went from enabler to obstacle, and you're an obstacle. There's nothing Trump won't do to you to destroy you. So he destroyed him. And when the guy tried to run for a Senate seat again, endorsed his opponent, and that was that, right? That's the way he does all it. So I think you're right. And I think the ability to dehumanize, because if you say to yourself, well, I want this, the other person has it, but they're no longer a person.
Right. And
then who cares, right? I can take whatever I want.
And I've seen that same dehumanization like here in Huntington Beach back when we had our library ballot initiatives, like we were trying to protect our public library from book banning and from the city council from privatizing it. Like there were our city council members, and it was more than one of them. They were legit holding rallies with, their supporters where they're claiming that everyone who opposed their book banning were pedophiles, and legit calling them pedophiles. And that's over half of the city.
That is a huge pedophile population,
right? Like we won those ballot initiatives like 60-40 and 59-41, and it was just like, how do you think you're going to represent all of this city if you're convinced that the vast majority of people in here are pedophiles because they don't agree with you that we should be banning books? Like that's not good governance.
Trump wants to ban books and Jeffrey Epstein, so I'm not sure I understand all of this stuff.
Yeah,
that's the other thing too, right? Is the projection is just through the fucking.
Oh, absolutely. Like every what is it? Every accusation is a projection with them. Like,
yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. It is. It is. I truly believe that. Like they know the truth about themselves, and they I think that's also behind. I mean, some of it's they're brought up in certain backgrounds where they're religiously strict and just never thought to venture outside of it. But I think a lot of it is also they think, well, we've got to ban this because I have this urge and everybody else must have this urge too. And you're like, well, maybe depending upon what that urge is, if it's just, if it's something that is consenting adults, we're just like, well, we may have that urge, but we're not like weirdos like you, and so insecure, like we're going to go live our lives. And if it's an urge that is a problem, like kids or something like that, you need to go get treatment and get the kind of help you can get. And no, the rest of us don't have that urge either. So but yeah, but
stop pushing your weirdness on us. Like
we don't be freaks. Just good. Yeah. No, I mean, it does feel that way sometimes, that they just think we have all the same hangups, and it's like, I don't.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
I'm good, right? Good friends who are gay. That's awesome.
Doesn't let people live their lives. Let people be people. It's really not that hard.
That's the thing. It just is so easy when you break it down like that and whatever. But it's this, like, I don't know. Evolutionary biology went wrong somewhere, and you just have these billionaire creatures that never have enough. Like, it's not about collecting resources to make sure your family is taken care of anymore. It's about all sorts of other weird things. And I just,
So I've actually been talking about that in my campaign speeches, like when I'm at Dem clubs and stuff like that, is that, why do we as a society, why do we not consider wealth hoarding a form of hoarding? Like every other resource that people hoard, we say that's a mental disorder. Like you need treatment for that. If your house is filled with newspapers, it's like, okay, you have a problem. We need to get you help. If you have 200 cats, it's okay, you have a problem. We need to get you help. But somehow it's, if you have $200 billion, it's not a problem. It's something that should be aspired to. Sure, let's celebrate that. It's like, no.
While people are starving too, like it
is legitimately a mental disorder, because at a certain point, if you can't say I have enough, then you're never going to be able to say I have enough. And that means you're just going to keep hurting people to try to get more and more and more to fill a hole that's never going to be filled.
And we've seen that with a bunch of people.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So
Elon Musk is the prime example, but
no, you're right.
Let's not get into that.
He'd never have enough because of his self-loathing, and God, he's got problems. But so for your campaign, are there issues specific, a few that you're running on more than others?
Yeah. So there's three big ones that I really want to focus on. They affect us both locally as well as at the state level. The first one is affordability. I mean, California is facing a massive affordability crisis,
right?
And like one of the big drivers behind it is we just haven't been building enough houses, and we haven't been building enough like condos, duplexes, townhomes, as well as more higher density like mixed commercial residential use housing. So we really need to just buckle down and build the units. Like that's what it comes down to. The second one, mitigating the effects of climate change. My district in particular, it's 4 coastal communities, which are going to be having to deal with like coastal erosion. We actually had a tropical storm hit us about 2 years ago. What happens when that upgrades into a hurricane? Like, because I know for a fact California is not prepared for a hurricane to hit the coastline. Because like, why would it? I think it's been like
we haven't done anything to prepare, right?
Like, yeah,
we never do.
Right.
New Orleans, Katrina. Right.
Yep. And then the other 4 cities in the district are right next to a state park that is a massive fire risk. And we saw what happened in LA, we have to be prepared for that kind of stuff, because climate change is exacerbating these weather events, and it's just going to keep happening, and they're going to get more and more intense. So we have to figure out, okay, how do we prepare for that, and then how do we respond when it happens, because it is going to happen. And then the third one I really want to focus on is responsible regulation of AI. I mean, like we're seeing now, like there are use cases for AI in specific like niche areas. Novel medical treatments is a good one. Weather forecasting is another good one. Like summarizing large data sets with expert oversight at the end of it. Like there are use cases for AI, but this push to try to get like ChatGPT into schools and to replace workers and to like automate the medical diagnosis process, like no, it's not okay. Like there needs to be a human in the loop. And my thing is, especially with the schools, if I as a parent, if my school district told me they were going to hire a teacher that was wrong 40% of the time, I would be like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I know, right?
Like, how dare you? Like, how dare you think that is appropriate for my kid to be learning from a teacher who is wrong? Like more than
well, and I just think I'm so glad to hear you say that, honestly, because I think it is this sleeper issue that if Democrats would get smart and embrace nationally and tie in with what I think their overall theme should be, is that, and again, there are some wimpy Democrats in leadership and too corporatized who won't do this, but the others who really are good need to take the lead and push it. And it's, look, we're up against a bunch of billionaire predators. It's sort of what you're saying about hoarding, which is all about power. They're predators, right? It's all about power. It's all about domination. It's all about whether it's with the young girls or it's private equity coming in and dumping debt on your company and stealing your pensions or stealing your right to vote through gerrymandering or other stuff, and hence being a predator on democracy, or coming in, healthcare companies just screwing you over and they're supposed to cover you and they don't. And then there's just so many examples, of this. And I think the AI thing, these guys who are, getting wealthy off of AI, and we're already seeing some of the negative uses with OpenAI working with the Pentagon and all of that. But, there's job questions, there's safety questions, beyond the couple of scientists who have even said, yeah, the Terminator seems like that could happen, and move the doomsday clock a little closer. Like, a couple cases where AIs refused to turn off or cursed out whoever it was who was doing it. That seems like a bad thing to me. That's something that you might want to stop and question. And I'm not even saying that that's the most likely of the bad scenarios. I'm just saying that, as well as, what you're pointing out, that it can be very wrong and it can upend our job market if we don't have any kind of a universal basic income. What are all these people doing, who are not working? I mean, these are all questions we need to answer, and to just go head first into it and screwing people over further. They're already getting screwed over by human robots like Elon Musk. And I use the word human there very advisedly, who are trying to extract everything from them. Now we need that from AI too. So I do feel like it fits really well into a platform that stands up for regular people.
Yeah.
You
That's
know,
well, and again, we're human beings. Like technology changes all the time. Human nature hasn't really changed much since we came down from the trees. Like we're still pretty much who we are as humans in terms of like, okay, we have our in groups, we have our out groups, you know, we have our tribes, and like, but we can move past that if we make the conscious decision to move past that. And so like with AI, it's just another example of you have people who are trying to use a new technology to exploit others, hoard wealth in their own hands. And so we have to be able to look back at historical lessons and be like, okay, how do we prevent this from happening again? How do we make sure that it is equitable? How do we make sure that everyone is being brought up by this new technology, not just the ultra rich or those who managed to get a hold of it first? And like, because again, it's happened before, it'll happen again. We just have to be willing to address it.
No, you're right. It's human nature. It ends up there. You know, some of these folks sort of grab the biggest slice of the pie, and the rest of us have to be there to make sure. So, all right. Well, awesome talking to you again. What website? Where can people find you?
All right. Yes. So the campaign website, my campaign team always gets mad if I don't mention the campaign website. So it's www.clueyoc.com. So my last name, OC for Orange County.com. That'll have all the
clueyoc.com. Cool.
Yep. clueyoc.com. That'll have like all the endorsements. That'll have my campaign platforms, media stuff that I've done. I'm sure we'll probably put this clip on there once you get it uploaded.
Awesome.
Yeah. And so, and then obviously I'm on Blue Sky at Chris Warcraft. I read all my replies. So if you say something to me, I will read it. I may not necessarily respond to it.
Go and say some shit to him. I'm going to go do,
I know.
I have a few times already. It's cool.
Oh yeah. It's no, and that's the great part about social media, right? Like we should be able to use it to just be social with each other. Like that's the ideal of social media, not a rage room where everyone's screaming at each other. So
I think, that's the less pleasant part of social media. We could let that go. All right. Well, listen, seriously, I mean, I could talk to you forever about various stuff. Hell, just your music and your, the NFL will be fun. So, but awesome that you're doing what you're doing. We'll have you back on at some point again when we're not doing a crazy 12-hour thing, and I'm not in the middle of. I think I'm about halfway done, and I feel like I'm going to pass out. But we will fight through, my friend. You fought through tougher things. You fought through Minnesota winters. I can make it.
Fought through -5-degree temperatures in a Chicago Bears games.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Stay strong.
I will hang in there. Seriously, thank you for being here again. And it is Cluey OC. Yep. So support him. He would be a great addition, a guy that obviously cares about a variety of things and thinks about things and has had cool experiences. And we need people with varied experiences and who care in government. So why don't we try that? Chris, thanks for being here so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you, Cliff. I really appreciate you giving me the time. And whenever you want to have me back, just let me know.
I will do that. I know where to find you.
Yes, you do.
All right. Take care, buddy. Bye.
All right. Bye.
All right.
All right, I'm jumping on screen with you, buddy. So, hello.
You have to make an announcement to people.
And COO.
While I have to run for the restroom so quickly. I apologize, folks.
All right.
While I do that, Lawrence is going to announce what we're doing now, so you know where we are in this process. And I will be right back.
All right, everyone, give a big round of applause for Cliff Schechter from your home, from your phone. That was an amazing first half of the day. We have a bit of a change. We are going to take a short break, and then we are going to come back at 5 o'clock with our 5 o'clock scheduled guest, Olga Lautman. But we have discovered that Substack does not make it easy for people who are on in the early half of the day to actually disconnect their stream from Substack. So everyone on every channel who joined us earlier this morning has been watching the BAM Substack-A-Palooza all day long. And that doesn't work because folks like Steve Schmidt and Julie Roginski and other folks have other shows that they need to do today. So we're going to end this stream when Cliff comes back and stop presenting. And then we will jump back on at 5 o'clock. It will be a new stream. So the, aggregated multi-thousand number of people that are here, have been here, we would just ask you to come back Currently says we've got 7,800-ish people watching the stream, which is amazing. And we've got about 1,000 people on YouTube and the other channels watching. Thank you. For YouTube and the other channels that we're on, nothing is going to change. We're just going to go dark for a couple of minutes. But for Substack, it'll actually show up as a new stream. So we're going to have a stream from 5 to 7, another stream from 7 to 9, and a final stream from 9 to 11. All of our guests are in their same times. And wouldn't you know it, Substack is changing their dashboard today. So a lot of the live video functionality is different, like audience notifications. But knock on wood, it's all going to work out. If you would throw us some cabbage, we would really appreciate it. The QR code up there with the duck head is donate. And the one that says subscribe is to subscribe. We've got 75% off right now for $19.99 for a year. You can subscribe to Blue Amp and help Cliff do crazy things like do a 12-hour, marathon.
Yeah, I had to jump in there quickly and say, folks, honestly, this is, I love doing this. I love talking to people, meeting people. This has been great. But we do Lawrence is behind the scenes too. We put a lot of work into this, planning for this 12 hours today. So you can imagine impacts whatever else I can do this week. I may not be able to get out of bed. And we really, really, for us to keep doing these things, need your support. I don't know how else to say it. Even just going into the give me a coffee or buy me a coffee thing and leaving $5 or $10 is amazing. But the fact that for a year we're offering you right now, a paid subscription that costs less than $2 a month. Think about whatever it is you spend $1.60 a month on.
Right.
We've had some folks sign up so far, but not really enough. And we really need people to support us. I don't really know how else to say it. Like, this is a labor of love. And so are the other shows I do, Tequila Talk with Joe Walsh, and the one with Amped Up with David Schuster. And we have Ellie Leonard here, who's doing all this amazing work. Lawrence is incredible at what he does as a COO and hosts the show. And David Schuster is an Emmy winner and hosts. But I can't say any stronger. We really need folks to step up. People spend money on all sorts of crazy things. I'm among them. $1.60 a month. And you really could end up, if you buy a $19.98, I think is what the cost is, $19.98 for a year.
Right.
And again, these are the things we're going to bring you.
Cliff, I don't know if you know this. My dad was the director of a public TV station down in South Florida when I was growing up. And so I grew up watching him do pledge drives. And it's literally, it was exactly like this, right? Like the moment every, 6 months or whatever, when they would get on the air and they'd be like, if you love, nature documentaries and masterpiece theater, subscribe, pledge now to WPBT. And that's literally what we're doing, right? We're saying, if you love Ellie Leonard, if you love Cliff's like amazing, insightful, witty, sarcastic edge, if you love the work that David Schuster does and his AI videos and the incredible journalistic integrity that he brings, that is what you are subscribing to. And we all know, we can all see it happening, that we need new media like this to succeed, because the New York Times and the Washington Post and all those other, Ms. Now and
the Washington Post is not even media anymore. It's gone. The New York Times is addled media at best.
CBS
I don't know how else to say it.
Corrupted. Yeah.
Because again, I don't want to sound, like it's frustrating, but again, I think it's a human nature thing where we're like, oh, subscribing to something and and that's something new I'm spending money on, but like we'll go into a store for $1.60 and buy God knows what, that means nothing to us. And yet that's a month of what we're offering you right now. So I will ask again, and I feel strongly about this because guys, we're trying to grow this, and we need to hire people to grow it, and we need to do more things like this. And we can't if we don't get that support. So please, we're trying to make it as low as possible for you to do it.
Yeah.
I hope you will. It will mean a lot and be important to us in our ability to continue to do this. And as I was saying before, it's taken longer than we'd hoped, but we have a few series on the sort of back burner, and as well as a few other kind of benefits that we're going to give to folks who are subscribers. I mean, at some point, everyone I'm going to, who's a paid subscriber will get the opportunity to have a conversation with me. If you want to, you can avoid that too, if you'd like. And that can be why you subscribe. But that's going to mean there are going to be a number of these things that we're going to
people.
There's a number of these things we're going to add. And so these are things, that make it so you get something extra for it too. So you're supporting us and you're getting something extra. I'm all I'm going to say is right now I feel like going and taking a nap and taking.
I'm making a COO decision. You are excused. I'm going to turn off the Substack link, but we are going to keep going on all other channels. And you are getting out of that chair and walking around outside, assuming it's not 3 degrees.
So you're saying I should eat lunch? Yeah, I'm going to go do that. 4:42. Okay, yeah. I will be back. Let's see. We've got at.
Olga Lautman is coming on at 5 p.m. I just sent her the email with the, nothing changes for her. She goes to the Substack, to the StreamYard studio, just like she was going to do before. It's all going to be magic happening on the back end. Here we go. We are ending the Substack piece right now. Substack will be back in 17 minutes.
So please rejoin.
For everyone else,